Hello and welcome everybody to HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. I am Doa. With me as usual are Grubby and Bahamut. Guys, day 2, week 2, our 4th day of matches. It's going to be really fun. We've got another great couple of best of 5s. But I want to jump into something really quick that we're all excited to talk about. Let's take a look at our prize pool because we just hit a big threshold. How about that, Bahamut, Grubby? $11,035.42. And of course, 60% of that goes right to the players, right to the orgs, and 40% will go to production costs. But hey, that's awesome. How great are the fans, right?
Beyond.
Yeah, amazing.
Like I honest to God saw this and I was just like, are we serious right now? Like, y'all the best. It blows me away every single time I look at it.
I mean, it really is amazing. Like anyone who, says like, oh, HOTS dead game, LOL. No, you're just wrong. I'm sorry. Take that stuff somewhere else because HOTS is very much a live game for sure. But we're gonna have a lot of great live matches today as well. How about that segue? Pretty amazing, right? Let's take a look at the standings here. As of yesterday, Oxygen with the 2-0. They are our undefeated team after 3 days of play. But we've got a few more teams to check out. Obviously, 30K and Chili Mountain not feeling too great at 0-2 there. But Grubby, looking at these standings here, make some predictions. Who do you think is going to move up? Anyone going to move down? What do you think? It's still early, but tell me what your opinions are right now.
Well, Doa, 30K and Chili Mountain are facing each other in the third play day next weekend. So one of them will be picking up their first victory, which is great for them. But the other team will be 0-3. Like, guaranteed we're going to have an 0-3 team, which doesn't feel too good for that team. It is going to make it hard to enter top 4. But the great thing about the HeroesHearth CCL, of course, is that everyone has a chance to win the whole thing. It just means if you finish low in the regulation season, you'll actually be starting on a lower rung of the ladder once they go through the gauntlet. You have to beat yourself through many knockout phases. So everyone still has a chance. But there we have to start the starting matches.
Yep, that's right. And we've had some matches already. In fact, we've had 1 week of matches that produced some pretty sick highlights. So why don't we check these out? It is the clean plays of the week presented by Duke Cannon. Caterpillar has to back away just a little bit here. Wit having to play so safe. He's basically the Scrooge McDuck of gems right now. And he doesn't want to lose the vault. He is the vault.
Oh, horrify!
Sidestep Kings trying to crack it open, and they do just that. Oh, no. The bank has been robbed.
Oh, no.
Sidestep Kings are set for life, basically.
Right. Tomb is the only thing that can stop a Deathwing, who doesn't get affected by crowd control abilities, but he does get affected by walls. So the Leoric just feels genius right now. Another Entomb of Deathwing. This time, can he get away?
It's not looking good. He's trying, but he's solo health. Nice pick onto the Deathwing.
Really, though, Darkmok never capped yet. I don't know why. Maybe it was Toxic Nest.
Maybe. Hard to say. But you're right. I thought he did. He did not. Now Chili Mountain trying to fight this one in. Prismaticism super low on the Orphea, trying to stay alive. Barely 600 HP. They do it. I can't believe it. The shields that Prismaticism has been able to give himself, some of these abilities have kept him in. Hey, there you go. We checked those out yesterday too, but some pretty awesome plays. Yesterday had so many great games, I felt like, actually. If you haven't caught the VODs for that, definitely go back and watch. We're going to get to today's matches in a moment as we see what the other best of 5s are going to be. And these should be pretty good too. WildHeart Esports taking on CrowdControl, and then Sidestep Kings versus Granit Gaming. And right now, WildHeart, CrowdControl, both 1-0 teams. So one of them is going to be able to move on to 2-0. But I'm going to throw it over to our analysts, our experts. Grubby, Bahamut, we'll start with you, Bahamut. What do you think for today? Who's going to take these matches?
Well, for WildHeart versus CrowdControl, I was doing stats last night, and it's a big toss-up for me because CrowdControl beat what was considered one of the top teams coming out from our live draft. WildHeart beat Granit Gaming, who unfortunately has not had strong showings in the Icebreaker tournament as well as in their week 1. So we'll see if it's just... The big thing that I wrote in my notes, honestly, is can Lauber deal with the draft theory of Pitkid? I feel like those are going to be the big two players in this matchup that will kind of drive the direction of these games. Lauber's so really strong as a main tank and a leader for their team, but you have the synergistic value of Pitkid and Bud and just the overall team synergy that's been built between all these players. This is a real big toss-up, but I gotta say, I'm mostly interested for this one. And I think WildHeart might pull out some interesting plays.
All right, Grubby, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, every fan watching has their own favorites, but I think it would be fair to say that WildHeart created a good set of people that are standing for them. Because last week they won 3-0 against Granit Gaming. They used Gazlo twice. They used Nazebo. They used Mephisto. We saw some Leoric Blaze main tank. Like Bahamut was saying, there's some really cool draft theory coming out of WildHeart, but they're up against CrowdControl, who has just been showing great results. So it's going to be a great match, this first one we've got here for you.
It's going to be tough. Before we get into those matches, though, we want to shout out our partner, Roll20, helping sponsor the CCL. They make some awesome products if you're into tabletop gaming, as I know many of us in esports are. Maybe, it's a little bit tougher in 2020 to actually get to the tabletop and game with people, but that's where things like Roll20 come in, right? Because you can do a lot of that same awesome stuff virtually, and they do a very good job of making it easy. I use it myself even before I worked on an esports tournament that was sponsored by them, so I can attest that they're great. Go check them out. And thanks to them for being a great sponsor. But it's time to move on to our first match of the day, a best of 5. Let's check out the rosters going into this one. It's going to be WildHeart Esports first. And we talked about this a little bit already. It really is the drafting strategy of Pitkid that is hard for a lot of teams to handle, isn't it?
They're known for having some of these odd plays, and they have just like, I'm looking at their roster, they have so many good players. Like Funds and Weary Day are considered community members, but they're really good players overall. And I mentioned beforehand, Bud and Pitkid are great teammates who have played on Team 8, Roll20, Team 12, Octalysis, such good synergy there. But we still got to look at our other team as well, because while there is the synergistic value of WildHeart, we still have the leadership of Lauber from CrowdControl. That is a big, big name right there. And I'm excited to see how they play this for this week number 2 best of 5 series.
Yeah, CrowdControl has been extremely scary with, their ability to use CrowdControl. It's a team of hashtag all tanks is what Turk was telling us they were putting together. You can't play it that way, but the philosophy is there. The concept is there. I like it. Let's check out what first map they're going to start out on here in this best of 5. It looks like it's going to be Volskaya Foundry. Interesting. Okay, so this is a map that we have seen some different picks come out just because of the map geography. What do you think we can expect from this, Grubby?
Well, on Volskaya Foundry, last week, WildHeart Esports went for Ana with Mephisto and Diva.
Yeah.
And Hanzo, and then Uther main tank. So that was super weird, super different. Uther main tank is not something everyone has never seen. But God, like bringing it out in important matches like this, we're gonna see. That was a double support, no tank game. Let's see how it goes here. Crazy drafts, possible.
I want to note something as well before we get into this draft. And I was watching this earlier in the Coin Flip Lobby channel, and this is something that I want people to know as well. The members of WildHeart Esports won the coin flip and opted for map pick priority. This is not something a lot of teams opt for. It's always they want first pick priority. They want to give map pick over to the opposing side. So when that happens to me, WildHeart has something in mind they want to run, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring to the table for Volskaya Foundry. Also, just to note for anyone that's wondering, I'm skimming through all of the player names. I don't think we have any substitutes. I'm not seeing Heavy on the right-hand side. I'm blanking on the substitute. I think it's Weary Day is the substitute on the side of WildHeart. So it is going to be their main rosters if anyone's wondering who's playing, and if you just wanted to hear that really quickly. But we do have a Chromiban, a Junkrat, a Medivh, and a Brightwing up and available. What is the first pick priority for the side of CrowdControl?
Looks like John is going to be the first pick. Pretty standard tank pick for them as well. Both of these teams picking some interesting stuff on Volskaya Foundry in the past. And there's that Uther Leoric again. But on the CrowdControl side, they've picked things like Melganis on this map recently. It's going to be kind of wild.
This is so interesting. Like, they're just living a completely different life than everybody else. Going with Uther and Leoric over what you would normally expect is a more high priority Cassia. It's pretty crazy. So let's talk about where does this take them potentially. WildHeart, they have Leoric, synergy with Deathwing. They have Uther, who has synergy with melee assassins and bruisers.
What about what about a little Anna Kerrigan, Grubby? What do you think about that?
Sounds pretty good, I guess.
Kerrigan's available.
Kerrigan is up and available. That, by the way, for anyone that's wondering, the Zarya is a target ban onto Retzo. They have an insane Zarya that I think Grubby might be able to talk a little bit more to. I think you've played against them, right?
Well, I've played a lot of Zarya, and so I really appreciate a Zarya main like Retzo. He just looked amazing on it. Doesn't die, loads of damage, lots of protection, and it just makes you feel like everyone should be as good at Zarya as Retzo. And then suddenly the hero is good, you know?
Yeah, just be better, Forehead.
It's just like that in Overwatch too. It takes a very special player to be really good at Zarya.
Nazebo definitely.
Oh, all right, okay. So the Nazebo, you know, we did see Nazebo in the past from Unaverted on WildHeart last week. They played it on Tomb of the Spider Queen, and it works for Volskaya too. Whoa, Zagara! All right. You know, we've been hearing teams, players saying, you know, well, we think a lot of teams and players don't really have the draft going right. There's a lot of more work to be done, and that means we're going to see some new picks. And Zagara, I think, would qualify.
I'm so happy. The last time I saw Zagara was the exhibition weekends, and that was Mene, played it on Garden of Terror. The last time before that, in a competitive game that I've casted Grassroots or whatever, is never. I don't ever see Zagara. Never. She's... it's not picked up, and I gotta be honest, I'm looking at these drafts, and I really don't know who to lean in towards. There's a lot of tools on the side of WildHeart here where they can actually shut down. Like Nazebo technically counters the Joanna, where you throw the zombie wall around them when the condemn's coming out, so that way you can pull in the zombies, and that just kind of collapses on the Joanna, makes their life even more miserable.
Right.
But like, it's the Zagara, the push potential from Zagara into Nazebo. That's the one outlier that I'm very unsure about, and it's just the wave clear and the overall back and forth macro. The micro team fight is stronger for crowd control, in my opinion. But I think the waves and the objective phase is stronger for WildHeart. I got to give this to WildHeart. I don't know about you two, but this is going to be a wild one.
All right, well, we'll find out. Bahamut has weighed in. Grubby, what do you think?
100% agree. I don't even know what I'm watching. This draft is crazy. It's a little bit of a reconstruction of the draft by WildHeart on Volskaya last time, where they had Uther, Ana, Mephisto. Now it's just Uther, Mephisto. And then a bunch of other things are different. Really strange situation. I love it. We're going to try to figure out what's going on here as the game begins.
That's right. All right. Well, we will catch up with Bahamut after the game to see what happens. But for now, it's time to jump into Volskaya Industries and introduce our players. For WildHeart Esports, we have Zergling on the Leoric. Buds is going to be playing Uther this time around. Unaverted on Nazebo. Funds on Mephisto. And finally, Pit Kid playing the Deathwing. Meanwhile, over on the crowd control side of the mat, we have X-Ray on the Stukov, Dynao on Cassia, Lauber is going to be playing the Johanna this time, Dequaza on Malthael, and finally Retzo on Zagara.
So Doa, let's talk about the type of damage that WildHeart Esports has. They have sustained damage from Nazebo at great distance. He took a talent for extra distance. Deathwing is a really safe backline damage dealer, and they've taken Leoric so that Leoric cannot punish the Deathwing, so he can always move. And then they have Mephisto, who also teleports in from afar. So all of their damage dealers are extremely safe and independent, which is pretty neat. Really the thing that is supposed to counter that is crowd control going Valkyrie on Cassia and trying to pull someone in once level 10 is reached.
Yeah, I suppose it makes sense. You know, one of the things I like too is Zagara gives you that vision that we keep talking about in Heroes as being something that's rare and useful. So when you're trying to make those rotations and get set up for like the support camp or something like that, the Zerg Queen is going to come in a little bit handy there, I think.
Yep, and she's part of the 4-man because Malthael is in the 4. Is in the solo lane. So Retzo is picking Roach talent at level 1. That means he's probably going to get that Roach talent at level 7 as well, which is the best, even if you don't complete the quest. But I suspect he will. And then at level 4, he may go Serrated Spines, the infinitely stacking bonus auto attack damage the more hits you get on someone. It's possible, it's not guaranteed. But that would be pretty good on Volskaya Foundry, kind of like a Zul'jin-esque style.
Sure. Turrets being picked up. by WildHeart right now. You would imagine that CrowdControl has theirs too. They actually managed to get an unopposed support camp too, which is a nice little win for CrowdControl early.
But don't you feel like it has a sense of self-awareness when you don't even fight for the support camp?
Yeah, it is a little bit surprising. I mean, you've got things like, I guess the Deathwing doesn't really benefit from it, does he?
Right.
So you've got less of a reason to want it, I suppose, but
of course you want your opponent
for a bit. Yeah.
You want your opponent not to have it, but mostly it's just recognizing that this is not our time.
Yeah.
The steady hold fire fantasy movie Archer's moment.
Sure. Well, they're going for the siege camp now. I just wonder what it's like to be like one of those siege camp guys on Volskaya. You're just kind of hanging out in your jetpack, and then suddenly like a Zerg or like an orc or a skeleton comes in, or like someone from hell comes and just starts beating you, and then says, "Fight for me." You just have to do it. Like that's a weird day for those guys.
They never die. They just faint, just like in Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Put them back in the Pokeball.
I mentioned, by the way, Zagara going for serrated spines is infinitely stacking. It's technically not true. It has a maximum cap of 65,000 and 535 auto attacks.
It's good to know.
But you don't generally reach that. But he went for it. He went for it. That's what matters. So they're using Zagara as a Zul'jin.
Has anyone ever reached it, I wonder? No, probably not. What are you talking about? All right. Guess Unstoppable doesn't work when you're blocked by a wall of zombies, but CrowdControl is going to turn it around anyway. A little bit of damage onto Pit Kid. They've nearly got that first armor plate taken out as the point unlocks, and it looks like it's going to be CrowdControl getting the early control on it.
Okay. And what's the plan here for WildHeart? They gave away the healing token easily. They must have some kind of plan. They're a very strategical and fun team to watch. Their plan is somewhere. They're like, okay, at this level we're strong. At that level we're strong. We're gonna give away first objective, second. Like I don't know exactly what their plan is.
Dino.
Yeah.
Dino's in big trouble trying to stay alive. He uses the fend, backs away. Looks like he's gonna be able to just barely live through that. But dangerous moment, and that would have caused a 5v4 in the favor of WildHeart if he would have dropped. Oh, speaking of dropping, looks like they're going to get a little bit more damage onto their tank there. Lauber has to back off.
All right, so they conquered this. A lot of turret camps here for CrowdControl. We take a quick look at the top lane. Zagara is slightly winning against Nasibo in terms of sustain, but mostly it's just an even lane. Leoric is clearing bot, which means WildHeart can soon bring all 5 to mid, which will be important because it's 77% for CC.
Stun on Dequaza, but it's going to end up being Buds that takes more damage on that Uther. Fen, meanwhile, in the back lines, is going to force funds out on the Mephisto. Molten Breath just clearing the members of CrowdControl off the point just a little bit. Leoric kind of low, but he's trying to get back a bit. We'll see if he can, but CrowdControl just seems impossible to push off of this point right now, and it's close. They've nearly got 100%.
Yeah, we're going to get it. We're going to need some like level 10s for WildHeart probably to win that fight, as they don't have anything that makes them special yet. They're just damaged, Uther stun, and that's kind of it, and overtime is done.
Yeah, I mean, Fun's tried to keep it going a little bit longer with Mephisto, but there's only so much you can do there.
Push Uther away, bit of damage here, get 1 or 2 towers, then go top, get the healing fountain top.
Yeah.
And we can't forget what we saw last week in CCL, where Mephisto gets level 20, Durance of Hate, and you get the 5.5 second silence. That, together with Entomb, is an easy hit, and it's going to be a great play. It's on like a 30-20 second cooldown when you get the cooldown reduction at 13. So basically, WildHeart, I think their plan is don't lose too badly before level 16, don't lose too badly before level 20, and then just clean up on level 20.
Yeah, certainly possible. Just have to kind of play it safer then, try to take as little damage as possible, I guess.
Leoric, that was not the plan.
All right, never mind. Dequaza super low too, and he's going to actually end up picking up another kill himself. The Malthael, pretty scary. Dino, not too worried about anything that's going on there, but yeah, we didn't get to see a little bit of that action, but 2 kills coming in for CrowdControl at a time when they're kind of needing to increase the lead. Meanwhile, bit of a dive onto unaverted here. X-Ray tanks a couple turret shots. And finally, Laubrath to back away. Ooh, barely avoids getting caught up by the zombie wall.
So Zagara was mid-pushing. She did 30%, got caught by an Entomb and Deathwing Uther Leoric. Sorry, there's a lot going on. Johanna's
in other lanes.
pushing top, and Nasibo used Ravenous Spirit, and then Johanna used Blessed Shield to stop it. And now Leoric is getting caught again in the bottom lane by Dino and Dequaza.
Yeah, Zergling trying to run, but he's the imposter. They know they've got the real Zerg on their team instead, and that's another kill for CrowdControl. 3-1 now, and they're going to get some decent damage done on this fort, too.
Yeah, a little bit of damage on every fort. 25, 25, 75 on the top fort. This is all expected for like the composition. CrowdControl is expected to be ahead at this point.
Yeah, and that lead seems like it's just incrementally increasing at this point. You mentioned too, that this is kind of maybe the plan for WildHeart is to just sort of like let it go for a little while and then come back later. But while you're doing that, you can't give up, too much in the meantime.
Yeah. You want to keep the forts alive as long as possible to prevent catapult pressure. You want to stop the hemorrhaging as you don't lose too many people in this lane and then that. So just play it safe, get vision, and they have the team to do it. Look at the lane.
Yeah, meanwhile, a bit of a push on the top lane though, and that's going to be the fort out of the way, and Dequaza gets a little bit caught. Some Malthel, so he's a little bit more slippery. Not going to worry. Oh, the nice Valkyrie comes in. Did they manage to catch an Azibo? Unaverted takes a lot of damage. Devouring Maw doesn't look like it hit anyone. It actually was put down over the biotic emitter. Interesting.
That was so good for WildHeart. 4 versus 5. They don't die. Leoric comes in. They get Dequaza and his turret.
Dequaza, whoa, 100 HP, and he finally does go down. I thought maybe he'd live, but no. Pit Kid had other ideas. Now Fun's alone in that 4v5, going back in with the Lightning Nova anyway. Mephisto's going to deliver him to safety. He's brave. He's got a bit of shielding, but CrowdControl's going to have none of that. The Cassia doing so much damage. Pit Kid, though, turns it around, but it's too late, and it's a big fight win for CrowdControl. They're going to keep pushing this, too.
Oh, the spiders were unaverted missed, and everyone was so low on both sides. It's really that feeling that an Uther support team gives you where everyone is so low. Okay, those spiders are hitting. But what a bait by WildHeart to invite them to their fort as Uther keeps everyone alive. Funz was just living his best life.
Oh, Valkyrie does deliver them a Leoric. Pretty quick. Faster than overnight deliver, that's immediately. But Zergling does live.
This is such a late game comp by WildHeart. They're waiting for Vile Infection. They're waiting for Durance of Hate level 20 upgrade. They've got the CDR at level 13 for Mephisto to have his ult all the time, which is already on a very short cooldown. They're waiting for Buried Alive, Divine Hurricane. This is so insane. Like, it must be infuriating, Doa, for CrowdControl. You know that at level 20 you get outscaled. You're trying to get an advantage, but all you get is a fort by 10 minutes.
It's a strong defensive team from WildHeart, There's not a whole... and they even picked a team that is designed for a little bit more pushing with things like the Zagara, but maybe they needed to go for a bigger team fight team and just kind of eliminate the enemies and just push unopposed, But WildHeart even invading. They're even moving forward now on the siege camp, and they're going to actually take it. Dequaza takes a big chunk of damage, but now the pinch comes in from Lauber Diamond. X-Ray coming in from behind. That's a big Durance of Hate, though. In the back lines, they do manage to get the kill on Zagara, and WildHeart with 2 before they finally lose their Leoric. Bud's on the Uther extremely low, trying to avoid Lauber on the side as he walks away. Brave man, Lauber actually missing with the shield there. Condemn doesn't connect either, and Bud's just slow old man walking out of that fight somehow.
He just walks away, and he was so ready to die, Doa.
He was. Like, he went back in. He was like, all right, it's over. But then, like, those 2 abilities just barely missed.
He's like,
he lived.
In the cheesy movies where they're like, hit me.
He's a lumberjack, and he's okay.
He wears high heels, suspendies, and a bra. I'm happy I get one of your references finally.
Hey, all right. We've got Monty Python in common. That's comforting.
It's good to know. It's good to know. Wish I'd been a girly just like my dear papa. But anyway, Uther survives. Level 16 apiece. That was a great invade by WildHeart. They got more kills. They used and stole the turret. We also saw Deathwing's level 10 coming in play, Bellowing Roar, which was very helpful to push them off the point. Solid play by WildHeart. They lost the objective, but they're okay with that, really. It's all part of the plan.
Right. Now they're going in again. Fun's just putting a little bit of damage onto that Lightning Nova, and it's going to get scarier and scarier with this Mephisto. We've seen that in the past, and you know that was a pretty solid Durance of Hate that started out that last fight anyway on the Siege Camp.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful.
That was just a root. Like at level 20, it's going to silence for 5.5 seconds.
Yeah. That root's enough, though. I mean, when you're caught by that Deathwing, it's all about, like, stacking people up to take that Deathwing damage, it seems like, a little bit with comps like these. We've seen the Leoric Deathwing combo pretty commonly this weekend.
Yeah.
It's scary. What can you say? Triglav Protector was claimed, of course, as we can see, by CrowdControl, but hasn't been able to get a ton of damage done yet.
Very patient defensive style by WildHeart. They know exactly what to do. They're sending this Evo top. That's how confident they are that they've already got this defense on lockdown.
Yeah, well, I mean, they eliminate the mech, so it's back to just the rest of CrowdControl on foot. Or many feats in Rutzo's case, on the Zagara. But Uther, the stun into the Valkyrie, and Uther is delivered to the Shadowlands. Meanwhile, a big Entomb catches too. Zergling goes in to try to capitalize. Labra manages to walk out. But it's still a dangerous situation for CrowdControl. That's another one. They managed to find one more on the Mephisto, and Pit Kid gets one more. Here comes the Cataclysm to catch up as Zergling tries to slow down Dino. It does just that. Now Rutzo on the run. Needs the rest of the Zerg army to protect him, but it looks like he's going to send a lone Baneling back in there as he walks to safety. But huge fight for WildHeart.
Fantastic play by Leoric there, circling, actually keeping Cassia with him. Cassia has the instant mount talent. He made sure to interrupt it, slowing her on the way, and survived with 42 points of hit points. Really sick. As Uther actually got pulled in by the Valkyrie. He died, he lost his turret, but then the turnaround and tomb by Leoric, by circling. He really owned that fight. And then Pit Kid with the conflagration, level 16 talent, was just torching everyone caught inside. WildHeart's comp is paying off, and they're executing it so well. It's one thing to have this draft, but they're good at it, man.
It's a good when a lumberjack is lighting everything on fire. I mean, I know he wants to cut trees down, but you don't really want to burn the forest down.
Sometimes you want to create a fire break to make sure that the bigger forest fire doesn't happen. So maybe that's why he's got the rage.
I guess. I would assume Uther practices responsible forestry.
I think so. He has a website where he explains everything. So a little bit of holy fire.
He keeps his forest, his forest clean.
And he's really good at raking too. That's very important.
I don't know if they have exploding trees in Azeroth, but I'm sure he's aware of it if they do.
I would imagine so. He knows everything. Isn't he in the Shadowlands now? I think they tell you everything that's going on.
Yeah, he's currently in Bastion, hanging out and being blue, both literally and emotionally.
Okay. All right. Well, hope that works out for him. We'll see soon. For now, he's living his best life here
on November 23rd.
Not an ad.
When Shadowlands launches, and Grubby won't be playing because he doesn't play WoW. It's kind of sad.
That's true. Are you gonna play?
Yeah, I've already scheduled that as like that's my day to play WoW. Like Mondays and Tuesdays are usually my quote-unquote weekend anyway, so it's perfect for me.
I bet you played Final Fantasy 2 at some point in your life.
Dude, I was playing Final Fantasy 7 Remake like 2 days ago.
Dude, you're such a cool nerd. You play all the cool games.
That's right. I try. I do play Here at the Storm as well.
Level 20s have been reached. We have the Vile Infection. He's got the quest completed easily, and then some. Unspeakable Horror, the 5.5 second silence. We have Buried Alive. Uther is hiding whether he's going to go for the revival or the bigger and shorter cooldown ult. But you know what? I think it's going to be the ult. I think it's going to be a really big stun. We will see. On the other hand, CrowdControl, they've got top off, more healing for high health targets for Stukov. We have Imprisoning Light. When she Valkyries, you get rooted and silenced. And then we've got Indestructible for Johanna. Smart choice, because he's going to get buried alive and conflagrated. No one can stop death. Malthael can come back after he dies, but he will have a penalty to his next death timer. And Zagara, a cooldown with Tyrant Maul, more damage, and a huge cooldown reduction for either team losing players. And here we go, the level 20 fight.
Yep, it's got to happen. Push from WildHeart coming in. They've got to fight. They've got to try to get this point back in their favor. See if they can get that Protector and end the game. Level 20's on both sides. A little bit of zoning with the zombie wall. I like a zombie circle, kind of.
Yeah, it's not much of a wall.
Pretty much.
Blessed Shield!
Yeah, all right. Blessed Shield comes in. They do manage to get the stun on the Leoric. Zergling in big trouble. He is sent to the afterlife. Again, another kill for Malthel. Meanwhile, X-Ray trying to back away. Dino jumps on the dinosaur and gets back behind the wall. And it looks like they're going to be content with that. Regrouping a little bit, getting a little bit of health back. And now they want to fight that 5v4. And there's a Valkyrie. They're going to go and grab the Uther. How did they do it? Look at the CC lurking. Arm comes in again, and Bud's on the run. He can't escape. What a great pick from the Cassia to hit that ultimate. Pit Kid just throws some flame behind him to try to keep the rest of his team alive, but it's a little bit too late. It has the Cataclysm out before he goes down. Malthel manages to find that kill anyway. And CrowdControl, you know, despite that late game scaling from their opponents, seems to be in a good spot to win this one.
Dude, that's so crazy by CrowdControl. We've been spending a lot of time talking about WildHeart, but CrowdControl loses the early to mid game, kind of. Not structurally, but in terms of team fights. But they win the level 20 fight against Vow Infection. It's all thanks to Lauber doing that really decisive Blessed Shields on Leoric, making sure Zergling is not truly part of the fight. Then Dino with the imprisoning Valkyrie that actually called Buds, and he died. And yes, he comes back, but it was not on time. It's these decisive starts of the fight that gave CrowdControl what is probably a game-winning move now.
Could be Lauber going to be maybe going down here. We'll see if he lives. Has a huge shield to try to survive. But I think they're going to be able to finish off the core. It really seems like it, doesn't it? Maybe. Yeah, it's getting low. The Triglav Protector is going to maybe drop, but it should be enough. And CrowdControl is going to take the lead in the series 1-0. And yeah, really well-fought game. We got a funny Zagara Leoric 1v1 at the end there where like the Entomb ended and then it's like, how about my Devouring Maw?
Dude, that's unexpected. One level 20 fight where and I think we kind of need to see what happened again. Like I'd love to watch the replay because Durance of Hatred was supposed to start that fight and kill everyone, but it was actually CC that pulled the trigger quicker, that were ready, that they realized if we wait for them to do their super wombo combo ults, we're done for.
Well, yeah, that was a really smart thing. And just really, really crisp execution too. I mean, I go back to like Dino's Valkyrie. He hit like 3 really clutch Valkyries in a bunch of different fights. Bahamut, you were watching that one the entire time. What's your take on that? Pretty solid play from CrowdControl, seems like.
I was expecting WildHeart to get to 20 and play the 20 game. Grubby said it exactly in the game what I was trying to get at before we actually loaded in, but there was Mephisto, there was Nazebo, there was Leoric, the 3 of those heroes not needed, but really started to benefit at level 20. That last play, Lauber's Blessed Shield and Dino's Valkyrie, those are the 2 winning moments right there. Also to note, Retso had an insanely beautiful Devouring Maw on some of the backline members as well, so that kind of just shifted this fight. And I think literally CC lived up to their name, properly utilizing CrowdControl to control this control point C, turn things around, and take this game. CrowdControl played with the most level head here in what should have been a terrifying end, but they managed to turn things around very, very well. And as I said beforehand, the leadership of Lobbers really showing right now.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't even talk much about what CrowdControl could do because I literally did not know what they could do. Like, just honestly, like I see what WildHeart is going for. I don't see how CrowdControl can stop it, and you know that's why they're the pros, and you know we're the casters / analysts. Lauer showed it. Like he's like, Buried Alive is the biggest threat. It opens the fight. We can kill Leoric and stop Buried Alive and Tomb, and then suddenly we get to play the game. It's because everyone is waiting for that Buried Alive, Deathwing, Nazebo, and does that mean that Zergling, you know, he learns from that and he's like, I can't be there at that time that far forward. Maybe I need to start with a spooky walk into an Entomb.
Maybe
that might just be the answer.
Well, we'll see what happens. We're going to move on to map number 2. We'll see if the Leoric comes back for WildHeart again. This one's going to be Tomb of the Spider Queen. So looking at their last time out on this map, it was not the Leoric played by WildHeart. They ended up going with the Muradin that time.
Yeah.
For offlane, they went for Gazlowe. I should bring up.
I want to point out something too here, looking at stats, if we want to bring those up really quickly. So far, WildHeart has chosen map pick priority because they were the losing team in that game. As the losing team, you either have first pick or map pick. This means that they're going to be choosing map pick, and they're choosing another map that they wanted beforehand. Looking at last week's stats, they won an Infernal Shrines, Tomb of the Spider Queen, and Volskaya Foundry. Map number 1, Volskaya. They lost on that. They're going back to another map that they feel comfortable on, or they have something planned here. Or they just want to run more Nazebo. Or dare I say it, not Cho'Gall. Do they run the big boy Asmodan? Because in my opinion, as a level 80 plus Asmodan, Tomb of the Spider Queen is my go-to place to play that hero.
Why is that?
Stacks rotations, small map, push potential. It's all there. His kit benefits from the map, in my opinion.
All right. Interesting. I mean, and well, you know, we already saw Zagara today, so all bets are off. Like, we know teams are probably going to become more experimental with their pick ban phases as the season goes on, and kind of the meta that existed going into CCL is probably going to shift a lot, right? Because it wasn't quite the same type of consistent competition really going into this, was it? Where, you know, maybe now people, do you feel like there's, and you have to tell me this because you're the ones who are more familiar with kind of the heart of the swarm, the Heroes of the Storm scene. I knew I was going to do it. The Heroes of the Storm scene going into this. Do you feel like this CCL is being treated a bit more seriously than some of the other competitions earlier, which might have an effect on the tightness of the draft?
If we're looking at previous iterations of CCL, when we built these teams and we had, Kaiberries and Turk and Moonfair and all of these community members playing, those ones, people got sweaty for those. They definitely did some scrimming here and there, and they built some synergies. And they try-harded, but not like this. We are seeing a new level of experience and effort being put into these games, into the scrims. I know for certain that that's happening because I see the different Discords. I'm in all the hidden places, and I can see that the scrim schedules are going out, and I know that people are looking to try these things out during the weeks, and they're not coming into the weekend like, oh yeah, like today's the first day I booted up Heroes of the Storm, because that during Division S that was actually, but that's the thing, is to give you an idea of what it was like from HeroesCCL to what Here's the Storm competitively grassroots was almost a year ago. I remember people saying that, like, oh, I'm booting up Heroes for the first time this week to play in my best of whatever series. And that's how it was treated. Wow. And that's how it was treated in the past. It's just they didn't feel like they had to put the effort or the scrim work in. And now these teams, they're scrimming. They're watching each other. They're looking for small advantages through each other's streams, through these scrims. So me personally, as someone who's been in the scene for this long, this blows me away at the level of effort and excitement that comes from the community, the players, as well as the viewers.
That's great. Exactly what everybody wants to see, and I'm sure it's what a lot of the players want to be able to do, too. Well, let's check out this draft that we've got Chromie Badiv banned over on the WildHeart side and Brightwing Junkrat, the bans for CrowdControl. Now the picks come in. Grubby, any predictions? You've got 8 seconds.
Could be Johanna again. That was their first pick. It's
not a bad pick.
Yeah, they feel very comfortable with it, and it's great on this map. You want the early wave clear rotation priority. Like, you want to clear that wave before your opponent in mid with 4 to 5 people. You can take top. It creates moments where you can pay. It creates a quicker moment where you can get the bruiser camp. It's incredibly important. Expect heroes like Leoric to be picked. Gul'dan is better here. Nazebo is possible. There we go with the Cassia and the Leoric. This time, not really giving Cassia to the second pick rotation of CC.
It's probably a good idea, taking that Cassia away from Dino.
Yeah. Grubby, I got a question for you. You're talking about wave clear and rotations with Johanna. Do you know who fits in with Johanna on a rotation? I honest to God don't think we're going to be seeing it, but I love this Kerrigan. Aggression's going to be coming out. You also have really good synergistic CC. CrowdControl is playing to their name really well. Let's look at the 10 talent tier fight. You have Kerrigan. They have their Kerrigan combo, if you will, the Ravage, the Impale, and that's 2 forms of CC. You have Lurking Arm that can go underneath that, and you have a Blessed Shield to keep them in place on said Lurking Arm, and then you have Virulent Root, I believe is the name of the talent, at level 13 for the Stukov, which then you can also find a root within your Lurking Arm if you get the way to push your Lurking Arm together. So right now, the first 3 picks are so synergistically terrifying for me on the side of CrowdControl, but we made it through our ban phase with a Diva and a Deathwing banned out. Cassia, Leoric for the side of WildHeart as they need more wave clear, a potential solo lane, and something to heal with.
And I'll never forget when Kerrigan came out, like way back in the alpha. It was okay. Uther, Yrel are the pickups there for that, but like Kerrigan came out and her initial kit had 0 defensive stuff with it. It was all like jump in and hit things, but it just didn't work. You would just go in and
she had venom and stuff.
Yeah,
she would just immediately die. She was totally useless. She'd be like, I'm here, I'm Kerrigan, I'm gonna pull you in, and you just turn and just like one-shot her. And everyone's like, all right, well, we might need to put some defensive stuff in there. And then she became better Kerrigan. But I'll never forget like the first iteration of that character. It was comical.
It's very smart picks by WildHeart, going for a more bruisery comp that doesn't get easily bursted by Kerrigan. Also, anti-burst is good against Kerrigan, and Uther is that.
Very much.
But then the Malthael punishes such a bruiser-heavy frontline. He has a really easy time damaging and killing all of them. I'm loving CrowdControl's draft so far. Let's see if the final pick for WildHeart can save it. What?
Ariel. Interesting.
Ariel. Hey, Ariel Cassia was really good, but we haven't seen any Ariel for so long.
Yeah. All right.
Oh. Is there something to be said about Resurrection here, or do you think it's Crystal Aegis? Because some of those... that's what I'm trying to decipher myself, is like the last game, I honest to God think so many of those team fights could have gone the way of WildHeart if they had this Ariel, even with Resurrection, or I'm blanking on it. I just said it and I'm blanking on it. Thank you, Crystal Aegis. Like, I wonder if having something like that is exactly what they need to turn these fights back on their head, because it's so very close. And CrowdControl was walking away with a little bit of health. Whereas if I feel like the fight sustained a little bit longer, WildHeart could have had it. So right now, I'm leaning CrowdControl for game number 2 on Tomb of the Spider Queen. That's my call for this one, because they look good.
All right. So Bahamut calls CrowdControl with the 2-0 lead. Grubby, what do you think as we get into the game here? As we catch up with Bahamut later.
I don't know. I just want to enjoy a great game. Let's go with Ariel because it's a new pick.
That's right. Not the Little Mermaid, another angel from heaven.
Not Ariel. Ariel.
Ariel.
Not the cookie, not the mermaid.
Ariel. No, that's Oreo. It's a cookie. Ariel is kind of like a little bit of a in between the cookie and the mermaid.
Yes, it is.
In between the cookie and the mermaid was also the name of my punk rock album in high school, coincidentally.
Sure it was.
Not a lot of people know that. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Here we go, getting things started out on Tomb of the Spider Queen.
Oh,
Lights of Spider Queen.
Lights of Karabor by Yrel. We never see that talent. If you hit many enemies, you get loads of heals. Okay, kind of makes sense against 3 to 4 melee.
That works. We're fighting over the spiders early. All right. Big sweep. That's a lot of damage early on to Pig Kid. He needs to be very careful here. They're going to target the Leoric again. But Zergling able to knock people out. Lauber now taking a little bit of damage. And can they finish him? They can. Wow, Lauber only knows one direction we've heard. It is going in. And that time they paid for it.
Double support loves the 5-man fight mid. And while it was close, that's how it feels against Uther always. Because much of his healing is in the form of damage prevention with his armor. Taking the full 5-on-5 was gutsy by CrowdControl. And, you know, it's a small deal. It's not a big deal. But it is kind of expected for the 5-man of WildHeart to win that with that double support. You need to get to points where you have silences if you really want to deal with Ariel teams. And luckily for CrowdControl, they are prepared. Prioritizing Stukov so high from the first game to this second game has been really clever by CrowdControl, because silence are the key to break apart double support comps, which is something WildHeart showed they do last week, and they're doing it today again. So that really high priority Stukov pick has been clever.
Do you think the idea basically here is just to have sort of a Cassia hyper carry on the WildHeart side? Yeah,
for sure. There's a lot of weight on Cassia's shoulders here. Unaverted has that Ariel to babysit her, has Uther, has 2 frontliners. It cannot be any more than what you just said.
Makes sense. And she is, that Ariel is bestowing hope, of course, on the Cassia. You'd imagine it's going to be there for most of the game.
It's also a really good wave clear team, actually, for having double support and Uther that sound weak in wave clear, but Ariel is one of the better ones. And then you've got Leoric and Cassia. that leads them to have this bruiser camp and put a lot of pressure mid. They've got the spell on for Kerrigan with the flank, gets the single stun on Ariel.
Well, Rutso coming from behind tries to put a little bit of damage onto Buds here, but that team is just so tanky. Like we talked about earlier, the Kerrigan is going to have a really hard time actually finding picks.
It is. It's difficult. There's Gladiator's Medallion, which no one used yet on the side of WildHeart. And it's 2 to 3 bruisers and 2 supports. Like, that's not a comp Kerrigan wants to play into. It was an early pick. This is supposed to be Malthael's playground. That's how CrowdControl wins this, but man, look at that. WildHeart is just cleaning up mid-gate, top-gate. Great start for them.
Yep. Just simply being able to bully their way in to anywhere they want right now on the map. Slowly loading up those gems, but it'll take a while.
Feels confident to go full damage talents. He takes the damaging heal. He takes the extra damage stun talent that gets multiple people and adds damage. It's super greedy.
Yeah. Detainment strike, not going to detain, but it's going to knock people back. Oh my goodness, Uther down already. So big pick by CrowdControl there. Can they get everyone out in time and make this a 1-0? Zergling manages to get back to the well here over the wall with Avenging Wrath. But that's a lot of damage onto the Kerrigan too. Rutso in a little bit of trouble. He's going to pull people in anyway. Lauber follows up with the Condemn, but they're really bringing their enemies closer when they don't have a lot of HP. That's so dangerous. They lose the Stukov.
Buds with the strike with the last hit into the healing fountain. Unaverted was chasing for a while. Buds saw an opportunity and he took it. Nice turnaround as it looked like CrowdControl with the silencing arm got that first kill. Looked like they were going to disengage, but no, said WildHeart, and they made them pay in blood for that move.
Yeah, they really did. And CrowdControl's overconfidence may have cost them a little bit. Now they're going on to Buds here. Oh, Kerrigan not able to connect with the E, I believe it is. You know what? Pit Kid comes in with some big sweeps on the Leoric, and that's going to be enough damage for another finish off via the Ariel. And how about another kill? Why not? It's starting to get out of control really fast right now. Buds has to... That time, Pit Kid managed to pick one up. It's getting a little bit crazy. It's a bloodthirsty support for Buds. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he's been hitting the good stuns, and this is a really crazy talent. You push people back further, so you're more likely to get the stun and the bonus damage from it. And you get up to 60 bonus damage for 6 hits, and then suddenly it adds 250 upon completion. That's really good numbers for a talent. Like at level 4 to get 250 bonus damage to something on a cooldown of 12 seconds that normally does about 200. It's more than double. It's amazing.
Yeah. Pretty huge. Well, here we go. The Web Weavers are descending right now and pretty far up too. So things aren't going to get any easier for CrowdControl right now. Dequaza barely gets out on that Malthael. Zergling just wants to put a little bit more damage on if they can, but it's looking pretty grim for CrowdControl already here in game 2.
Dequaza has a really interesting build too. He went for the Wraith Strike talent at level 1. Bonus range, and that gave him a really easy getaway on one of those minions. Then he's got Black Harvest at level 4. So this is a Tormented Souls Wraith Strike build by Dequaza. He's gonna go in, he's gonna stay in for a long time. And I'll be curious to see how that works out. For now, WildHeart gets their level 10s, Divine Shield. We have Ardent Defender, we've got Ball Lightning, Resurrect, and Entomb.
Like you talk about Dequaza staying in on the Malthael, I don't know how long you can stay in on against a team like this. You're going to have so much damage coming in, and if they don't want you there, they can knock you out of the fight pretty easily.
X-Ray is going to be key there, and the distraction of Rutso, the silence of Sylvanas and Stukov. The tools are here to break apart a five-man that is mobbing, that has a double support. Silence is the key, and CrowdControl has it. They just need their level 10. They need a good fight. Is this going to be it? The boss is being taken, and CrowdControl comes in to contest it, and it's given up.
Yeah, I mean, that level 10 with CrowdControl is just a little bit too scary for WildHeart to keep doing the boss. Probably a smart decision. All right, Train Hope onto Dequaza here. And now backing away. Now Dequaza goes in again. Dequaza maybe can find a little bit of damage. We'll see. Pit Kid able to Wraith walk his way out after taking a bit, so not a big amount of danger. Zergling able to walk back in with the Avenging Rat, takes a lot of damage, gets silenced immediately by the army. Has to run. The Ultralisk is chasing now, courtesy of the Sylvanas, and that's one kill. Not Sylvanas, the Kerrigan. Wrong queen in a Blizzard game, but it is going to be the Sylvanas picking up the kill anyway.
Yeah, pretty cool fight. There was a huge Wailing Arrow. 4 members were tagged. And that worked out for CrowdControl. They now got the turn in. They lost a fort and a bit of a wall. Equal levels. This phase is going to be incredibly important. If WildHeart defends this without much losses, they're on a really good route to being super ahead in this game. But CrowdControl has the possibility to find an opportunity. Look how they're moving. 2 mid, 3 bots, a very sedate beginning for now. Zergling shouldn't die. He doesn't have Ardent Defender. This is just going to do a lot of damage with Black Arrow, as Kerrigan and Johanna are valuing mid. Top completely neglected so far by CrowdControl. It's all about the Sylvanas.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, they can make a lot of progress on this bottom lane. It looks like that fort is almost certainly doomed. Uther finishes his quest here, so that's going to be something for WildHeart at least.
Fort is gone. Johanna actually, Lauber, he went to get a few minions and XP top, a few gems. Now, is there an overstay by Rutso? Kerrigan is deep. Kerrigan bottom lane.
Yep, Kerrigan trying to get some damage down. Rutso, though, a little bit trapped here. Finds a stun onto Funds, but he's trapped by Buds. He's in the double support nightmare here. Zergling there to try to... Oh, he gets massive shoved X-Ray there. That might have saved the Kerrigan. Looks like the rest of CrowdControl popped up quick enough anyway. And look at Dequaza in the middle of everybody. Doing a lot of damage on that Malthael. Maybe this is a fight that CrowdControl is looking for. It's tense on both sides, but there's a Silence. Maybe they got enough on Pink Kid. They did find him. Silence helping them pick up that kill on the Leoric, and they're going to be content with just that. And I think they definitely should. That was a fight that they were able to just barely turn around into their favor.
Another fantastic Wailing Arrow by Dino. Yesterday we saw Mind Control. Today it's 4-person Wailing Arrow hits twice in a row. Fantastic.
Makes it easy when they group up like that.
Yeah, that's true, but that's what the double support comps do, right? Like that's what Aria comps have to do. So it's a really solid pick. Now WildHeart, they get their level 13. They have a load of gems. They would love to go turn in.
Yep. Let's see if they're allowed to do it. That's the question.
Looks like it.
Getting there. Okay, they do. Yeah, they get the Web Weavers of their own.
WildHeart must immediately deal with the siege. That is pushing the bottom lane unacceptably deep. And Yrel showed top. They're going to try to catch Yrel, who is the... Yeah, he was too smart about it. Yrel not got Zergling running away like only a Zergling can.
Well, I mean, you know that he's got those adrenal glands upgrades to get out of there just faster, you know?
It's insane.
Actually, adrenal glands makes you attack faster, but...
yeah, metabolic boost.
Exactly, yeah. I haven't played StarCraft 2 in a while. I know those talents at least, slash upgrades. Oh, stun! On the pit, got grabbed by the Kerrigan, gets silence as well, but right, Dequaza gets in the back on the Malthael again. Zergling barely escaping. Dequaza goes in, gets hit with the Righteous Hammer as he tries to finish off the kill. X-Ray with a push out, but they're not able to save their Malthael. Now the turnaround, WildHeart going on to Rutso, and now CrowdControl the ones on the run, and they're gonna have to give up this fort.
Oh, Doa, it is such a big statement to take a 5 versus 5 fight as the Web Weavers are descending. It is the biggest possible power play you can make as a defender on Tomb of the Spider Queen. Extremely risky. If you lose it even by a bit, you take massive siege damage in every lane. But if you win it, you can completely nullify the value. This time it didn't pay off for CrowdControl, but that's a huge arm by X-Ray, a huge root.
Big lurking arm, and the fort was able to actually do a ton of damage because they just couldn't get away from it. Meanwhile, Budge is trying to stay alive. Sacred Sweep through everybody, but it doesn't matter. Not enough damage to really worry about if you're crowd controlled. They're going to just keep chasing. Unaverted pulled in and taken down by the Kerrigan again, and now Dequaza getting the back line to finish off Zergling with that Malthael Funds is going to be the only one remaining at this point. And that is a clean fight for crowd control. And, you know, it's a little bit reminiscent of a different game that we saw a little bit earlier where it looked good for WildHeart early on, and CrowdControl just simply had better team fighting.
Dude, it reminds me so much of the Open Division games I was casting many years ago by now with Lauber. He played often in Open Division, where however his team was doing, and I'm forgetting the name for the time being right now, they could fall 1 level behind, 2 level behind, they could be ahead. But there was always this one fight that he would suddenly just crush, him and his teammates. And it just felt like it didn't matter how much ahead you were against them. It harkens me back to that time, man. A fantastic fight with CrowdControl. X-Ray with the huge root on multiple people inside the fort. WildHeart didn't respect that Stukov threat, and he's punishing them for it.
Crowd control with another round of web weavers now, and this could be one that does some pretty serious damage to WildHeart. They are behind now.
Yep, lost many gems there. It's completely defense mode now. The victory feeling turned to ashes in their mouth, and they
may have. Oh, all right, Entomb. Maybe they can make something out of this. They've got a lot of damage in onto the person that was trapped there, but it doesn't really even matter. They're going in anyway. Lauber unperturbed as he's going to keep pushing forward here. Dequaza has to back away a little bit. Lauber down. Pit Kid got in the back lines of Fisherman. Now Zergling chasing, taking on Kerrigan. And what can you say? WildHeart turning it around now as well. Dequaza on his own, and it's just kind of one by one. They're able to 5v1 people on crowd control, just isolate and kill.
Yeah, that was really cool. They did the Entomb on Johanna. They focused Johanna, got her down to about 50%. Lauber got away. The immediate turn on Rutso. Great shot calling for WildHeart. Taking Kerrigan on, but then Kerrigan did the Chrysalis, so he stayed alive. They switched target again, even as Pit Kid on Leoric was draining the life of Johanna and chasing her. And together with that level 16 talent, Crushing Hope, an additional 15% of the target's maximum health as damage when you complete the full channel. That was just a huge chunk out of Johanna. Pit Kid confirmed the kill. Then they were able to clear up Malthael and Kerrigan as well. Great fight by WildHeart, defending when their backs were against the wall. They keep every single keep alive, but only just.
Right. And so just like that, the game shifts back the other way. We thought crowd control was getting ready to end it, but WildHeart had very different ideas. Lauber, all right, Pit Kid, looking for another one already.
Everyone has their ults available. It's level 18 apiece. Might as well have a fight.
Yep. Sure enough. Well, you know they're going to have to fight because otherwise one of the teams is going to get that turn in. They're pretty close. Yeah. It looks like WildHeart may get a turn in fairly soon here.
They're
they can keep the pressure on.
They're sending out a Verted. No one to stop him.
Yep. They're trying. And there it is. So another Web Weaver round for WildHeart. And that's big because, again, they still are a little bit behind in structures overall with that very low bottom keep.
True.
But getting another Web Weaver at this time of the game is going to be pretty strong.
Very clever to immediately clear top lane. They want as much pressure on that top keep as possible. So that Weaver will go all the way next to the keep, which makes it difficult for crowd control to decide where to defend. Look, they're going to push with this one, then the mid Weaver hits, and Leoric makes sure that that one hits mostly in tandem with the top Weaver. I think Leoric should be joining here very, very soon because this Weaver is gone already. Wow.
Yeah, nice. He's coming up.
Control.
Yeah, crowd control just bursting down the Web Weaver before the 4v5 team fight can really happen. Now they might have a 5v5 in mid with this second Web Weaver, but they've got a full wall to play around at least. Or nearly full wall to play around at this point. Or a formerly full wall to play around at this point.
Dino just crushed that Web Weaver. It's not going to do much. I feel like there was a slight mis-syncing of the Weavers. Maybe they cleared too many minions top because they didn't arrive on time enough. I think they should have left like 1 or 2 minions, make sure that the top and the mid arrive same time. WildHeart didn't manipulate the objective well enough. They actually arrived. And it's also to crowd control's credit that they cleared it so well. But look, it's still level 20 v19.
Yeah, waiting for that fight. You can tell crowd control wants this. Oh, Entomb gets used, but it doesn't catch anybody. That's the go button maybe for crowd control. Zergling walks in anyway. They bet a big stun on Hearth though. Ooh, wow, what a pick. It was all a bait. Yeah, just, you know, intentionally miss the Entomb and then get the pick on the Kerrigan. Of course, it's all part of the plan, right?
It does feel that way. It's like, imagine, you know, Pit Kid might just think like that. He doesn't even have Buried Alive. That was fine. Like, he split the team, even though he didn't catch anyone. It's fine. Entomb without Buried Alive is nothing. And then Kerrigan just set forward in a 19v20. That feels impetuous. WildHeart is looking to end it.
Yeah, that's right. They're going under the core right now. Lauber walks in. A lot of damage on the Funds as well as he tries to be careful, gets pushed out with a lurking arm. No, that wasn't the Uther, that was someone else. That was Pit Kid. That's the shot on the Leoric actually. And crowd control doing everything they can with this 4v5, but they just can't finish anyone off. And this is kind of what we were talking about, where WildHeart is just so tanky right now. Even Dequaza getting in there and soul ripping like there's no tomorrow can't quite seem to finish. Pit Kid a little bit low though, but they turn around, they get the blind onto Dequaza. He's going to back away. Not fast enough though. And you gotta give CrowdControl some credit for trying to make a fight work here. And maybe with Rutzo and Dequaza back again, they've got a chance to fight this one. We will see, but it's going to be close. Lauber low. All right. WildHeart still not giving this one up just yet. Unaverted the one, taking a lot of damage here. Zergling has to hop away for the moment. Meanwhile, they're going to focus down Dequaza again. And yeah, WildHeart is just unbeatable at this point. The game is over. And X-Rail with one last parting shove for good measure, but WildHeart is going to tie up the series.
So do you realize Buds just used Resurrection on a skeleton? He used it on Leoric to make his spooky ghost come back quicker.
Why not?
Normally you save it for others, not Uther or Leo, but that was actually part of the equation why CrowdControl was pushing so hard, because they figured, hey, it's still 5 versus 4. Suddenly Leoric unghosts, comes back and starts adding his damage to the fray again, and it was enough for WildHeart to equalize and grab the victory here and get the 1-1. Nice.
Indeed. So WildHeart not going to be giving up an 0-3 this time around. We've seen a couple 3-0s so far, but glad that this one's not going to be one of those. Bahamut, I believe you're back with us again. Any comments on that game as we look at the stats here?
A lot of little things that I noticed throughout that entire game. Grubby, of course, called out the one thing that I was going to hit at here, which is no buried alive for Pit Kid. Once again, this is Burning Despair. Pit Kid with the different build for this Leoric, because, you know, oftentimes we also do see the Ominous Wraith and the Royal Focus at 13 and 16 for the cooldown reduction, as well as the damage reduction from the team. So different playstyles really, really benefiting WildHeart here. I, honest to God, thought that Malthy was going to be able to shut down a lot of this double support with all the grouping. Grubby noted as well, you know, with this Aria, with this Uther, everyone wants to kind of be together. So the Tormented Souls was a really good answer to that, but it just did not work out in the end. And I'll be honest, this is one of the first Urels I've seen that didn't take Dauntless and actually won a game. The last time I actually saw Urel take Light of Karabor, which was when they buffed it ages ago to try and get people off of Dauntless, that was not a win either. So WildHeart showing us that different builds, different playstyles, and different compositions are really, really making a wave here in HeroesCCL.
I mean, that's kind of the WildHeart way of doing things, right? Unorthodox comps, unorthodox talent builds. It's not the first time that Leoric on WildHeart has not been taking that common buried alive talent. We saw it last week as well. And it's something that you kind of almost have to start expecting now when you're playing against them.
Maybe.
Yeah, could be.
We also have the Follow the Rules talent by circling at level 13, where the Vindication reduces the damage that enemies deal. So that actually has a really sick interaction with armor. So first they do less damage. So if someone does 100 damage, they do only 60 instead because of the 40% reduction. Then it gets reduced by armor once again. Whereas when you have two sources of armor, those don't stack anymore.
Right.
So when you reduce it at the source, then armor, it's double reduction, and it's how they were able to stay alive with the double support in some of these fights.
Gone are the days of main tank Tychus.
Yeah.
When you just stack a bunch of armor on. I think it was like, what was it like? You'd stack armor from Uther. Oh God, who else was it? Was it just Tychus and Uther could stack armor together, and you just had this really difficult hero to kill consistently? Or was there another hero in the equation? I'm trying to remember. Either way, it's gone are those days because we don't have stacking. But
you've got time to try to think about it. As we're going to take a break here, and when we come back, we'll see who takes the lead in the series. Don't go anywhere, guys. Game 3 coming up right after this on HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. We'll see you in a few.
We want you to be able to keep your characters in your pocket, and that all starts here. Roll20 is excited to announce the invite beta for our new mobile app. You've been asking, and now we're reaching out to our awesome community to help us build the best mobile VTT experience. Our mobile app debut focuses on the Dungeons & Dragons 5e character sheet. Just a simple swipe or tap sends your dice rolls directly to your campaign on your computer. Long gone are the days of multiple windows. Now you can preserve valuable screen space and be ready for an impromptu game of D&D wherever you go. While we're currently in invite beta, we know that our community is the key to a bright future here at Roll20. So stay tuned for more information about the open beta on our blog and newsletter. This is only the beginning.
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big ass beer soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Welcome back, everybody, to HeroesCCL, presented by Roll20. Doa, Grubby, Bahamut, back with you. We are all tied up between WildHeart Esports and CrowdControl, but I'm excited because as we mentioned earlier, we broke $11,000 for the crowd-funded prize pool addition, and because of that, we have a special interview guest coming on the show. Bahamut, why don't you introduce this wonderful individual?
Oh, we have the best boy. Because we hit 11K, I promised chat I would give them a cookie. So there you are, everybody. Bandit gets the 11K cookie.
He doesn't look hungry.
He's gonna nervously stare at me. Yeah, he's very, very nervous. You can't watch him. But thank you all seriously so much for donating towards the player prize pool and helping us hit this goal.
There we go.
And we really appreciate it. So thank you all so much. There's a cookie for the good boy as we get ready for our game number 3, Doa and Grubby. Are you ready for more Heroes of the Storm action, my friends?
I am ready. I'm ready to see other heroes that we haven't seen before in CCL. Grubby, how about you?
I want to look more at bandits, but we can do that after the show, Bahamut. All right, let's do Hots. Next best thing.
With the private bandit camp for Grubby. All right, let's check out the map we're going to. It's going to be Infernal Shrines. And this, it looks like it was WildHeart's pick again, if I am correct. And this is the other map that they played last week against Granit Gaming.
Yep. So far, 3 maps in a row, WildHeart has taken us to that they played in the previous week. Now, we had a loss on that first one, which was our Volskaya Foundry. We just went to Tomb of the Spider Queen. And since WildHeart won that, they gave first pick or map pick over to the side of CrowdControl. CrowdControl opting for first pick priority for game number 3, meaning that the map pick goes over to WildHeart as you just saw. So, another comfort map. Do we see the Leoric? Is it something that you need to get rid of?
I wonder. That's a good question. What do you think, Grubby? It seems like it might be enough of a threat now.
Yeah, I think you guys might be onto something. It's been coming out in the first double pick rotation every time so far, isn't it?
True. Yeah.
It was
Leoric Uther.
It was Leoric Uther, then I think Cassia Uther in the last game. So, do you grab the Cassia here? Sorry, I know you had a point, Grubby.
No, this is Johanna again for a change.
It's just so good. Yeah.
They could deal with it. Don't forget, Leoric has been dealt with before.
Oh, and they take the Malthael away from Dequaza this time. Interesting. Huh.
Can still go Leoric. Like, Malthael Leoric is just insane tank blow-up potential. Okay, I'm going to call it
Diablo bad guy.
Leoric, Deathwing, Uther. Final 3 for WildHeart.
You think so?
No.
Well, we will see
Diva
and a Cassia.
That's very strong.
I'll always bring this up, but there's been conversations of Yrel versus Diva, and Diva being the stronger one in that solo lane, so we'll see what happens with that. But even then...
No, we won't. The Observer never looks at them. We won't see what happens.
Oh, wow. Take a shot.
It's not criticism, it's just you don't look at the solo lane. We literally won't see what will happen.
Because we don't want to look at him anyway.
I will say this, when I do my own streams, I actually tend to watch a lot of solo lane because I'm just like, I never get to see it in any of the other stuff I do. So like, I'm usually sitting up there and it's just like, look at this 3D chess that's happening. But Azaria...
It's like top lane in League. It's just like, there's not a lot going on usually unless they're both like super aggressive for some strange reason.
That's true. That is very true. A Cesaria to be banned out. That's another respect towards Rutso. We are going to be seeing a Ana banned out as they do need a healer on this left-hand side. They're going to grab the Stukov and a Nazebo. Infernal Shrines is another rotation-heavy based map, so the Nazebo finishing out the stacks is not unheard of. I actually made a note of this in the last game. At 14 minutes into the game, that was level 19 for the members of WildHeart on Volskaya Foundry. They had 221 stacks already on this Nazebo, so the rule of thumb that I've always heard is 10 stacks per level. That way you have a little bit of a buffer before you hit level 20 as well. Or if you're on pace, you got 200 at 20. But a Decker Kane and a Hanzo to round things out for CrowdControl. I don't know. I don't...
Oh, no, wait. They have Stukov already. Yeah.
I'm kind of on the fence for CrowdControl's draft. I think it's good. I just feel like it's lacking wave clear. And I know Hanzo has explosive arrow, but like, is that enough? I feel like sometimes it's not enough.
Diva has a lot, Johanna has a lot, Deckard has almost nothing, Cassia has great, Hanzo gets great at 4. They're fine. I'm worried about WildHeart's wave clear a little bit. Oh, there we go.
Leoric, that helps. Yeah. All right.
With the Malthael, what are your thoughts on the Malthael here? Because it was a very early grab, and it wasn't intended for the solo lane, I don't think. I think it was intended to get the backline consistently within the rotations. Or do you think it's a different tool here?
I think it's like a counter pick as well, because Malthael did so much damage to them last game, and they like running these bruiserish comps. I think they wanted to have the flexibility to go with a Deathwing, a Leoric, and a Yrel, and just a bunch of tank class heroes. And yeah, maybe I think that's part of it.
Could be. Bahamut, who do you think won the draft?
Man, I've been wrong so far today, so let me continue to be wrong. Maybe I'm gonna go with WildHeart. Honestly, it's the Nazebo, the rotations, the level 20 for them is really strong. Infernal Shrines typically goes to 20, so I'm leaning WildHeart for game number 3.
All right, thanks for the input, Bahamut. We'll catch up with you after the game. But Grubby, what do you think?
I think it looks good for crowd control. They have a lot of abilities to control the fight. Some might call that crowd control. Deckard with the massive slows and roots from afar.
Sure.
We have Valkyrie to engage. There's the Hanzo Dragon Arrow. There's Blessed Shield. I think it's a really scary team by crowd control. Objectively speaking, a lot of the tier S heroes, Johanna, Cassia, Deckard, Diva, and WildHeart, they took heroes from a little bit lower in the cupboard, but they know how to use them. I just think crowd control's draft oozes strength, raw damage output, raw healing output, and a load of stuns and roots. So yeah, we'll see. WildHearts is the odd one out here once again. Their draft.
True enough. Well, here we go into the mid lane. On Infernal Shrines, a little bit of aggression happening already as usual. Zergling's gonna get out, no problem there. So I'm curious to see, how these first shrines are gonna go. Pit Kid just getting in there to just be annoying, and what when you look at these early skirmishes like this, it's not often that people die. What is the point of just fighting in mid like that? Like, why even do that? Is it just to see if maybe you can get lucky and get a kill, maybe get lucky and make them use a well? Like, what's the real reason for having this like skirmish in mid?
It's information and rotational speed. So the next question is, what if you don't do it, and the opponent does, right? So sure. You send 1-1-3, and the opponent sends 1-4-0 for mid. You go 1-1-3. You have 3 bot. The mid wave clashes first, so the 4 people uncontested, they will clear the mid wave immediately. They then have a choice to send everyone top or everyone bot. And they can kill
the price to invade. Crowd control coming in to try to take away the siege camp from WildHeart. We'll see if they can do it. Pit Kid a little bit locked down here. Uses a hammer of righteousness, but doesn't really get people away, and that's going to be a kill onto the Diva mech here. Crowd control losing that early on as Zergling in the backline, really making Rutzow's life hard. That said, Diva down and crowd control has to escape. They went for the engage. Nice toss in the end. And that is going to be a fight that crowd control wants back. Sorry to cut you off, but man, and now they're going to get their siege camp taken. This is rough.
I'm glad you did, though. I get in these thoughts and look at that Nazebo wall with the Khazras. Yeah, it's not enough to finish it anymore. Now that it has so much shields, that's almost never enough anymore. But yeah, after you 1-1-3, the 3 can't go anywhere except up, but the 4 mid can go up or bot. Right, so you can suddenly have 4 on the top lane ganking the solo laner, while 1 goes bottom to soak the remainder of the wave. Sure. Or you can send 4 bot to meet the 3, while the middle guy is waiting for the rest of the wave that he has to soak. So if you don't send 4 mid, you're continually facing imbalanced odds in any lane, and you don't know which it is because you've got no vision. As stupid as it seems to send 4 mid and have this silly skirmish, you have way more options if you are the 4-man that wins the first wave.
Yeah.
And if you do meet 4 versus 4 mid, and you clear the wave quicker, not even counting how much damage do you do to enemy players, how much damage do you take from players, but you clear it quicker, you're also free to go. You can go, school's out early, go live your life. You can go top, you can go bot, whereas the others are still there clearing the remainder. You can then send your...
Yeah. Both teams on top to try to handle this first Punisher shrine. I look forward to reading your 23 tome volume on this on the thought process of lane swapping.
It's coming out soon.
And
please follow my podcast now that I have your attention. I talk more about 4 mid-man.
I believe you'll write it faster than Game of Thrones is going to finish, at least.
Oh god, he said it's coming soon though. But
what it comes down to is this is a difference between a MOBA with a jungle and a MOBA without a jungle.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do until minute 1, so that's why you need to win that mid lane.
Exactly. I get it. And I would love to do a podcast with you about this later. We got to make this happen. All right. Meanwhile, a little bit of a fight here coming through the zombie wall, making big problems for Dino, and he is going to, or Dino rather, and he may do exactly that. No, going to turn around, and they might get the kill onto Funds here instead. Funds on the Malthael barely escapes with his unlife, as it were. Lauber with a nice condemn, bringing Pit Kid and uninverted back in. That gives Rutzo a couple extra arrow shots. Doesn't really hit anyone with the scatter arrow, but they do force him back, and maybe CrowdControl can turn the Shrine around. It just doesn't look like they have the HP to do it. And Pit Kid zoning with that Urel is going to make it very difficult for CrowdControl to run back in here. Yeah, especially now that they've caught him trapped at the zombie wall. Oh, but they turn and nearly pick up Circling. He already had that Wraith Strike going, though, or Wraith Watt going.
Lauber!
Oh, Lauber. Shield.
Only Iron Skin. The damage over time? No, he got a healing potion.
Apparently.
Yeah, the healing potion. And
yeah. Well, they had maybe a little opportunity to go back and take the Shrine, but they're going to need to give it over. And it is going to be WildHeart with the first Punisher.
Yeah, it was pretty sick. There was a 4 versus 5 that WildHeart didn't lose. Leoric was double laning like a happy camper. Then he came in, and that just secured the deal for WildHeart. They're winning here early, as the Frozen Punisher is mounting an assault on the Fountain, and it goes down.
Yep. A lot of damage on the Fountain. They're going to get a lot of damage done on the fort as well. More importantly, taking out the turrets with this particular push. Good start for WildHeart.
Main tank Urel, by the way. It's just that we never really see that. Again, that Lights of Karabor talent that we also pretty much don't see. WildHeart Esports, 2 different Urel players so far, both buying into this talent, which is pretty cool indeed.
I mean, I suppose at the end of the day, it just makes you a little bit tankier, you know?
Yeah, but you know, so does the armor. So it's just that we have this secret. We know this talent is OP. Nobody else does. You can just imagine that they know something the other teams don't. They feel like anyway, and that's so cool about these clashing styles. Not just from different teams, but from teams that have never really played together, thanks to the free agent pool system. You have some Storm Leaguers, you have some X-Pros. And then different regions as well. NA, Europe, Korea. So we see a lot of different styles, and it's a real treat.
Yo, how about Sacred Ground? It's the ultimate from Urel. So very different style than we usually see with the Ardent Defender. Yeah, that's right. Going full pretty much, it seems like main tank Urel.
That's so interesting, man. Great point control, a little bit less burst protection. Nazebo, can you lower your wall?
Scumbag Nazebo blocking his own team. Oh, there's a nice stun, and there's a Valkyrie. Funzo manages to avoid it. They're going to turn on to Lauber instead. Scroll of Ceiling does keep the Sukov at bay, but they're going to entomb the tank. Lauber down. Here comes Take Plaza. Dragon Strike going through the middle of the team. We've got kills on both sides here. And CrowdControl trying to turn this one around their favor, but they're going to lose Take Plaza out of the mech and then out of this Mortal Coil, perhaps, unless he escapes. Looks like he may for now. Good Righteous Hammer to keep Zergling alive.
Yeah, no kidding. That Zergling was staring down the double barrel of a Marine, but he got saved by Urel just last second. Dragon Strike, by the way, no Dragon Arrow. I guess he felt there's a few too many tanks between Leoric and Urel that could block the shots and keep it from hitting the relevant target, which would be like a Nazebo.
Yeah, very true. Once again, the team's back off to their various camps, or at least WildHeart does. They've pretty much taken all the camps on the map for a while now.
Yeah, that's true. It's all blue. Repeatedly.
Here comes the Shrine.
Bottom Shrine activating. The Nazebo completed his range quest. That also gives him 5% spell power. 5% is 5%.
Hey, I mean, that's no joke. Like, 5% is a pretty significant amount of damage as the game goes on.
Yep, not bad, not bad.
Yeah. They'll take it. And they'll take the Bruiser camp. X-Ray and Rutzo able to claim that for CrowdControl as the push begins down in bot, just to keep that minion wave pushed up and allow WildHeart to take control of the Shrine a little bit easier. You can see Funds in there right now trying to get the early skeleton count up for WildHeart. Scroll of Ceiling from X-Ray gives a little bit of room for CrowdControl to come in. Zergling at the Entomb right after the Wraith Strike. They do trap the tank, but they need a bit more. There's the Dragon Strike coming through, but it didn't really connect with too many people. A lot of damage, though, on the Zergling. They will get the kill onto him anyway.
Lornado isolated, circling away from the rest of his team, just like Dragon Strike did. Great plays there by X-Ray with that Lornado. Now the Diva Mech. Skeletons, but after this, how is it going to be? Why didn't kill any skeletons?
Oh, wow. Pit Kid barely gets over the wall with the Avenging Wrath. Oh, no, he's not going to escape as well. But you're right. Yeah, I thought the self-destruct would do more, but it hit right between waves of skeletons and didn't really get anything for them. And now CrowdControl is going to be able to maybe claim this this Punisher. They definitely will. Arcane Punisher goes to CC.
Great job by CrowdControl. Still no level 13 pick for Johanna. There we go. He went for the Roar. By the way, he completed his Subdue quest last game on Tomb despite losing. Oh, Blessed Shield! Valkyrie!
Oh, Valkyrie, yep. Gets denied a little bit there. But X-Ray doing a pretty decent damage with these Roderick cubes and landing some really nice scrolls of sealing as well. And that's all of that CC to worry about. And a little bit extra damage is going to be an easy fort take for CrowdControl and Dot.
Did you see that zombie wall? They were actually using zombie wall to prevent Valkyrie from fishing the target to the maximum range. So cool.
Yeah. I mean, that's the nice thing about zombie wall is there's not a lot of abilities that just essentially create terrain like that, you know?
Yeah.
You can do all sorts of fun things with it.
It's Entomb, it's Tastadar's Force Wall, and it's Zombie Wall. So
yeah.
The Zebo counterpick to Cassia 5-head? Looks like it.
Do the Probius buildings work like that too?
No, they're all zero collision, including the warp gate. It's a gate to let people through.
That would be a little bit crazy if you could just build a wall with Probius. It would just stay there.
SC2 nightmares intensify. Cannon run.
Hey, at least we don't have to worry about actual force fields from sentries or something.
Thank God, yeah.
Hey, you were a Protoss player. You're the one who gives people nightmares.
I was never a fan of force fields. It just existed. I had to use it.
Your race had it, so you had to use it. I see.
Yep.
That's the excuse.
I was just doing my job. Oh, Valkyrie Stukov!
That's right, Valkyrie after the stun from the shield onto Stukov, and that was a great pick from CrowdControl. Man, just a great sequence of events. Lauber starting that one off with the Shield of Righteousness, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Blessed Shield.
Blessed Shield, rather,
into the Valkyrie. Just great combination. Every 60 seconds they can do it. Some people wonder if Valkyrie is bugging out. It's not. If you even so much as touch a wall, the wall will actually arrest your forward's momentum. So you need to make sure that Valkyrie fishes in completely out in the open.
Right. Good to know. CrowdControl. Still slightly behind on experience, but they have all the pressure on the map right now, it seems like.
8 seconds till their next ult combo. Johanna and Cassia are ready. Lauber, Dino.
Yeah, Fun's fishing with those Death Shrouds. He wants to try to find a pick onto Rutzo if he can, but Rutzo's not going to give him the range.
Everyone has their ults again. We have structural advantage for CrowdControl, and although they have been down on XP, structures actually matter more than XP, because once you get to 20, that's what gives you map pressure. That's what actually gives you a giant buffer against losing the game if you lose a fight, and it gives you the
if you've lost all your forward forts, how are you going to fight the shrines? You're just not going to have the vision to approach them safely.
Exactly.
And speaking of shrines,
they have healing fountain available, CrowdControl, on this mid shrine. That's crazy at this stage in the game. 13 minutes. So WildHeart would love to take down that fountain before the fight, before the objective. Don't think they can though. And they're all showing top. This is 3 members that gives CrowdControl a lot of freedom and confidence to move into the shrine and set a trap.
Right. Here we go. March of the Frogs from Nazebo, but just checking the smoke. Doesn't find anybody as WildHeart gets started on the shrine here. Ikwaza comes in, grabs a few. Nice cube into a great scroll of sealing. Hits 2 with that one. No follow-up, but they're just making it hard for WildHeart to advance. Pit Kid's going to go anyway with the Avenging Wrath. Not afraid. Zergling gets the Entomb onto X-Ray. X-Ray trying to walk out of it, but he's got to avoid the self-destruct as well. No, wait, it's on his own team. He's fine. Dragon Strike comes through again to just push people off the point. Fun's super low on that Maltail. Zergling manages to Wraith walk to safety, but this is all adding up to CrowdControl with another Shrine control and possibly another Punisher. Lornado starting to track back their direction. Unfortunately, that allows WildHeart in for them to try to get some action back in on the skeletons yet again. There's the Condemn. from Lauber as he tries to just split up the team of WildHeart. It's going to be Leoric getting in the back line. Rutzo and X-Ray a little bit low. Leoric having to back off, and that is going to be the Mortar Punisher going to crowd control anyway. So WildHeart just seems incapable of forcing crowd control at the point while they're getting aggressive onto Funds right now. Can they finish him? They get the Diva Mech. Now Funds a little bit low on that mount. They're still trying to escape. Death Shroud back to the minions. He's going to try to soul rip his way back to health. They've lost to Leoric already. Pit Kid down. And, well, Pit Kid not down quite yet, but he is out of the fight.
Pit Kid's up and out.
Yeah. Not down, but definitely out. And crowd control keeps marching forward.
That was a really clean objective fight by crowd control. They kept everyone alive, even though they used every single one of their ultimate abilities. They walked away, they stayed alive, and they took down the skeletons. It was surgical. They got one Leoric kill during that. They got the fort and a bit of the wall. Crowd control did a really good last minute because I was worried for them with Lauber and Dino being bot. Oh, hold on a second.
Valkyrie, they caught him.
Draenhope missed.
And then as Zergling tried to Wraithwalk away, like, that was just really well done. Like, they knew the Wraithwalk was going to be used. Had the Valkyrie ready as soon as he snapped out of it. Easy pick. Nicely done.
I was just worried last fight because Johanna, Cassia were south, and yet Hanzo, Deckard, and Diva were east. So it was a bit of a split, which meant that crowd control couldn't do their Blessed Shield Valkyrie combo. They didn't even try. They tried to go for Malthael, but he stayed alive. So I thought WildHeart was going to take it from that point, but crowd control, they got the rest of the Skellies. They were 30 versus 20 leading. Now, they haven't got a keep yet. In the olden days where everyone sucked, Nazebo 20 was a win condition by itself. You got 20, you won. It's no longer like that, but it's still 3 keeps WildHeart with a Nazebo Vile Infection. That's going to do really good damage at level 20. 10% bonus damage from Thing of the Deep. 35% bonus from Soul Harvest during the objective. And then Vile Infection adds a load of damage on top of that. With 45% spell power, Nazebo is going to be a powerhouse. But he does need to melee a minion wave or a Skeletal Defender cluster to get that bonus level 16 talent. Soul Harvest. So that's that's a fight that WildHeart wants to take on the Shrine. And crowd control, we've seen how quick they are with their trigger on Blessed Shield Valkyrie. Lauber is going to be the man to start the fight here. And if he can find anyone so much as an inch out of position, he's going to strike, and it could just be over because the keeps are completely unprotected.
Yeah. I mean, crowd control has kind of had to become zone control on this map, and they've done a good job of that as well. Just in terms of being able to use a lot of ultimates like Lornado, Dragon Strike, just to keep people off of the point in time to get the Punisher.
Yeah, it's good counters to Entomb. It's like, all right, you want to cluster around that Entomb to focus someone? Have a bunch of nasty weather effects.
Pretty much. Bring in the Midwest in spring, where sometimes it snows and sometimes you have tornadoes.
Man. Have you seen a tornado IRL?
Yeah, a few of them.
Yeah, scary.
Yeah.
Weird.
Thankfully,
How did it even work?
Thankfully not too close. I was about a quarter mile away from one once. That was about as close as I ever want to get. That's way too close. You can do the math. I don't know what the conversion is to kilometers, but it's close.
Yeah.
Shrine time.
550 meters, I think. All right, Shrine time. Potions everywhere already.
That's right. The setup from X-Ray with that Deckard Cane to keep everybody healthier. Wraithwalk in from Zergling. Ooh, he was looking for the Entomb. Is he going to find it? Threatening anyway, and it does zone crowd control out a little bit. Jump in from Pit Kid. We'll see what happens here. There's a nice stun in the back, or stun in the back there.
Entomb on Cassia. She's stuck.
All right. Can she get out? No, really no damage on the Dino.
She doesn't care.
Turn that right around, though. Oh my gosh, Zergling so low already. Rutzo throws in the Dragon Strike. That's going to catch Funds, do a lot of damage. Maybe X-Ray can even finish him off, get a bloodthirsty support kill. He's going to walk forward. Oh, he gets the stun with the auto attack. Watch out, that old man can smack. Funds has to run away. Lauber going to chase him here. And this fight is completely scattered. It's kind of turned into a bit of a brawl. Funds down to sub 300 HP. They decide he is the most vulnerable victim, but that Malthael will be able to come back pretty quick, even if they finish him off.
Yeah,
but
immediately.
Hey, why not?
But that was not the best fight by WildHeart. It was a bit awkward that Pitkit used his ground, sacred ground. he used it at the top right of the shrine, which made it very obvious that the bottom left is going to be like a weaker spot for WildHeart. And then the Entomb had no follow-up. It was a bit uncoordinated, but of course also CrowdControl, they made that happen, right? Like there was so much going on, it's really impossible to call. And well, here we go. The Punisher is attacking. It's 30%. Nasibo doing a lot of damage on it. Can they keep the keep alive? Unlikely.
Doesn't look like it. The Punisher just doing enough work to let CrowdControl be the ones to come in and finish off the keep. They can back away. They say, hey, keep your well. That's fine. We want you to stay hydrated. We just don't want you to be able to defend yourselves.
I wonder if Nasibo was so far... No, anyway, no more last fight. Let's look at what's happening here. There's still a Fallen Bruiser camp pushing top. So actually WildHeart, they're pushing out aggressively. They're like, hey, maybe we can buy a bit of time for that. I mean, the Bruiser is already dead, so they gotta be careful.
The lane, yeah. Meanwhile, the fight of the siege camp. Oh, they waited here. There's stasis Nasibo ice blacks immediately, but the Dragon Strike comes through. Oh, that was such a great pick by CrowdControl.
Great trap.
They waited in the smoke. Yeah, that's right. And Nasibo walked right into it. And Unaverted's going to feel a little bit silly about that one, man, after the chase. Now they're going to try to get the Valkyrie on the Buds. He gets stopped by the wall, but it's fine. Entomb comes in. Who is there to get the follow-up, though? Zergling just exits. It was a defensive Entomb, all right? It was a zoning Entomb.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it cannot be kept alive anymore.
Yep.
A trick
like
as
the end of the game pretty soon here.
Yeah. You said it, man. Like, they ran into a bush, Nasibo together with his tank, and there was a Blessed Shield, and then, yeah.
I mean, it was ice block right away, too, from Unaverted, but, like, when that ends, what are you going to do?
Everything else is going to hit you.
Yeah. So the core drops, and CrowdControl, just like I believe Bahamut predicted, is going to take the lead in the series 2-1. It's a best of 5, though, so that means WildHeart has a chance to come back, but they will lose here on Infernal Shrines. CrowdControl with the 2-1 lead.
Nasibo 20 is no longer a mantra that I will live my life by. I have been proven wrong.
Probably for a lot of reasons.
What's that?
I said that's probably healthy for a lot of reasons to move on from that.
Yeah, probably. It's so alpha. Yeah. Right. Johanna Lauber, he got that Blessed Shield, got the Nasibo. They cleaned up. They allowed the chase to happen until they turned around. A classic trick, and played out to a T. The keep was already gone.
Bahamut, we saw the trap in the end that ended the game. What do you think? Did things go kind of according to plan? What stood out to you in game 3?
Post 10, between Dino, Rutso, and Lauber, you had a consistent kill every 60 seconds.
Pretty
Blessed
much.
Shield, Dragon Strike, and Valkyrie are all 60-second cooldowns. There were too many moments where they would basically play off of those two, or basically it was either Hanzo playing off of the Joanna or Hanzo playing off of the Cassia. Really well played from CrowdControl. Like I find it hard to find issues or really an Achilles heel with this composition. It was just really well run. It was hard for them to really push in. Like, there was a couple early game kills for the side of WildHeart, and I think it was actually a triple kill over the first shrine. No, it was just before the first shrine. It was around the invade on the camp. It was 1 minute 45 in the game. So I unfortunately got to say, the Nasibo, you got to make some adjustments here. And I agree with Grubby, because in the past, you look at this and you go, they just got to get to 20 and they win the team fight. Grubby was sitting there doing all the math for all of us and saying how much spell power they have. But that spell power is mitigated if you basically have a Valkyrie, Blessed Shield, Dragon Strike combo melting them every single time.
If Nasibo's dead, the pandemic is over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also to note, though, there was a little thing just to note here as well. The level 7 from X-Ray. It's a big tool. They had the Emerald, which is an AoE off of your Heroic. So you have this giant square on the ground that you're now reducing the healing from the enemy side Stukov. So if you see that weighted pustule spreading around to all these players, because it's a very telegraphed thing, there's that little, that green kind of ooze around people. You throw your Emerald and you're still going to reduce some healing. Obviously, it's a bit of a window that you got to find, because popping the pustule is going to have that value. But overall, the members of CrowdControl looked at WildHeart's draft and found ways to just pick it apart, and they did this so very well.
Yeah,
really
impressive play.
Great point, Bahamut. We may even see more Deckard coming out with that Emerald, because WildHeart has been running severe self-healing talents.
Yeah.
1 or 2 healers every game. And then you have like Yrel speccing massively into healing. Leoric obviously is a self-healer. Malthael. They really like defense talents. armor, healing, and enemy damage reduction. So they want to stay in the fight for a super long time, draw people in, and then win in the aftermath. And talents like that, the Emerald from Deckard, are key in dealing with that. So we might see more Deckard.
When you have people like Pitkid and Budgeon, who, and I keep bringing this up, but these are big factors. They were on Team 8, Roll20, Team 12, and Octalysis together. These were players that were also shifting the meta back in the day. They were trying these main tank Uthers, these main tank Tychus, the Zool main tank as well, I believe, was an Octalysis special. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to adjust the HeroesCCL meta when it comes to our what we'd say is standard drafts. We're moving away from those heroes. And yes, it's not going to work out in some cases, but there are times when it can work out. And I'm excited to see if what they bring next to our next match here, Doa.
Well, we'll find out what map it's going to be in a moment here, at least, and that will maybe inform us a little bit about what to expect. It's going to be Battlefield of Eternity. This time it's CrowdControl's pick. And so we'll just go right back to Bahamut. We'll let you talk a lot right now. So what does this adjust what you were saying just a moment ago?
We're going to a map that's more a team fight based, and I think CrowdControl knows that, and they want that. The members of WildHeart, looking at their previous stats, they like to go to these large maps with rotations. They want to play the rotation. They want to try and play that macro and win through the pressure that they can put into the enemy team. CrowdControl did their research, did their due diligence in that, and now they know we're going to take you to a map that you might struggle on because our team fight is so deadly and so strong. That is the one big thing that I'm learning today from CrowdControl is, yes, they might have the leadership of just Lobber, and they have a lot of what you consider maybe community members or, you know, no one who hit the major pros, but this team is strong and terrifying in a team fight, and they're going to the map that plays well towards that.
Grubby, what do you have to add to that? Because clearly you're going to have a hard time as WildHeart to fight against the team fight like Bahamut was saying. Is there a way where you can just go toe-to-toe in the 5v5, or do you just pick a comp to totally avoid it on a map like this?
Well, I think the sorry. I think the we have seen a lot of macro and draft-based approach to the game. And CrowdControl is clever to pick BOE, which is a teamfight map, just like Bahamut said. Great point. But the double support still works when it comes down to continuous fighting. If WildHeart crafts a good team, kind of like on Tomb of the Spider Queen, where they have a team that can keep fighting over things, then even BOE can be turned into a strategical battle and not just who wins the first 1 or 2 seconds of the fight with great heroic synergy.
Cassia the ban, no surprise WildHeart wanting to kind of just remove that hero from the equation. That said, will CrowdControl ban the Chromie? I feel like that's the question that WildHeart's throwing at him. They're saying like, all right, well now you have to ban the Chromie or we're going to first pick it. What do you think?
With the first pick priority on the side of WildHeart they're trying to do that. They're playing the draft game, and it is going to be that Uther, and I think this plays exactly into what Grubby just said. Uther plus Ana on this map is great. Uther main tank is a great thing on this map. It doesn't have to be the Ana. I just think that they're very synergistic with their kits, with what they're able to do. But we also did not talk about the fact that Medivh is not banned out. So we have a lot of heroes we could be seeing. Medivh being picked up, Chromie's up and available as well. Do the members of CrowdControl opt for the Chromie since WildHeart opt for the playmaker Medivh? No.
It's going to be explosive. Stukov ETC, so that Chromie's still available. Do you really pick a Chromie along with the Medivh?
It's weird.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I wouldn't think that would be common. So they know that they don't need to pick it if they plan on doing it later, I guess.
I feel like this is NA, this is Medivh. We're going to see a Diablo and Li Ming maybe?
I like that actually.
Okay.
The Diablo dive into the backline with the portals from Medivh is really big. Li Ming
Diva
reset
Deckard.
potential is massive, and you also have that poke potential into the Immortal. But still, Diva for the solo, sustained damage, good chase potential as well with the micro missiles. I doubt we see Bunny Hop, but let me just hairbrain Bahamut for a second and say, let's say Portal, Bunny Hop backline, maybe. Deckard Cain though will be picked up with that. More CC, really good CC with that.
No,
Deckard
it's
Cain.
a Portal into Deckard melee stun, clearly.
Oh, excuse me.
Nobody ever sees it coming. Yeah, right in the back line.
But there's some
Maiev
decent
ban. All right.
CC, coming out from the side of WildHeart. This Maiev ban, I'm trying to think why.
Well,
Maybe
I guess you
Tsunade?
portal in, you Maiev, who also has a Force of Will. She pulls everyone in. Force of Will explosion talent at level 7. She can put out thousands of damage on multiple members. And then the D.Va Bunny Hop.
Yeah. Yeah, we could skip over that comment right there.
No, it could happen. You know,
You
it's
think
wild
so?
card.
Hey, I feel like
WildHeart.
we can't write off anything at this point. You know,
That's true. From WildHeart
We've seen-
especially.
Yeah, we've seen a lot today already. It's going to be Raynor and Yrel picked up for crowd control. Makes sense. You want that sustained damage from the Raynor. Yrel can just be there and walking through the middle of the map without as much worry.
Look at the
Solid pick.
control from crowd control. Stukov, lurking arm underneath the portal. ETC power slide, face melt from anyone through the portal. Raynor with penetrating round for anyone who comes through the portal. Yrel with righteous hammer for anyone who comes through the portal. A lot of control literally coming out from crowd control. There's
Diablo.
the Diablo, as Grubby was noting. It is a dive special with this Medivh. Hanzo gives them the race potential they're missing. Their wave clear is going to be a little lackluster, but it's not like we have massive rotation, so it's not the biggest concern here. Last pick, though, for the side of crowd control. They're going to need some extra damage. Is Li Ming up and available? She is. You could Li Ming here, realistically. Displacement through the portal once again. Just more control from crowd control, but we'll see what they end up going with for their last pick on Battlefield of Eternity.
Oh, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, Greymane, because this gives them gives them a lot of race potential on the Immortals.
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
it? Yeah.
The Raynor's a really good anchor in that with the Exterminator at level 1. You can double down with this Greymane, which is what they're going for, but Greymane also offers dive, burst, curse bullet. We could see actually go for the throat with the Decker D.Va pilot form, Medivh. There's a lot of squishy talents for WildHeart for the go for the throat value. Curse bullet's going to be chunking the Diablo, so we'll have to see what that 10 talent tier looks like. Overall, though, it's really hard for me to call this one because the Medivh's the big outlier. No, I'm going to. Every single
You have to.
I'm gonna say it's crowd control for this one. They're gonna take the entire series 3-1, in my opinion.
All right, Bahamut calls it ending in this next game. Crowd control. We'll see if they can win it. It's hard to argue, Grubby, against crowd control with the team fighting acumen that we've seen from them so far today. But as we get things started, I'll get your opinions on a minute from now. But let's introduce our players just in case it's the last game in the series from WildHeart Esports, trying to keep their hopes alive in this best of 5. Zergling on the D.Va, Unaverted going to be playing the Hanzo, Pit Kid playing the main tank Diablo, Buds on Deckard Kane, Funds playing Medivh, and meanwhile on the crowd control side, the red side of the map, the team trying to win it. X-Ray on the Stukov Dino on the Raynor, Lauber on ETC. Dequaza playing the Yrel, and we've got Rutzo on the Greymane as we get things started. Good luck, have fun from all the players in the lobby. Grubby, do you think Bahamut was right?
He may just be. Then again, he may not be. Yeah.
Oh, so a non-answer is what you're giving me, basically.
That's right.
All right, they're rushing in, trying to take down this turret really quick. Getting a little bit of damage, might as well.
60%. They choose not to go for the 4-on-4, and that makes total sense. In fact, it's predictable. You're against Medivh. Medivh loves to stack early, and it's double support, which doesn't die in a 4-on-4 at level 1. So crowd control, obviously, they didn't want to go for the 4-on-4 bot.
Yeah.
Go top. They get 60% of a tower. Good job to them. Oh! Wow.
Ooh, Zergling down to 200 HP. He barely got out with his life there. Meanwhile, good start on the Arcane Rift quest from Medivh. Already 6 hits with that. That can be tough. It's a pretty short range ability.
Yeah, not bad at all. Nice. Of course, he always wants to be part of the fight. So they're going to try to match crowd control as much as possible. Medivh's going to scout. Are you going for the Khazra Impaler camp? By the way, crowd control's draft is surprising. Li Ming seemed to be something you might see come out 5th. 1 mage, 1 auto attacker. This is an extreme objective damage comp. With Greymane and Raynor, racing is going to be massively in favor of crowd control. They recognize that Deckard, Medivh, and D.Va and Diablo don't have a lot of race potential. So this is an extremely polarizing draft where crowd control says, unless you do everything perfect with Medivh, you will lose the objective in the game every time.
That's right, Dequaza just taking a journey through the opposing base there for a second, going behind enemy lines, but with that Avenging Wrath, the Yrel can bounce out whenever she needs to. Kind of funny, though.
Yeah, she got away, no problem. Everyone came even, but it's Yrel. She's with Frankie.
Divine Purpose Avenging Wrath to jump out again. And time to back off and take some of the bruiser camps.
Did you hear that? Raiders roll.
That Raiders roll. All right. I mean, we're already. What more do you want, Rainer? We're already killing the demon dudes there. Yeah. Where's he gonna roll to?
Oh, nuclear option.
Oh, that's a little bit different.
Yeah. When hitting your self-destructing mech with big shot causes it to self-destruct faster, and you gain more charges from auto attacks.
Hey, I really like that for this map in particular. Oh no! Unaverted gets caught there. Yeah, Medivh goes down, gets hit.
Rip quests.
No kidding. Yeah, that one's really rough. The Arcane Rift reset. Rutzo picks up a big kill for his team there.
No one bottom for WildHeart. They went for the 5-on-5 here. They just got smashed by X-Ray's silencing arm and the combined CC and damage. CrowdControl, they're in a great spot. They get the trade. Diablo's not even a threat because they knew Medivh isn't here yet.
Maybe he's a little bit of a threat. He gets the toss and the charge onto Rutzo. It actually pushes him up, and they're going to chase him with the portal. But ooh, that was a really close call. X-Ray was right there with a big melee onto Unaverted. He bounces out on the Hanzo. Meanwhile, Lauber trying to keep them in the fight, getting a little bit of damage on. That's a good silence on Diablo. It's a bit of a shield, so he's going to get out without taking too much more HP damage. Self-destruct did actually hit a couple members of CrowdControl. Oh, that's a kill into the Urel. They were right on the edge of the self-destruct damage, and that was enough.
And I think it pushed them out into the boss stun. So it was like the most telegraphed boss stun synergy that was still unexpected because there were so many other threats with Deckard's roots and so much to think about. Still, they win the 50% trade so far, CrowdControl. They're still good on experience, and they're still ahead in structures. But now, WildHeart, they have to defend this one. They have to defend. That's how their comp works.
Right, they're going to try. There's the throw into Lauber. He's going to power slide back through for a little bit of a stun.
Dekwaza on Medivh.
Yeah, he's going to try to stay alive here, but that's going to be a little bit tricky as he is pretty much confident. Rutzo on the Greymane has to back away. Stun into Dekwaza. He's going to get thrown in again by the Diablo. Avenging Wrath gets out. Oh, but X-Ray comes through. And, well, actually can't save his teammate. It was Funds that actually came through, I believe. No, it was a Hanzo, actually. A lot of stuff going on right now. Either way, WildHeart ends up finding a kill they were looking for. Oh, dear. Dino again. It's just, he hasn't been able to get close at all with that Greymane yet. That's why. Another kill on both sides here. This time, it's going to be the Rainer going down as well.
A great combo by Pitkid on Rainer. Oh, there's Greymane. He goes down as well in a 3 versus 4 now. Fantastic result for WildHeart. They do lose Medivh and his stacks again. Did they buy enough time? Did they buy enough time? The race!
Maybe. We'll see. Bud's a little bit on his own with Zergling trying to finish off that last little bit of HP, but it's going to be, I think, CrowdControl?
They did. They got
Did I get it right? They did, yeah. CrowdControl won it, just barely.
433 life. You can see it in the bottom right. The numbers. It was, oh man, there's no shield. D.Va was still in pilot mode, which helped him to DPS the Immortal, but man, that was so close. WildHeart nearly did it, but CrowdControl managed just to flood enough people back in on that point and win the trade.
A lot of kills coming in on both sides, actually. That was a pretty messy sequence of events. 7 kills throughout all that. CrowdControl comes out a little bit ahead in the end, as they seem to have done all day as far as team fights come. Lauber with a little face melt just to swag walk his way back to safety as his team continues a little bit of their push. Oh, the power slide in onto the Hanzo, trying to keep Unaverted alive. There's the self-destruct that's going to push CrowdControl back a little bit. Lauber gets caught, though. Medivh finishes that kill off. Funds finds 1, and that's another throw into Dekwaza. Now he needs that Divine Purpose into the Avenging Wrath to hop out. But can he stay alive? He's so low. Zerglin going in to try to finish him off, and they do get the kill with the D.Va. Not done yet as he swoops through with the boost again. I think WildHeart's going to be pretty happy with those 2 kills, though.
Oh, yeah, though. I mean, that was great. They got Lauber with all kinds of abilities. They took him down. Nice peel by Pitkid with the Shadow Charge to save Unaverted, who nearly died to ETC. And then as Urel was on the run, Dekwaza jumped over the wall. Buds was already waiting for it with his Deckard, as was circling with D.Va. They did the double body block. Urel already used her jump. Couldn't get away, and that's a double kill from a near even situation. WildHeart is now up a level. They have a tiny window where they can use their heroics, which is Dragon Arrow, Micro Missiles, Apocalypse, Stay Well and Listen, and Leyline Seal.
I mean, it seems like a lot of crowd control that just set up some very strong Apocalypse hits. We'll see if that ends up panning out. You got to get the timing right, but if they do, it can be pretty devastating.
It can be, and actually, if you look at the Gladiator's medallion cooldowns at the top of the screen, you'll see that Medivh has used his. For the rest, WildHeart is unpressured in terms of CC. But on crowd control side, they're drinking heavily from the Gladiator's chalice, so to speak. So this Leyline Apocalypse is actually getting better, this combo, because of all the basic stuns that are already happening. All the pressure. Oh, the arrow!
Ooh, Dragon Arrow! Misses.
No, everything misses.
Really close. Yeah, the crowd control didn't connect, so the ultimate from Diablo did not connect. They do get the power slide in, followed by the silence onto Unaverted. He's going to walk away. Meanwhile, Lauber taking a lot of damage. WildHeart responding well. They're desperately trying to keep him alive. Potions being just forced down his throat as he walks off. There's a Leyline Seal for 2. Can WildHeart keep it up? They've got 1 already. They may be able to get more as WildHeart has to come back to try to help his team power slide through the people emerging from the portal. And that may give them a bit of time penetrating around to push Pit Kid back on the Diablo. That was a close call. Crowd control is going to be, they're going to have to be happy they didn't lose more than that there. That was close to a very devastating fight.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Lauber's mosh pit got interrupted by, I believe, D.Va in that main fight. And then when he got away, he was like, yeah, I'm not going to do that with 10% life. Bruisers were pushing a piece. With crowd control, they only lost the one guy, right? The Greymane?
I believe so. Either way.
Look, they're still winning the trade despite having lost the previous fight.
You know, we know they've got that ability to just pour tons of damage into the Immortal.
Uh-oh,
but now the
Dino.
damage being poured into Rain, or Dino just gets caught completely. They're going to go after X-Ray at the moment, too. They're going to kick out, or shove out, rather, the self-destruct, so no problem with that. But it's a 4v5 now in favor of WildHeart. Is there a way to finish for crowd control? I don't think so. I don't know if you can do it.
It's tough. It's 4v5. They're going in. They Quasar, very confident. Lauber heading in as well. X-Ray trying to do a bit of damage. Rutso. Oh, the massive combo.
Oh, stay a while and listen, and the ley line. So a little bit of overlap crowd control there, but they do manage to pick Lauber on the way out. He's going to just run to try to distract him from the rest of his team, but it's not going to save X-Ray. Unfortunately, in crowd control, backing away, WildHeart starting to take some pretty firm control of this game.
Still not the best ult synergy, right, Doa?
No, they overlap the ley line and the stay a while and listen pretty badly, but, you know, a win's a win, I guess.
Yeah, then APOC missed, but just imagine once they finally get the combo. Because they're winning this on basic abilities.
Yeah, pretty much. And I wonder if maybe crowd control overcommitted to try to race in the end there. Because you really do, you know what, it was like a 4v5, I think, at that point, too, and you're really putting your damage dealers at a bit of a risk by going for it. They knew it. They decided to take that risk, but it did not pan out.
I mean, in hindsight, of course, it's always it was always a mistake after you lost it. I think WildHeart brought everyone to the fight, because crowd control saw that their Immortal was ticking down, so they knew for a while we'll be 4-on-4.
Yeah.
And then it's WildHeart's job to bring that 5th member that's DPSing the Immortal to take that 5v4 fight. And they did, I think. Or did they?
Seems that way.
Did they? Because they did win the Immortal during that phase. Maybe they didn't. Maybe it was the 4-on-4 that WildHeart won because of that mass. I mean, even though
I like that.
Yeah, nice, Dino. Good job.
Little move. Yeah, why not?
And look at Urel and Greymane scouting for him. They all ported.
Yep, massive shove from X-Ray just to give themselves a little bit more time for their teammates who just town portaled back home to get back into the action.
CC out for blood. They're hunting, but they couldn't. If this was a fight, they'd be happy with it. If Lauber ran into someone, but every team, they have this timer, right? Like they say, okay, if we find someone in the next 3 or 5 seconds, they won't actually literally vocalize it that way, but that's how it works. Because they had a Khazra pushing in their lane, but you can search for a few seconds for a fight. If you don't get it, you immediately change your mind. It looks like indecision, like, oh, why are they going mid? Then suddenly bot. But they're actually counting for how long that opportunity is alive. Now they're going to try to go for Diva. Let's see how long they chase this opportunity.
Not long. I think it's pretty easy for Diva to get out, especially with you have something like Hit to the Nitrous.
Yeah.
That level 7 talent? What is it? Level, yeah, I think so. All right. Waiting for the Immortals. They have showed up.
Oh, he actually used Gladiator's Medallion right before the silence of Stukov hit. Great job.
A root onto X-Ray. No follow-up, though, from WildHeart. Going to be okay for now. Just defending at the moment. Going after Lauber here is Zergling. Zergling just being very annoying on the Diva on the outside. Nice stun. Nice throw onto Lauber as well. He's going to go unstoppable and back off. But that's going to be a tricky spot for him. He can't fight. He needs to go back and hit the well and then try to get back to the Immortals in time.
Fantastically played by WildHeart. They even find a chance to take down the Bruiser as they're damaging the Immortal. That's really having your cake and eating it. Now that they've dealt with it, they can head back bot. And we have this small distraction by CrowdControl. They deal with the Bruiser likewise, so good job to them. And they're defending.
All right. Trying to. They've taken a bit more damage on their Immortal.
Where does CrowdControl go from here? They're looking up at disadvantageous talents. They're down a fort. And if you're losing the fights...
You know, maybe you're looking for like a root from the Stukov, or you're looking for like a big power slide and a mosh pit from your ETC. Like, but do you feel like it's a little bit hard to initiate on this CrowdControl team?
Yeah, CrowdControl, I think they can't initiate, and we'll see now whether that was successful for Lauber.
I mean, we saw them try, but it did not work out for Lauber. He got the power slide onto unaverted on the Hanzo, but immediately the Diablo was there to respond, and now CC on the run. CrowdControl having big problems. Nice body block on X-Ray. There's a ley line as well, just to make sure they can secure these kills. Nice scroll of ceiling to try to prevent that, but there's to stay a while and listen. And Dequaza is going to be staying just long enough to get sent back to spawn. Ardent Defender to prevent a little bit of damage, but you're not going to escape that. And now Ruxo on the run.
To pop a 2-minute ult to keep yourself alive for another 3 seconds?
I do not think you wanted to use Ardent Defender there, no.
Ardent Delayer.
I think that was the objectively wrong time to use it.
Spiteful Delayer.
Yeah. That's going to be gone for theoretically the next fight, you know, which is what you really got to think about.
So you were saying, isn't it hard to engage for CrowdControl? And yes,
yeah, it looks like that, doesn't it?
It seems like the waiting game was in favor of WildHeart because they get a few catapults bottom thanks to that fort superiority.
Right.
And they also had the initiation advantage, which really only leaves CrowdControl one window to win, which is when WildHeart misses like 3 of their ults.
Yeah.
So
I think you are kind of reliant on WildHeart to make a mistake, and you can see what WildHeart's been doing in these fights is they've been saying, we want you to come to us, you know? They are waiting a long time for CrowdControl to engage, and as soon as that ETC slides in, they've got the Diablo there immediately for the pin. So, you know, WildHeart has all the time in the world here. They never need to really be the aggressor in 5v5s, it seems like.
Some people may call that lame style in some certain RTSs, but I love it.
Hey, it's, you know, if you do it every game, it's boring. If you do it once in a while in a tournament, it's called good strategy, man. You want to win. Don't mind that at all. While Diablo goes in, they're going to find the pick on a Dino, actually. The Rainer in the middle of the fight. Oh, big stay a while and listen. Everybody taking a nap as Deckard Cain spins his tails, but CrowdControl backing off again. They've got one already. Circling a little bit low, but it's Lauber that's going to be under the biggest threat as they turn to chase the ETC. There's X-Ray caught up by the fort. He's going to walk off, gets hit with the Herodric Cube, and he's going to get out with just a few HP, but unfortunately can't save his offlaner. Urel down, and now WildHeart onto the core. We are going to have perhaps our first 5-game series in the CCL regular season, as it looks like WildHeart's about to tie this up 2-2. The Nexus goes down, and they have won the Battlefield of Eternity.
Yeah, CrowdControl started this draft with one simple question. What if we let them have Medivh? And I believe we have an answer for that now.
Apparently so. I mean, you don't want to let them have Medivh, but I think more than anything, you don't want to let them have the Medivh, the Deckard, all of this crowd control, right? And zoning, where it comes down to what we were talking about. We're like, how in the world does a team fighting team fight that comp with the comp that they drafted, you know? you've got the race on the Immortal, but it just seems like they couldn't engage in the 5v5.
Yeah, these two backline assassins, the ranged assassins, Raynor, Greymane, they offer like almost no relevant CC. So it's not very true to their name, and it's not particularly good against Medivh's portaling.
Indeed. Bahamut, we didn't even get to level 20. What happened?
No. Well, the members of WildHeart, well, they looked at this and said, cool, we're not going to play rotation. We're not going to play into macro. We're going to play into micro. We're going to play into what CC is putting in front of us. We actually literally saw a draft just like this yesterday, Oxygen versus 30K. I was just checking my notes before we came back from game. This actually was played yesterday, a dive composition versus a race composition. The dive composition took the engage to the enemy's face. As you two are noting, how does CrowdControl initiate? They don't, because their entire team fight is around the objective phase and racing. They play off of the enemy team's engagement, but the enemy team's engagement was so good. You had Hanzo arrows, albeit they might have not connected, but you had that ranged threat. You have the Leyline Seal from Medivh as a threat. You have the Apocalypse as a threat. You have Mecha Explosion zoning as a threat. Deckard Cain with Stay While and Listen. Very well played from WildHeart. I thought the members of CrowdControl would turn things on its head as the enemy team would consistently dive into them with their CC in general, but that's not the case. WildHeart picked this composition and played it so perfectly well, in my opinion.
Yep, that's right. And so that means we are all tied up here between WildHeart Esports and CrowdControl. Game 5 coming soon. Don't go anywhere. We're taking a short break to let the teams regroup, and then we will see who wins this series right after this.
We want you to be able to keep your characters in your pocket. And that all starts here. Roll20 is excited to announce the invite beta for our new mobile app. You've been asking, and now we're reaching out to our awesome community to help us build the best mobile VTT experience. Our mobile app debut focuses on the Dungeons & Dragons 5e character sheet. Just a simple swipe or tap sends your dice rolls directly to your campaign on your computer. Long gone are the days of multiple windows. Now you can preserve valuable screen space and be ready for an impromptu game of D&D wherever you go. While we're currently in invite beta, we know that our community is the key to a bright future here at Roll20. So stay tuned for more information about the open beta on our blog and newsletter. This is only the beginning.
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big ass beer soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Welcome back, everybody, to HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. I am Doa. As you know, Grubby and Bahamut always join me to give their expert analysis and commentary as we go into exciting matches like this, because it's Game 5 between CrowdControl and WildHeart Esports. WildHeart winning game number 4, forcing that Game 5. And I think it's anybody's game. I think we've seen really clever drafting on the WildHeart side produce some wins. I think we've seen incredibly good team fighting from CrowdControl produce some wins. As we go to Garden of Terror, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes. What are we gonna see?
Yes.
Many seeds, many plants, a kind of dark melody hanging in the air as scary things happen. It's a long, creeping mercenary map.
That's why this map is so exciting for me, because this is the one, and I know a lot of people in chat are just like, oh, it's Garden of Terror, it's such a slow, boring map. I understand it, I get it. Coming from a caster perspective, I really get to cast it, so it's exciting because you get the unique drafts. It's a lot like how I look at Towers of Doom. There are standard comps you can run on Towers of Doom. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You can take your Lee Min, Gray Main, ETC, whatever, you can build your standard tried and true. But Garden of Terror, Towers of Doom, they have these unique moments where you can, Garden of Terror, great map for Vikings to find Bribe. It's a great map for actually Nova. And I know people are like, Nova actually can get cooldown reduction on the camp. Or wait, hold on. I'm saying this. They didn't remove that though, did they? No?
Nova on what?
You're asking the wrong person if you're asking me.
Nova's cooldown reduction with her Bribe gave camp 50% cooldown reduction. It used to be on the Vikings, and that got taken away. They didn't take it away from Nova, did they?
I do remember that a long time ago, but
Nova still has it. So we could potentially, this is actually the map when it got reworked. I remember casting teams in S Division who were literally playing Murky, Nova. They were playing Illidan, all of these, it was considered, yeah, you can call it toxic, whatever, but they played the map and they pushed through the map to win the game. And that's the one thing I really wanted to hit on here, as we have a Chromie Medivh and a Brightwing Junkrat ban thus far in our game number 5 on Garden of Terror.
Right. So what is the first pick going to be? CrowdControl making the choice. And they're going to pick, though, Johanna. I feel like that's a pick that they were missing last game. I think they just want to go back to what works. They just want a team fight. They're not going to get the Cassia, though. So, we'll see what happens. Diva Cassia have the picks for WildHeart.
It's 4 first picks for CrowdControl. It's 4 map picks for WildHeart. That's why. And it's 4 times Johanna. And they didn't get Johanna last game because they didn't first pick.
It's true. I like, we're going through this draft and everything. I'm talking about all these wild picks of Murky and Nova and Lost Vikings. Part of me wants to just be like, okay, we get a Gazlo. Look at us not get any sort of uniqueness, but I want to point out the uniqueness between Sylvanas and Gazlo, because you have Mercenary Queen from Sylvanas at level 4, which is going to be a 60% buff to minions, to the mercenaries, and Gazlo has hired goons, albeit I cannot remember the talent, but I believe that's 50% bonus to mercenaries. So you have a lot of push pressure already in CrowdControl.
Yeah, interesting. Another pick, or another ban rather. There's a Zarya ban. It's been banned out against Retso all day long, and it probably will continue to be so throughout quite a bit of the tournament. I can't wait until some team decides that they don't need to ban it out. They're like, they probably have a different plan because they weren't planning on having it available, so we don't need to use a ban on that. You never do that because they've always got the secret Zarya plan.
It's a secret sauce they've got CrowdControl. They will get rid of the Uther, though. They're going to respect that from the earlier games we saw today. So
reasonable.
Diva Cassia thus far for WildHeart. They technically need
You can go Ana Mephisto, which is something that CrowdControl has been stopping them to get so far, but I don't think it's as good on this map. That suddenly adds to heroes that are not amazing at wave clear, particularly Ana. So it seems risky.
Would you ever go Ana Li Ming? Well, speaking of wave clear, there's a Blaze, and then we've got the Deckard Cain as well. Okay.
The issue with Li... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The issue with Li Ming here, in my opinion, is just due to the fact of the sappers during the objective phase kind of blocking some of the damage. The way it's just, you need to be able to push the lanes. You need to be able to sustain the lanes. That's why we're also seeing this Blaze. You have this Deckard as well for all these potions. Cassia has their own kind of, I'm assuming we're going to see Inner Light at level 4. So you have the blinds into the auto attack damage.
Right. I can see that.
Wow,
I kind of like the draft of CrowdControl. Their single target burst is great. Their overall control of the team fight's great. Wave clear is good. They could actually legit just win through map pressure. They've got also good kind of team fight control with the Maiev and the Joanna. You know, you have the Umbral Bind from Maiev, you have Condemn from Joanna, so that kind of pulls people around, literally. What do they...
Ooh, Dahaka. Wow.
Hyper carry
right.
Cassia once again. Or not once again for WildHeart, but this is a hyper carry Cassia. I really like CrowdControl's draft again. I really, really do. I think they've got a lot of tools here, and I called them in the last one, but I feel like they've just got more tools and more utilization on this map and in these team fights. Grubby, I know you had a point that you were just making.
Yeah, think about it like this. Maiev gets the nano boost and is focusing on the front line, and Sylvanas will be trying to follow up, and so is Gaslo Johanna. Dahaka, he will try to go for Ana from the back. Get that isolation, get that drag tongue. Who's going to defend Ana? I guess a little bit the Gaslo turrets, but who else can afford to turn around? Sylvanas. So then it's going to be Gaslo, Maiev on the front line and Sylvanas minding the back. That's just Dahaka pressuring Ana that kind of like creates a response. And then there's like Diva to disrupt things. There's Blaze. I think there's a lot of tools on both sides. I feel confident to say that both sides have enough tools to win. It's all about execution. We cannot call this. But are you going to call it, Bahamut?
Yeah, real quick, Bahamut, who's going to win it?
CrowdControl.
All right, there you go. The call from Bahamut. Grubby, is he right? Is he not right? What do you think?
50-50.
Oh my gosh, Grubby. You are the true neutral person that everyone knows you are.
I will sign up as such on Roll20.
There you go. That's right. It's your personality trait. All right, here we go. We introduced the players earlier. I was distracted. I was thinking about D&D for a second there, but now I'm back.
Dahaka recently took some buffs.
Yeah.
I think the second time we see him in CCL. Interesting. Leoric would be a very possible pick as well for WildHeart. Normally they would go for something like Blaze Leoric, but I think they were worried about layering too many people in the front line against Maiev. That's why Dahaka, he can take a different dimension in the fight, doing the backstab, the side stab. Not like Leoric, who's always coming from the front together with Blaze. So I think it's a very clever pick, but... Oh, there we go.
Yeah, well, maybe they find something here on Dino that Dahaka already paying dividends as Dino tries to get out. As
the sleep dart.
Safety, a nice sleep dart from X-Ray, to ensure that. Close call, though. I mean, without the haunting wave, that would have been a death for sure.
Yeah, the cool thing really was the haunting wave was going to happen, and Sylvanas was looking to use that to escape. It was Lauber body blocking the Blaze to stop the charge, and it was Ana with the sleep dart to prevent the follow-up. So there was really good peeling and protection there.
Sounds like we have a CPU, or not CPU, but a PC crash for one of the players, so we're going to wait for them to restart and get back into the game, and then we will get back into the game. But we were talking about the Dahaka earlier, and I feel like I remember one of these two teams playing a Dahaka recently, but I'm looking at their previous matches, and maybe I'm wrong with that. I could have sworn one of them did, but I don't. Maybe they didn't. At least not in the first week of CCL. Anyway. We are back. Okay,
but
yeah, thought so. We have seen one Dahaka, but maybe not from these teams. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Bruiser Kamprat, so has to back out a little bit as Daquaza comes in to help finish it off.
There's so many camps on this map, 2 Bruisers, 4 Siege, and then there's like the Sapper, I mean the Tree Links you have to take down to get the seeds. Look at this giant push. Mercenary Queen, not yet, but this is a 3v1 that's going to do so much damage.
Yeah, and the Black Arrow shutting down the towers for a little bit just to help that push go even farther. Here comes Buds, Unaverted Funds, everybody joining the party here. Gonna take out the minions. Can they maybe get a kill onto Daquaza here? It really looks like this guy.
I sure hope so.
Not getting out. I don't know how you escape from this.
Are they going to though?
You have to. That would be the most amazing escape ever if Daquaza got out of that one.
Yeah.
The greatest escape. Oh, now Dino a little bit caught. Never mind. The damage from Pit Kid was not as much as I expected.
I think Dino was actually stopping Pit Kid from doing double rotations, which, like, I think he was headed bot, and Dino stopped him, and now Lauber did. And that's actually going to cost 6 minions of XP. Oh, never mind. No, just 3 minions. Funds came here with the burrow.
Ah. Yeah, well, that's the nice thing about the Dahaka is you have a little bit more global presence to circumvent situations like that. But CrowdControl the first on the seeds. Can they get the gather? Not quite. The channel not even completing there.
Nice vault.
Yep. Vault to get out of the stun from the charge. That's right. Kid, meanwhile, with the trait. I keep trying to remember Blaze's trait. It is Pyromania.
Right. It gives armor, and he's specking into 15 globes, giving unstoppability.
Right. Funds it with the sleep dart for a second. He's going to just go into stasis for a moment to get the wait for the rest of his team to catch up, rather. And the fight continues. No one really able to complete that channel just yet.
Yeah, Ana with the long distance heals in a insurmountable position.
Right.
The Haka doesn't dare to go for the backstab yet or anything like that.
A little bit dangerous.
Look at that.
All right, on to Pit Kid. Meanwhile, Lobber on to Buds. Maybe they can find a 3v4 here. But yeah, X-Ray getting really, really close to finishing off that channel. Maybe they can
One more inter.
Cassia.
Oh, God.
And he's on fire. Pit Kid is just being so annoying on this Blaze here. But they might be done with that. There's a Roderick Cube, though. Ooh, a lot of damage onto Rutzo. Got to be careful. And WildHeart found a pretty decent fight here. They're going to keep chasing this, chasing Laubry here down. And that's going to be a kill. Wow, he doesn't get away.
Yeah, that was Iron Skin into Gladiator's Medallion as Pitkid tried to find an angle to Drag Tongue, but he walked into Minion, so it wasn't possible. But Blaze's charge still took him down. Jet Propulsion, it is called.
Oh, Dino really wanted to get that kill. He even took a little bit of damage for it, but now Fun's right on him. Oh no. Here comes the Dahaka, a little bit too close for Dino, and he is in big trouble.
Yeah, Dequaza too. Nice dives here by Whiteout. Oh, actually, he's fine.
Oh, Dequaza's okay. Zergling the one who might lose his Diva mech. He's got about 300 HP, 200 HP, manages to jet away, though the Q cooldown. The Q cooldown came up just in time.
Pretty cool.
Cooldown. All right, another bruiser camp for WildHeart. So just doing their siege camp due diligence, or minion due diligence, rather.
And they're pushing with it. Is that how much time Blaze, Dahaka, and Diva can buy? Oh, okay. They just wanted the one wave. All right.
Right.
Objective matters.
Definitely does.
What's this?
It's just a little bit of annoyance. They know the siege minion is pushing into their way. Oh no, Dequaza a little bit caught here. Lauber comes into the condemned to pull funds off him for a moment. But that Goslow is still really, really low. Meanwhile, it's going to be the focus on the X-Ray that's going to allow Dequaza to just walk past unaverted and not get poked.
Nice heals by X-Ray. He shrugged off the annoyance of Buds and Cassia there, and he made it on time to save Gaslow from the brink.
That's going to mean one seed for each team now. But a little bit more pressure coming in from WildHeart, especially if they can take this bruiser camp.
Yeah, that will be pretty sick. They have a tiny level 10 window. It's 4 versus 3, but level 10 is here for CrowdControl. Maiev is coming. It's a 5v4, and the bruiser is still fighting.
Yeah, Rut's out, forced out of the fight completely, and so that means it's a 5v3 for just a moment until he gets back with that Sylvanas. But there's the Scroll of Sealing just to try to keep WildHeart from advancing as much. Big Condemn comes in, Lauber being very aggressive despite being under 50% HP. Fun's caught out in the back, and the Dahaka's going to go down. A kill on each side right now. This is Stay a While and Listen, catches two under the Gazlow. Dino and the Sylvanas backing away. It's going to be a little bit of a stasis from Pit Kid. He got caught in the ultimate from Maiev, I believe. That's the containment disc, yeah. And that it buys a little bit of time for CrowdControl to get a few members out at least.
Yeah, that was a really good disc. It probably saved Sylvanas, who was caught in the Stay a While and Listen. She lost most of her luster as Nano Boost ran out. And 1-for-1 kills. The Haka went down. We had, I believe, X-Ray and Ana.
Rutzo vaulted the Wardens to try to avoid some of this damage, but you can't avoid it all, and that's just a straight-up great gank in bot lane. He just did not have a good sense of the vision where everybody was on the map. And
remember,
it's going to happen to Zergling here. So a couple people on each team just kind of getting caught out here on opposite sides of the map.
It's a big map with one main quest and a lot of side quests, though.
Yeah, it is, and it's hard to keep track of the vision sometimes. You know, it's a lot of space where people could be. You know.
Yeah, definitely. Diva back in 2 seconds. Maiev is not quite here yet. It's a 4-on-4, but there are a lot of turrets. Nice interrupt on Dino once again, who keeps channeling what's standing in the fire. This is fine.
Yeah. You can do it for the moment if he's got the healing, but now has to back away a little bit. Quest completed, actually, for the Blaze.
Yep.
Meanwhile, all right, Sleep Dart comes in. Stasis as Dahaka is pretty much out of this fight for now, for the damage at least. Meanwhile, Pit Kid has to back off. The Blaze is not the tankiest tank ever, but he does get the bunker down right next to the Seed, which is going to be annoying for about 11 seconds or so. Lauber low health, but they managed to do enough to Zergling to push him back. And man, everybody below 50% HP. Dequaza is going to be the first to fall. Can maybe Crowd Control follow this Umbral Bind to bring in Pit Kid, but that's not where they want him to be. Nice sleep under Rutso. That Sylvanas is in big trouble here as Lauber is out of the fight. X-Ray trying to heal as Dino just pulls WildHeart away from the rest of his teammates, but Pit Kid coming in anyway, doesn't matter. Pops the Pyromania to stay safe, and it's going to be only the Ana getting out of that fight alive.
Did you see that banner that he splashed? He broke November's rule. That spray said Team Nut 2018. I didn't even know that was a team.
I just got it.
Cool. Great fight by WildHeart Esports. It all started with that drag tongue on Dequaza on Gaslow. They took him down, and it nearly looked like Maiev on Rutso. Rutso on Maiev did the turnaround. She got 3 people to like 10% life, but WildHeart hung by a moment and managed to turn that into a landslide victory, Doa. In a good spot.
Yeah. When it comes down to it, Crowd controls a lot of fragile members on their team, and it's tough to get in there and be aggressive if your name isn't Lauber.
Yeah. It's definitely on the knife's edge. You have Ana, Sylvanas, Maiev, Gaslow, a lot of squishies, but if they get it right, it's going to be scary. Just wait for Maiev and Sylvanas to pop off once. A good silence, some good CDR, a nano boost. Love the Blaze pick here, though. Really learning from this. Garden of Terror Blaze. The fire is just continually interrupting things.
I mean, yeah, it's great. He's able to use his Q to keep stopping the channel, and if things get really serious, you just drop the bunker right next to the Seed and just camp out for a little while. But in the end, it is going to be the Seed going over to Crowd Control anyway. So 2-2 as far as Seeds on the map right now.
Oh, big 5-man invade.
Yep, they really want that siege camp. Just trying to be annoying, and they're going to get it.
They're really well scouted and nicely, safely played by WildHeart. These kind of invades are so scary. They're so right for Crowd Control because they're a little bit down. And this is the kind of map where you might just get away with that because there's so many different camps at the same time. But having averted, falling prey to that, WildHeart now has massive blue wave in the bottom lane. They're dictating the pace of this game, and they are able to play it safely into level 16.
Yeah. Well, here's where things get very serious, as there is a talent tier advantage, and the Seed is spawning in 20 seconds. We'll see how fast Crowd Control can match with the talent, because they're going to lose a lot in bot, and you don't want to follow that up with the third Seed going over to the opponent at that point.
It's tough.
All right, Death Blazer. Oh, nice stun onto Zergling, actually. He's going to get popped out of the mech. Use the self-destruct. There's a Valkyrie. Nobody gets pulled in with that one. Stay a while and listen connects with 2, but it gets interrupted really quickly. Buds has to walk away. Buds out. Umbral Bind. Pit Kid pulls in. Maybe they can find a bit of damage onto the Blaze. Not quite.
All right, 3 ults apiece still available. We've got Containment Disc. We've got Nano Boost and Wailing Arrow. Potentially, if Ana and Sylvanas just pop off, they have a chance. But it's that level 16 talent still lacking. We have 6 forwards versus 4. The Seed goes uncontested to WildHeart. And the objective phase, ladies and gentlemen, the long night has begun.
And, you know, that was the least we saw fought over the Seed. Crowd Control just had to give it up. And the army grows. Now for the Terrors.
Yep. 3 at the same time with the same threat level as on Tomb of the Spider Queen. It shuts down buildings, maybe even more threatening even.
Yeah, I mean, shutting down the buildings does that.
Yeah, it's like a little mini Sylvanas with every push.
Well, a big mini Sylvanas.
Yeah, well, a huge, tiny, giant Sylvanas shutting down buildings. And in
if
3 lanes
Sylvanas
at
was
the
a
same
giant
time,
plant monster that didn't know how to use a bow and arrow, then it would be exactly Sylvanas.
I heard she's going to be in Shadowlands.
Who knows? Who knows what the jailer has in store for her, right? All right, a fight at the tier 2 fort here. Crowd control backing away a little bit as they need to be careful. Oh, Rutzo goes in deep, but he's going to take a lot of damage. Containment disc, meanwhile, gets used onto Zergling just to kind of keep that deep at bay. And oh my goodness, goodbye. Laubert just completely peeled off from the rest of his team and taken out. Now Dequaza sleeping, and he wishes he would not wake up. Maybe he never will, I guess, now from this one. And they're going to go right to the core, actually. This game could end really quick.
Funz was actually hitting the invulnerable core.
Maybe, yeah.
They're trying.
He's just eager, man. They're going to try to end. This could be the best of 5 right here. In game number 5, the spawn timers, or the respawn timers, aren't very long, but they might be long enough. That says Dynao fighting for their lives on the Funds here. X-Ray just trying to keep people here. Meanwhile, the sleep in the back lines. Deckard Cain usually used to being put asleep, but no. Now he is the one doing the sleeping, and WildHeart Esports is going to be able to finish it off just like that. A 14-minute game to end a best of 5 that went to 5 games. Well, WildHeart takes it, and they will improve to 2-0, I believe, in CCL.
Yep, both of these teams had won their first match. WildHeart with the very impressive 3-2 victory over the very impressive CrowdControl.
Right.
Wonderful, great play by them with so many different heroes in their roster. Now bringing out the Dahaka.
Yep, and we know they've got a lot of creativity, but I think the big thing to me is how they kind of overcame the really, really strong team fighting from CrowdControl and just kind of outplanned, outdrafted, outmaneuvered a little bit towards the end. Bahamut, what do you think?
Single target CC is the name of the game for this one from WildHeart. The Cassia pulling people in with a Valkyrie and the burst damage potential is just insane. Grubby made a really good point as we were loading into game about the literal threat of just a Haka, and I think that was really showcased well here. As a hero that doesn't get played a lot in CCL, I hope this is kind of an eye-opener for some of those teams out there, because I think Dahaka is massively undervalued in these situations, and it was shown very well here. Grubby actually had a moment when they were pushing in where Funz was chasing Rutzo, I believe, or no, I think it was Rutzo on the Maev, and they were chasing underneath Keep, and just as the Keep shot was about to hit them, I could hear Grubby gasping, and I was like, oh my god. And they actually had the tunneling claws from level 13, so they were able to move and also
16.
pop a little essence. Excuse me, thank you. And they actually walked they tunneled towards the Deckard Cain, who then dropped the Stay While and Listen, catching everyone trying to chase the kill on the Dahaka. So very well played from WildHeart. The literal note I wrote in my notebook is WildHeart is too wild to call, and I, honest to God, that is my recap from them from this best of 5 series. Too wild to call and too wild to predict.
Winning through chaos and upsetting the natural order, which maybe WildHeart, is the natural order. Maybe the natural order is chaos. Wow, that's deep. Meanwhile, we are going to bring in the man himself, Justin, aka Pit Kid, to talk a little bit about that last series. Can you hear us, Pit Kid? Are you there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
You guys hear me?
Awesome. Hey, yeah, we can hear you. Congratulations on your win. It went down to the wire, 3-2. Like, CrowdControl seemed so strong, especially on the team fighting side today. What was it that you think you guys did that finally helped get you the win?
I mean, we were a lot more prepared this time, because can you see me, by the way?
Yeah.
We can. Oh, okay, because I can't. Mine's just showing me like a black screen. I didn't think you could see me.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Hey, guys.
That's a setup. Don't worry about it.
All right.
We're the creepy ones looking at you, and you can't see us.
Okay, yeah, I can't see you guys. All right. So like the first time we faced them, it was in the Icebreaker tournament, and we had done a solid 1 scrim block before that. So we weren't exactly prepared. And also on top of that, we were trying to kind of hide stuff in draft, from what I wasn't sure yet, I guess, what draft was actually going to be meta. I had some ideas, but
sure.
We didn't really get to experiment with it in scrims beforehand, so we didn't really know exactly what we were doing. So, I mean, that's the main thing, is just being able to get some practice in together as a team. Helped a lot for sure.
Makes sense. Grubby?
Justin Pitkit, which draft, and you showed a lot of special drafts, people that love seeing different heroes will have been very satisfied with what you brought to the table. Which of the 5 drafts, if you can remember them and we can help a bit, are you most proud of achieving? Which one worked the best?
Honestly, I think our first draft was probably our best draft, but I think we were all kind of asleep for that game, so we kind of ran it down.
The Nasibo, Deathwing,
Yeah, the
Mephisto
main
game.
thing, Deathwing. Yeah, I think that was probably our best draft, honestly, but we just kind of misplayed it a lot because, we're from NA, so 3 p.m. for us is pretty early. So
We kind of called it wrong.
Esports morning, man. You're just waking up.
Yeah, gamer hours.
We expected you to suffer until level 19 and then to win at 20, but it went the exact opposite way.
Yeah, the 20 fight definitely didn't go as planned, but that's one we'll probably have to watch the VOD for sure.
Bahamut.
Moving, through these 5 games, I want to just kind of pick your brain a little bit about draft theory. And you were mentioning, meta. Do you think that WildHeart has kind of the advantage or maybe the edge when it comes to this meta development or even draft theory? Because week number 1, and even in these games, you showed that, like this last game on Garden of Terror, like I was looking at it and I called that CrowdControl would beat you in this. I didn't think you just had enough in this. What is your draft theory going into this? Are you playing towards players' advantages? Are you playing towards the map? Are you playing towards a team strength?
So I'd say it's a combination mostly of like playing. So it's kind of everything. So I have like what I think is what is probably the strongest. So then we test it in scrims. We test like we int a lot of scrims because we're trying to like test some of like my comps. So sometimes the scrims are just completely lost in draft, some games. And then some games are just like one in draft. And then we try to like polish it obviously for tournament games. I'd say like overall draft theory, I think we have the advantage over pretty much everybody. I think I just have more experience drafting than pretty much every other team by quite a bit. So I think we should get an advantage from that. And then for like hero pools, I'm mostly, as like I get further into like the rabbit hole of like what I think draft stuff is good, I'm having people learn certain heroes. So like people have been practicing stuff we didn't even get to play today because like I want us to be like really flexible. But like I'm having like the team practice specific heroes for like what I think will be meta soon or like could be meta now. But then like we also have like Unaverted is like just the best Hanzo. So we get on BOE. So if we get him Hanzo, it's like a free win, right? So it's kind of a combination. Like I think Hanzo is like a good hero anyways. I think he's fine. But then we have players like Unaverted who's like a god on Hanzo, and then we also have Funds who is more flexible than all the ranged players. Like people were kind of questioning why do we pick Funds? Because it's a flex pick. It's not. Yeah. You don't pick 2 ranged players and be like, well, I guess we're running double ranged every game. If you have an actual flex player, then you can run anything. You run double support. You can run like solo tank double ranged. Like you can run triple melee like we've done. Like you could literally do anything. And so, I think we have a pretty big advantage.
Interesting. Thank you so much for the insights into your draft theory.
Yeah. So before we let you go, any final shout outs you have?
First of all, shout outs to HeroesHearth and Wisdom and you guys for putting this together. It's nice to get to play some competitive heroes again. Definitely missed it. It's my favorite game, so being able to compete is something I missed a lot. So appreciate that. And I've got some special shout outs. Shout outs to our sponsor, WildHeart. I don't know if you can see it because I can't see what you guys can see, but
I can see it. Yep.
The WildHeart dog on my shirt.
Nice.
We've got merch, which is on wildheartgg.com, so you guys can get some dog shirts. And you can use code WildHeart for free shipping, which is pretty exciting.
All right.
So wildheartgg.com, and our sponsor is Espionage VR. And also shout out to Funds' mom for supporting the team and carrying Funds in real life. And shout outs to Twitch chat, the community. Thanks everybody. And
wow, there you have it, guys. How can you top that? Shout outs. Thanks, Pit Kid. Congratulations on the win today. Good luck with the practice and the crazy drafting, and we'll see you next week.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
All right, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. A 3-2 victory for WildHeart Esports. A little glimpse into the mind of perhaps the most dangerous drafter in CCL. Pretty sick, wasn't it?
Yeah,
indeed.
Nice drafts, and I was particularly excited to hear that he said there's still heroes they've been practicing that they haven't even shown yet. Yeah. So the discovery train is not yet over. And next week, their next match is going to be Oxygen. That's going to be a sick match, dude.
It's going to be a really, really good one. Yeah. Well, guys, we are going to take a bit of a break before our next best of 5, which is going to be Sidestep Kings versus Granit Gaming. But don't go anywhere because we've got an interview coming up during the break for you to enjoy. So you can just chill out here, and we'll be back with the next best of 5 on HeroesCCL presented by Roll20 right after this.
Hi friends, and welcome to the official CCL halftime show, name still pending, presented by Roll20. I'm Gilly, here with Caterpillar, tank player for the Sidestep Kings. Hey Cattle, how's it going?
Hi Gilly, it's going great.
Good to hear. Congrats on your last win last week.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pretty good series for us.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch. Now I have a lot of important questions, including about that series, but my most important and pressing question, in your winner's interview, your cat made a cameo. What is your cat's name, and can we expect more cameos?
There's 2 of them. The one we saw, I think, was a collie, and there's a second one who's still a kitten. Her name is Ripley, and yeah, they're definitely around. I think Ripley's under my desk somewhere right now, and I'm sure they'll show up again.
Is Ripley like from Aliens? Is that Ripley? I think so. What's Ripley from?
Yeah, we adopted her with that name already and liked it. Didn't change it, but that's what I say it's from, because that's the coolest Ripley.
Definitely coolest Ripley, for sure. All right, so also in that winner's interview, you had mentioned that your team, you guys have some really, really good kind of natural synergy, especially around macro. And I found that interesting considering you have players from every major region that we have represented in CCL. So that could have been a big clash of playstyles potentially. Where do you think that natural synergy really comes from or comes into play for you guys?
I would say we got, I guess, a little lucky with it, just that everyone kind of seems to prefer this, like the macro playstyle outside of, I'm probably like on the more aggressive side looking for picks a lot, but I think that's a good balance, because then like you never end up losing too much soak or anything looking for picks that might not happen, especially with Medallion in the game. So yeah, it's working out great so far, and it's good for Kyocha too, just because he's playing on pretty high ping.
Yeah.
But the more macro, the better for that.
I actually wanted to ask you specifically about Medallion, because we've seen a lot of people be pretty outspoken about it. And I think it was Fury tweeting about it this last week. You as a tank player specifically, how do you feel about Medallion in the game?
I personally don't like it, just because, in my opinion, and I'm sure some people will disagree with me, but I think tank already as a role is pretty weak, and you don't really have a lot of things you can do, and I think Medallion kind of limited that even more. So at this point, I've kind of just embraced it, and I spend my time just like collecting medallions and sitting in bushes, and that's pretty much it. But it's okay, but I definitely prefer the game without it.
Yeah, collecting medallions, kind of like the new version of Blackheart's Bay, maybe.
Yeah, basically.
Well, on the topic of, you guys preferring macro and it favoring Kyocha, where do you expect for your team to be excelling at by the time we reach the end of the season and you all have had that time to gel together as a team?
Honestly, I think we should be solid pretty much on everything. I think drafting is going to be where we come out a little bit ahead. A lot of the drafting we've been seeing, I don't really agree with, and I don't think is that good. And Kyocha's a really good drafter and has all the secret Korean meta that I think it's been giving us an edge, and I think it's going to give us a better understanding of the game meta overall compared to other teams.
Where do you see, can you give maybe not specific teams or maybe heroes, maybe not, but just where you see some of the drafting failing going in, or is that giving away too much strategy to other teams?
Probably don't want to touch too much on that.
Okay, I understand. One other draft question I had was that we saw you get some Mal'Ganis play, and I know you talked about in the winners interviews, maybe a little more surprising to you than you anticipated in a draft. Was that because of the changes that he had in the most recent patch? Was it more mainly how the drafts played out, and then where you see him really fitting into a draft?
That was pretty much purely based off of their draft and not ours, and I personally doubt I'll ever play Mal'Ganis again. I don't see it happening. I think he's just very, very niche. He's okay, in very low CC games, like that one was, like low CC, low burst. But that just happens so rarely that I don't think I'll see them much.
Who are your favorite tanks to play right now?
I definitely like Garrosh a lot.
Mhm.
I'm still a fan of Mei, even though she's a little weaker right now, and I like Varian and Diablo as well.
All right. Looking forward to seeing more of those. Now, one thing I really like about CCL, and especially goes for Sidestep Kings, is we see this really cool blend of old personalities, old HGC, especially for you guys, you know, even champions, and then bringing in some of these new players that maybe were in open division that we didn't really get to see their full potential of. So, you know, looking at players like Ultralisk and Got Filth, adding to you guys' foundation, what strengths do you feel like those two players add to Sidestep Kings?
I think they're very solid players that don't have a huge amount of competitive experience compared to all the ex-HGC players, and I think that just the fact
Welcome back to HeroesCCL. Doa, Grubby, Bahamut here with you again for another best of 5. It's going to be great. Sidestep Kings taking on Granit Gaming. And we had an amazing day already where we had a 5-game series go to 5 games. It was exciting. WildHeart won it, but we got to move on. Sidestep Kings, a 1-0 team. Granit Gaming, 0-1. It's early in the season, but you kind of look at this matchup, Bahamut, and you see one of these teams doing pretty well. You'd think one of them a little bit struggling. What do you think we're going to see today?
I really want to see Granit Gaming bring some life into this. They have had some weak starts to our to our icebreaker tournament as well as to their week number 1. But I think they're a very strong team. They've got an amazing coach in Bad Benny, and I think that they can bring things back. Maybe week 1 was a bit of a fluke, and they've had some time to readjust, remodel some of their drafts, and we'll see what they're able to bring into Sidestep Kings in our final best of 5 for day number 2.
That's right. As we take a look at some of these rosters, Grubby, I want to get your take on this as well. It's way too early in the season to call teams good teams or bad teams, I feel like, objectively. But we're starting to get a little bit of a clue here. What do you think about this series?
Yeah, it's like you said, teams are allowed to change their own destiny still. We see the trends, but things can still change. As for Sidestep Kings, they used June and Hyde as a support. Kyochar got a lot better from the icebreaker tournament into this match. He looked good. As for Granit Gaming, it's only a matter of time until they win their first map in CCL. That could be today. And once that starts, it may just open the floodgates.
Yeah, I mean, we did have another team that ended up that was 0-3 at the end of week 1. Oxygen did at least win their series yesterday against 30K. So teams do bounce back, right? They went from 0-3 to 3-1. So maybe we'll see Granite with a little bit more life today. Let's check out the first map that we're going to go to in the series. Here on map number 1, it's going to be Volskaya Foundry. It seems like a popular first map today, doesn't it? Out of our sample size of one other series.
Good team fight in general. But I mean, you can say this about many weeks. Like Volskaya Foundry in general, as I look back at my notes, is just a popular map. It's a really good place where you're gonna find balanced team fights. It's like I was talking about yesterday with my personal top 3 maps in Here's the Storm, in the Battlefield of Eternity, Infernal Shrines, Towers of Doom. I think the map objective is well balanced. I think the objective phase is a good fight mechanic, and you can have multiple different drafts, multiple different play styles like those 3 I previously mentioned on Volskaya as well. So this being a top priority in our HeroesCCL map pool, it's not surprising. But we get into this with a Maiev ban. Do we see? I was well, I was gonna say, do we see any priority into Chromie? Because I did make one note. In our last best of 5, we had one game number 4 on Battlefield, albeit not her strongest map. She was not picked nor banned, which is probably far and few between for our HeroesCCL season.
Kind of shocking to see Chromie fall all the way through picks and bans right now. Chromie, Diva, those are heroes you expect to be part of every single game in one way or another. Sidestep Kings is going to ban out Joanna for their second ban. It was Junkrat over there. And the Medivh first pick comes in for Granit Gaming.
All right. Medivh was not used by Granit Gaming yet in their first playday, nor was it used in their icebreaker tournament. So it's going to be the first Medivh we see from Granit Gaming. They used a bunch of the Hakad, they used a bunch of Junkrat, not yet Medivh. Let's see how it goes.
Right.
Already shaping up for a dive composition coming up from Sidestep Kings. Imperious with the Celestial Charge, Cassia with the Fend. They're looking to get these short range setups and look for the burst potential through these heroes. Also, even then, you have the kind of the back and forth, if you will. You Valkyrie into Celestial Charge, so you got one person pulling you one way and another person stabbing you the other.
Either way, you're CC'd. Yeah.
Into this, though, they have a Garrosh. They have some displacement. Lurking Arm from Stukov will stop some of these abilities from landing, or at least being from being utilized from the silence. So good responsive draft from Granit Gaming, but it still feels like they're not giving over the draft and they're just being super responsive. They're literally still getting what they want, it feels.
The Gul'dan ban comes in. They did not play that last week, but that's a little bit interesting.
Bergholt is not playing, by the way, for Granit Gaming. Skok replaced him. Bergholt, the tank.
Now,
all right.
Skoog, I believe, is technically... I have to double check my notes on this really quickly. I believe Skoog is listed as a flex, but they are still a great tank player in that. Nintori?
Wow,
Zul, yeah. We did mention that, and Malfurion. Okay, so a couple picks we haven't seen a whole lot of lately.
but it still plays so well into the composition they're putting together. You have the Bone Prison from Zool, you have Roots from Malfurion. You're setting up Cassia and Imperius to make plays. And if they actually go into a different bruiser, we'll have a hyper carry Cassia, but keep in mind, Zool's wave clear between the top to mid rotations is faster than the enemy team, and that allows them to then try and take team fights. But I like this Tychus and Phoenix, mobility and damage coming out from them.
Right, exactly. Mobility and also ways to kind of slow down fleeing enemies and stuff too with the Phoenix. One last pick comes in for Sidestep Kings. What's it going to be?
It's for the solo lane against Phoenix or Medivh. Who do you want there? Could be almost anyone. You don't really... Wait, it's not solo lane. So Zool is their solo.
Okay.
Wow, okay.
But they play Zool accordion style then. You spread out for mid, Zool by himself, and he can sometimes join mid. So it's what I call accordion, right? Like everyone collapses on mid lane from time to time with the great wave clear that you have.
And the nice benefit too on Volskaya Foundry in the solo lane is you have the conveyor belt that shoots you through the bottom to the mid lane or to the mid objective very quickly. So Zool might actually accordion utilizing that very well to find a route onto Stukov Medivh, and they can play off of that with the Imperius, Cassia, Malfurion, Hanzo. Really good call right there, Grubby. As we load into this game, personally looking at the drafts, they're really aggressive here. I love the side of Sidestep Kings, but a Medivh is always interesting. So I'm going to give this one over to Granit Gaming in hopes that they're going to get their first win in HeroesCCL.
All right, Bahamut calls the first map win for Granit. Grubby, what do you think?
I think the odds are stacked against Granit, but it is Medivh. He's a rule breaker. If it's well played, they could definitely do it.
Medivh cheats, as we know. Yeah, well,
he does.
We're going to catch up with Bahamut after the game. For now, you at home have a little bit of time as we load in to Photoshop Bahamut's beard onto Grubby or Grubby's hair onto Bahamut. One of the two, you choose, or do both. It could be entertaining either way. Let's get things started here on Volskaya Industries, though, as we introduce our players. On the Sidestep King side of thing, it's going to be Caterpillar playing the Imperius, Got Filth on Cassia, Ultralisk playing the Hanzo, June on Malfurion, and Kyocha on the Zool. Meanwhile, over on the Granit Gaming side of things, Henning is going to be playing the Stukov, Nintori on the Phoenix, Skoog on the Garrosh, Stormgrota on the Medivh, and Nick on the Tychus. So, time to get things started, and I'm psyched. We have seen so many new picks for CCL today that it's continuing, right? We've got the Zool in here and Malfurion, and I'm pretty sure that's the first time for both of those in CCL for us.
Yeah, I think so too. We've seen Malfurion, but I believe it was pre-season, the Icebreaker tournament. I remember this because they all took Tranquility, not one Twilight Dream. But it's definitely the first today, and I think last week as well. And it's the first Zool.
Yeah, for sure. And Zool's got that utility, right? He's got that little bit of pushing power, which is why we see him in the solo lane pretty often. But he's got a good amount of crowd control too, with things like the Bone Prison, of course, and whatever, I suppose if he takes Skeletal Mages in the end, but it's going to be interesting. What's the more common ultimate? I have zero experience in watching Zool games recently, because he didn't really exist, I think, when I played.
Yeah, I think Skeletal Mages was always better, but recently we've been seeing a lot of Nova, at least on ladder. I can't speak to the pro scene because I haven't really, I only watch CCL, and I haven't seen Zool here yet. I would imagine it's going to be the Skeletal Mages. You plant that on top of a portal, make sure everyone can float when they come out of it. The Poison Nova is a little bit easier to dodge.
Whereas Skeletal Mages, like you said, putting that on a point when you're trying to take it just, kind of makes it really hard for anyone to get close to it at that point from the other team.
Yeah. Nice
portal.
Roots.
Garrosh was ready. He does land one Groundbreaker, but yeah, I mean, they have the route ready for whoever comes through the portal, but I think pretty crucially, they took the Stukov away, so they don't have to at least worry about the silence anyway. Nice throw onto Caterpillar. Caterpillar pops some Molten Armor to try to stay alive, but it's not enough. The damage came through, and that was just a great catch by Skoog on the Garrosh. Get that Groundbreaker into the toss. Man, he's going to complete that quest so fast, too. He's already at 7.
Yeah, a lot of questing here on the side for Granit Gaming. Likewise, on the other side, the infinitely stacking Thunderstroke for Cassia. And really fast with the simple geometry as well is Ultralisk.
Right. Zool working on the Jailer's quest. Trying to spawn a lot of Skeleton Warriors.
Different build from Phoenix than we saw earlier. full repeater cannon build. He gains
you're right.
movement speed, he hits slowed targets, and he does bonus damage as long as he keeps moving.
Okay. Certainly works. We've seen Phoenix played a couple different ways now in CCL, but point A unlocks in 10, and here's where we're going to really kind of get a first good glimpse, I think, about how teams are going to try to approach this.
Let's see, we have the Siege Camp pushing in from both sides. Nick versus Godfilth, Tychus versus Cassia. Cassia leaves in order to get the early priority advantage on the point.
Yep.
Tychus still clearing Siege, so that's going to create an advantage for Granit in the top lane. And they have thus far stopped and contested this point, so nice for them. Yeah. Hey, look at the top lane. Look at the top lane of Observer Can. The minion wave was hidden behind the missile turret.
Ooh,
like
okay.
they're stuck.
Interesting.
Is that by design? That's so interesting.
I do not know, but either way, that'll push back eventually.
I've never seen
it's
that.
Gonna be... Me neither. Oh, that's a Celestial Charge onto the Phoenix. Protected, but still could take some damage just to throw on the Caterpillar, and he's in big trouble again. Caterpillar tries to get out. He doesn't really have the defensive cooldowns to hang in there, and he knows it. So Cattle walking out successfully. Skoog in the Bone Prison for just a little while, but no real follow-up for the damage. And that said, Sidestep Kings has still managed to control the point for the moment, but now Granit moving in big time here. Skoog misses with the Groundbreaker, but they do manage to at least push it back to neutral for the moment.
Yeah. Skoog pretending that he has his team behind him.
Yeah.
They just push off 4 people with 2.
That was called the power of confidence, Grubby.
Walk in like you own the place.
That's right. It's like that fluffy little animal on the National Geographic Channel that puffs it up to look scary, but it's really not. Cattle. He's got to be scared though. Low health.
Yeah, Cattle takes a lot of damage every time. This is not an easy draw for him, right? He's up against Tychus and then Phoenix. Both of them just hitting him, bringing him down instantly. Cattle has only been charging out. Does he even dare to commit here? Should Sidestep even try to fight over this point? Cattle needs him. Malfurion gets tossed in with the...
Skoog. Yeah, that's right. Well, they managed to take out Malfurion really quickly, and it was hard to advance onto Granit Gaming anyway because they had the biotic emitter there keeping everybody healed, and this is just going to be the Protector going over to Granit. Not much you can do if your Sidestep Kings after that pick comes through.
I don't think they should be there with Imperius just staring at death with 15% life. It was an accident waiting to happen, and Granit Gaming forced it to happen, right, Dua?
Yeah, pretty much. Yep, they saw it. They're like, all right, well, we've got a chance to come in and get that grab, and it's so easy to underestimate the range that a Garrosh can have sometimes to make that engage. Quick snipe on the well. Can they get out though?
Cattle
heading there. Yeah, he's gonna toss heading to safety, so they're gonna be just fine.
Meanwhile, Granite with the portal got the kill on Zul in the bottom lane, 3v1.
Yep.
Granite coming to play. They are 0-5 in CCL so far, 0-2 in the Icebreaker, 0-3 in their first play day, but they have come to play thus far 3-0 in the kill count with that Medivh first pick. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, getting the support camp as well with no pressure at all coming in from Sidestep Kings. That said, we do have heroic talents online for everybody right now, so the ultimates are available, and it is going to be Poison Nova. Interesting.
Huh.
I was curious about that, but yeah, it will be the Poison Nova from Kyocha. He's going to get tossed into the enemy team, though. He's going to have to do something. There's a Bone Prison, but it's not going to help. That Zul down again. Doesn't get a chance to even use the ultimate. No way he did. It just didn't end up working out. So Kyocha a little bit low, but he gets back to his team safely.
Poison Nova hit 4 people. So much for pro gamers are just going to dodge it. Lol.
I guess so.
There. As long as you get tossed in by Garrosh, I suppose Poison Nova will pretty much hit everybody.
True. Maybe that's part of what Garrosh is there for, is just a little bit of double agent action.
Yeah. Okay, so that Poison Nova, that works out fine. Now the question is, how do you keep him alive long enough? Malfurion only has burst heal if you can Moonfire 2 or more people at the same time. So it's tough having a healer like Malfurion against the big burst that Tychus can bring in. We'll have to see how that works out. He has, which ult is it? Twilight Dream. Okay, the first one.
You were asking for it.
Yeah.
Well, so that gives us a little bit of a clue, right? Because you go in Twilight Dream, Poison Nova, you've got the Ball Lightning from Cassia just bouncing around. Another kill on Kyocha, though. They are just bullying the Zul at this point. But you can see that Sidestep Kings is trying to set up like a big wombo combo, it feels like, with this. But it's going to be pretty hard to execute, it seems like.
It all starts with the arrow from Hanzo, so it means Ultralisk has to hit that ult, and then you walk up, you Twilight Dream follow-up, Ball Lightning, even took the damage talent, not the Valkyrie. So Cassia cannot help engage. It's all down to either the arrow first or Imperius, if he dares, but that seems scary.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many things on the side of Granit Gaming that can counteract that. Massive shove pushes out anybody, really, and suddenly the combo's gone. You've got Leyline able to catch people. You've got things like Odin that's just not going to really be impacted by it that much. So Granit Gaming seems pretty resilient to what Sidestep King seems to be trying to put together here.
Yeah, that's good news for Granit.
Yeah.
Now the second objective is here. We're about 20 seconds out from Sidestep taking their talent. Zul has been bullied. He's playing very safe suddenly. But now that he sees, okay, most people are top, let's clear this wave. It's what he's designed to do.
It's safe.
Yeah.
That said, the point taken by Granit Gaming. Gonna get 13. Some percentage going. Yeah. All right.
Okay, so Zul takes Echoes of Death. He's probably going to get the healing debuff at level 20 then. That makes Zul really good at stopping Stukov heals. At 16, you might get the slows on skeletons as well as the scythes. This is a really strong build for Zul when you get to level 20. It's a lot of poke, a lot of slows, and healing debuff. But he can never really step up and use his auto attack. It's just too risky of a game for him. Which also explains why he took Tragul's Essence at 7. He's not going to pop Bone Armor with that spell armor and go in and just like go full melee because he knows he'll never survive it. So he's a full hero. That means he's not that scary in a team fight. Like, he cannot fully contribute. Oh, this is awkward.
Yeah, well, they're going to try to fight over the siege camp there. Oh, not the siege camp. Support camp. Cal gets popped in. Angelic armaments, but he's still so squishy. They try to follow up on the bone cage, bone prison rather, but there's just no follow-up when your main tank is dead that fast. Every fight, Granit has just been able to blow up Imperius pretty much instantly.
Yeah, Imperius tried to capture the support camp that Sidestep fought for so hard, and Granit just showed up and stole it. It was...
Feels bad.
Yeah, and he stepped on, he got taunted.
Oh, look at this aggression, man. They're going after Ultralisk now. Super aggro portal here just to see if they can maybe get the snipe on the Hanzo, but they're going to play it a little bit safer. That's kind of funny, though. They're starting, you can tell they're starting to feel very bold here.
Yeah. Granit is controlling this game.
Yeah. Yeah, by a lot. 2-level lead right now. So they've got that extra tier of talents online as well.
Looks like the Triglav will go to Granit once again. And how are they going to use it? They're going to put Garrus inside Stukov, okay. No tank or healer, but there's still Medivh to save people. And if it becomes necessary, remember guys, in Storm League 2, you can vacate the Triglav at any time to help and add your unique skill set to the team. Nobody ever does.
No. Triglav for life, man. Once you're in, you're in. What are you talking about? That's not how Storm League plays.
Imagine being Ana. You're not in the Triglav. They're right next to you, and they just don't come out. So sick.
Yep. Seen that.
Uh-oh, Ultralisk.
Yeah, Ultralisk in a lot of trouble. They took the fight on top, but Ultralisk has the trouble getting... Ooh, dodges the Arcane Rift. Not bad, but unfortunately for Granit, they do lose their Tychus now. Got a little bit too aggressive, and I was kind of wondering if we were going to start to see this a bit, you know, where your eyes get a little bit too big, you've got that early lead, and, you know, then you start to kind of give up some silly kills, and you give your opponents a chance to get back in the game, and Granit needs to be careful that they're not doing exactly that right now.
Well, Ultralisk kind of outplayed them there. It was a 2v1. It took a while for his allies to show up, but he survived for long enough. Triglav was, of course, the distraction for Granit, and Medivh missed his Q. So it wasn't necessarily wrong, but just not well executed.
Well, skeleton slow now for Zul.
Yep.
In case you were curious what that talent was, you were mentioning it earlier.
Works on the scythes as well. He's got Echo, so a lot of slowing scythes. And then at level 20, you get the Mortal Wound. It's game-winningly good. It works on the Force of Will from Medivh, which has a healing component. And of course on anything that Stukov does, as well as Garrus' self-heal with the Bloodthirst. So Zul will be able to contribute fully like a real hero should once we get to level 20.
Right. Well, we will see. In the meanwhile, Sidestep Kings just taking all the camps that you normally take at this point, and we're kind of waiting for the next Protector to come online. It's going to be the bot lane C point next time. Another easy support camp, though, taken by Granit. And so, with all these fights, too, Granit Gaming always has the support camp.
Oh!
Ooh.
A ley line.
Yeah, went for the ley line. Yeah, that was didn't see that at first, but yeah, that was a cheeky ley line attempt here to try to set the team fight. The rest of his team was almost there, but no such luck with the engage this time.
Yeah, he was 1v4 and he knew his team was coming. It was pretty next level. They knew Zul was top, but the aim wasn't.
Yeah.
So, okay, just sit tight. He's got that level 16 talent reduction. Hit a few basic attacks and a few arcane rifts, and you get back that ult pretty quickly. It's already at 30 seconds.
Right. Hanzo can tell us all about damage reduction. He's not going to take that level 20 talent this time, but...
Cooldown reduction, yeah. No,
That's right,
can't.
cooldown reduction. That's what I meant to say.
I know.
Or did I? No, I did. But lull in
20.
the action as... I mean, the thing is, yeah, they're waiting for 20, but also...
Zul, mid lane.
Zul, all right, Kyocha. Hit a little bit with the lurking arm, but he's going to be able to walk away. Cattle, meanwhile, pops the ultimate. Tries to stay alive at the moment. There's the angelic armaments. Now goes in with the celestial charge. Onto Skoog. Skoog throws him out of the fight, though. They just don't even want to engage. And this is one nice thing about Granit Gaming is that they've got good disengage as well. So Grota, Arcane Rift as he tries to escape. Duck and weave, duck and weave. He's going to turn because here comes Dentori back again. Cattle already has his ultimate out of the way. So they know that. Oh, nice. They get the lurking arm into the kill on Malfurion. Very, very nicely done. Cattle can't do anything because his defensive cooldowns are not available. And that was just a great turnaround by Granit. Grota led them on a merry chase through the portals around the corner until the rest of his team could get there.
That was a really nice move by Henning. He got the virulent root on Malfurion on June, who got picked off. Lost his turret before he could use it. And then, were my eyes mistaking me, or was Godfilth walking towards the turret through 4 people? He was like, "Oh, that turret! I'll use it!" Probably he was running.
Brave.
He was probably running from danger in a Vayne direction. Like, he knew he was dead either way, I guess. Because it looked like he was going for a turret.
Mm-hmm. Grota, meanwhile, shadowing. It's got to be so annoying, knowing that the Medivh is seeing everything that you're doing.
It's super annoying. And he can taunt too, you know. I don't know if there's any rules against it in CCL.
Oh, really?
Or, yeah, you can be like, know that I have seen the future. What's in it?
Bird taunts are the ultimate flex move.
Yeah.
All right, well, Tregelth Protector picked up easily by Granit, and it just seems like a slow but sure chokeout right now of Sidestep Kings. Unless they can turn around in a hurry once they hit level 20, which should be right about now. It's going to go Granit's way. You got to have that big team fight, I think, if you're Sidestep right now.
All right, level 20s. Impervious. We have Rock Stopper for Cassia. Bullseye, the stun for Hanzo. Astral Communion. Oh, June is looking to blink in Twilight Dream.
I love it. Make it happen.
And no Mortal Wound for Zul. He went for Skeletons to have more heroics. A lot of Poison Nova.
Okay.
Feels like such a Storm League build, man.
Hey, well, whatever works, right? The Skeletons are really annoying for the Protector. They killed it very quickly. Skoog walks out of the roof right now. Oh, nice. Lurking arm. They caught Kyocha. Meanwhile, Kyocha seems to be okay for the moment. They're going to go in onto Skoog. Actually, great ley line to help the Garrosh escape here. Now the Odin has been called. The missile's coming. June takes a lot of damage. Missiled to death in the end by the Tychus. And now the Phoenix walking forward. They're going to get another one onto Caterpillar. Now Godfilth on the run. And that is a clean team fight for Granit Gaming. They have been so good on the chase with this. Kyocha getting slowed, getting taken out again by the Tychus. This Odin is going to help them end it, and this may be the end of the game. Do you think they've got enough to do it? Ultralisk trying to chase down the Medivh. Dentori? Can he save him? He can.
Yeah, it's
Sports of Will is a nice ability. What can I say?
It really is. I mean, Swamp Groot could still die before he loses, before he gets his stacks, if he accidentally stacks up with Garrosh. But yeah, that's the first map win for Granit Gaming. Really, really well done. I was wondering when I saw June on Malv like stepping forward that much when the rest of his team was stuck. Can he really do that? The answer is no. He walked into Garrosh, he walked into an Odin explosion, and I guess he was feeling pretty frisky. He Twilight Dreamed in, got Garrosh, and then just, that ult wasn't good enough. The team seemed to get emotional, overchase, and that wasn't it. But, you know, Granite won most of the game already.
Granite was definitely like that annoying younger sibling, right? That like teases you and then runs away when you're chasing them. But then they have like a water balloon hidden around the corner. So when you come around the corner expecting to catch them, that's when you get hit in the face by it. That was that game in a nutshell.
They prepared it before they called you names from across the street.
They were so ready. It was all a setup. Yep. Bahamut, what do you think?
Really, really good plays coming out from the side of Granite Gaming. Nick is living up to their name as probably one of the most winning assassin players coming out from HCC Europe in the past. And I think the coaching from Bad Benny, as well as the overall practice they've had in this past week, it shows their synergistic value has improved. They had 2 deaths overall as a team, and that was in the Stukov, in the Tychus, and they were playing those aggressive in those moments. So it was a little bit of a tunnel-ish vision moment, but it was aggression in that tunnel vision. Really, really well played from Granite Gaming. I think Sidestep Kings are really going to have to put in some work for this win if they want to take a win in this best of 5 series to close out our week number 2.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
What is it?
Sidestep Kings won all of the series where they lost the first map. And they lost the series where they won the first map.
All right.
This bodes well for Sidestep Kings.
Well,
3 results are enough.
Sample size. But but who knows? If you're a Sidestep Kings fan, I'm sure you're happy to hear that.
It was a really good game overall from both sides. The one thing that I, watching this, saw from Sidestep Kings, or at least felt they were lacking, was a front line. It felt like, you do have this Imperius who is, it's Imperius. He's a bruiser who's technically a tank who actually does assassin stuff. But I feel like they need to play a little bit more towards what you consider standard meta. Go for the thick front line, find your damage, and play towards your strengths. We'll see if Sidestep Kings is able to do that for map number 2.
Map number 2 is incoming right now, and we are going to another map we didn't get to see in our first series. It's going to be Cursed Hollow. So, pretty neat. We're seeing some maps that we haven't been seeing quite as often in CCL today. Granite's pick, though.
It's a larger map, more rotations to be had. Volskaya Foundry, it's a big map, you have rotations, but this is Cursed Hollow. You have Dahaka availability. And I'm going to bring it up every time. You have Lost Vikings. This is a great map for them. This is a great Abathur map. The Abathur Samuro is amazing here. Falstead's an option too. Brightwing's great as well. A lot of good opportunity and possibilities for our picks on this Cursed Hollow map. As it is going to be Granite Gaming choosing to take us to this map as they're the winning team. So that means that Sidestep Kings opted in for first pick priority for game number 2. I was talking about Sidestep Kings a little bit. We know there's a ton of talent on this roster. I mean, you just read all the names, you're like, wow, these are all extremely good Heroes of the Storm players. That said, one of the things we kind of had questions about coming into the season is, would the coordination be there? And a big reason for that is not really anything to do with the players, but it's the fact that they've got players playing from 3 different continents, EU, NA, and Korea. And so to bring that talent together, you pay a penalty for that. And the penalty in this particular case is latency. So that being the case, your play calls, your coordination have to be exactly right. And, you've got a little bit of a language barrier here and there too. So they've got the talent, but getting it all to work together, I think, is going to be their big challenge this season. And it did seem like they were a bit out of sync in game number 1. We'll see if that continues in game 2. But for now, let's check out the draft.
Other good heroes here include Tyrael with Holy Ground for the boss point can be quite important. Hanzo and Raynor are quite good, so you can take that boss quickly. Greymane is good to take the boss quickly, and that does become a winning condition for many teams. The question is, do they let Medivh get through? Swamp Grot did do pretty well with that.
The answer is no. Yeah, there's the ban. I'd be pretty shocked if they let that Medivh come through again.
But is there something to be said that you're now trading, if I'm not mistaken, a Junkrat ban from game number 1 for a Medivh ban? Because I think didn't Sidestep Kings ban out the Junkrat since Svampgrada's
I believe you're right.
Really strong?
And that's also what Granite kept playing in their previous play day. It was a lot of Junkrat.
Yeah.
Lucio
ban.
The other thing to note too is going to be Svampgrada's Deathwing potential. This is a large map. Deathwing offers a global aspect. Do we actually see it here? It's something that I personally would love to see, but as Bahamut, I love if these teams would maybe venture into that Samuro territory, into the Abathur, into the Lost Vikings, because we haven't had any of those opportunities. And with Granit Gaming being such a European forward roster, the only literal non-European player is Nintori. They're actually the only NA player. Everyone's from Sweden except for Nick, who I think is German. Yes. But they're going to go Sylvanas and Brightwing. They're going to get themselves a strong healer. They're going to get themselves push pressure, and that builds a really strong Cho'Gall composition.
I knew that's where it was going to go eventually. That's not surprising, yeah. Nubarak and Stukov, okay. Some crowd control in there.
I find the Raynor pick, I know I mentioned Raynor and Greymane as two heroes that take down the boss pretty quickly, but I'm still so surprised to see him in first pick. We haven't seen that in any of the drafts so far in all of CCL main season, and including Icebreaker. Never Raynor first pick. And he is pretty good against a Nubarak, so, you know, maybe it's like, well, we want a Nubarak, so we're going to go Raynor. Still, nothing about this speaks to a kind of game style, a fighting style, which I guess is to Sidestep Kings' credit that the two picks that are likely going to be the most mysterious are saved for the last.
Well, yeah, you don't always just want to pick strong things for your first pick sometimes, too. You know, some part of drafting is picking something that you know is just going to be safe and reliable and just kind of feeling out what your opponents are maybe having in mind for draft and then responding to that, too. So, yeah, I think that's kind of the Raynor, is just that safe pick to then build around later. Diablo and Dahaka.
Good global aspect from the Dahaka as well as the Brightwings. They have a lot of mobility around the map. Dahaka had a buff in the most recent patch to their Apex Predator, which takes them to a 25-second cooldown reduction on their global. Falstad actually has this exact same cooldown reduction on their Epic mount at level 20. I actually had a Falstad specific stream in this past week, and I took that, and getting around the map every 20 seconds is busted strong, in my opinion. Dahaka being able to do this is going to be insane if they get to that level 20 point. And I think this was a balance to bring them towards the realm of Brightwing, because I think Brightwing's cooldown reduction from Hypershift is so very strong. But let's cycle things back into this game, as we do have a Yrel and a Junkrat on the left-hand side, so they're going to grab themselves that Junkrat for displacement, Yrel for more displacement. So this is looking like it's a denial into this Dahaka who wants to get into the backline, Diablo who wants to shadow charge in, Sylvanas who wants to be able to use the Haunting Wave to try and get into the backline. I think there's a lot of control coming out from Sidestep Kings. Can they find the kills into the aggression from the opposing side? Personally, leaning into Granit Gaming once again, I think they have the momentum. I think they have a wonderful draft, and I think if they play this map correctly through macro and a little bit of micro pressure, they should be able to take game number 2 on Cursed Hollow personally.
All right, so you are calling it for Granit Gaming, Bahamut, Grubby. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Yeah. You agree? Okay.
I'm with Bahamut on this one. I find there's a bit of a mismatch between an assassin like Raynor and a tank like a Nubarak, who does like to burrow charge in, and how do you follow up? Raynor doesn't follow up that well. Junkrat is
push them away.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's
probably not.
It's probably going to be fine. He's a generalist, but in some situations they won't match well together. And both Raynor and Junkrat are squishy backliners that can get ambushed by either Diablo or by Dahaka or even Sylvanas. So I like Granit's draft. We'll see if they can make good on it.
Yeah. I like Kyocha with the Genji platform he's riding on. A little bit of callback to Heroes of the Storm of times past. Well, let's get things started here on Cursed Hollow, following along with Nintori on this Dahaka. And it is going to be interesting to see how the global sort of impacts. We talked last week about how the patch coming in might affect that. And we have seen more Dahaka lately.
Yep. We also see that Nick keeps going for Tychus and the newly buffed grenade talents.
I got to get that Zerg and Nubarak skin, though. That's one of the tanks I actually play.
A Nubalisk. It's pretty cool.
Nubalisk. I like it. Anything StarCraft related, I will be happy with.
Yep. Oh.
Yep. There you go. I mean, penetrating round immediately from Godfilth. Oh, nice bro charge, actually. I think Impale, they're going to slow, and they're going to get the silence as well, and that's a good amount of damage here. Good coordination. We talked about that being maybe a bit of an issue in game number 1. That was crisp.
Yeah, no Dragon's Arrow to be missed this game. Riptire easier to hit
a bit
for him, for Ultralisk. And, you know, of course, Arrow, it's not just binary about do you hit it, do you not hit it. It's the opponent is allowed to dodge it as well. So even though there were many narrows last game, there's of course you have to accept that Granite can feel when those arrows are coming and they're going to get dodged. So this is an easier execution draft by Sidestep in general, with 2 frontliners that both have a lot of CC and displacement, and then 2 backliners. One of them can be quite safe, Junkrat can be far away, and Rainer's got that self-heal and the pushback.
Yep, seems to be the plan. Team's back to the mid lane after going forward. Ooh, Cattle polymorphed. Can they maybe get a pick here? I think they can. Caterpillar in big trouble. That was just a great, again, pick from Granit Gaming, this time coming off of the back of that polymorph.
And I'm trying to think how that happens. He was quite far on the side of Granite, maybe.
I think that's how.
Yeah.
Too far up.
I'm trying to justify it.
You know, you're trying to finish off a wave and, you know, push it in to give your siege minions a little bit farther forward of a position, I guess, maybe, but that's rough either way. Wow, they're going to get aggressive on the Kyocha polymorph after they get the toss with Skoog. It's going to be fine, though.
You think you can get away? You're a Nubarak, you've got spell armor, which, by the way...
Exactly, yeah.
He didn't make it at level 1. I'm so surprised at any Anubaraks going for this regen globe talent that never completes. You never get above 500 health. You just get a bit of health regen. How can 4 health per second be equal to 20 extra spell armor? I don't know, man.
I mean, that's a great question. It's a traditional pick, right? You go back to like launch a new Barak and everyone's like, oh, we got to go regeneration globe master, because that's like what every tank had back then.
Yeah, every tank had just
pretty much
start at level 22, you know. So you've
exactly. So maybe he's just used to it.
He lives in that fight, you know, in that gank if he has the spell armor talent.
You'd think so, yeah. Tribute is up. Scoot getting the early channel here, but we know there's going to be continue to be a fight. He might have been able to stick with that, actually.
Yeah, there was the pustule on him that June could definitely explode, so he knew that he's going to get interrupted again. He thought, okay, I'll zone, Henning, you cap.
Right on.
Very powerful combination between Henning and Skog to go for the polymorph, which gives Diablo the really easy time to combine his double CC.
It's a matter of trying to race with these waves to push it back. Burrowed charge comes in on the Skoog. The Diablo manages to get out and stop. Henning helps him out with the Brightwing.
Skog with the misclick, overpower on a Beetle instead of on Urel.
Hey, that Beetle had it coming, all right?
It definitely did.
Yeah.
It's an X-Beetle. Oh, Nitori comes in.
Charge. Yeah.
Nice kill, though, by Cattle, stopping both frontliners of Granite. Sylvanas with the solo push mid.
Yeah, that's going to be something that Sidestep Kings is going to have to deal with eventually. They're going to send Urel down to do just that. But that does take pressure off of the objective, right? Yeah. Nitori goes for the drag on to June, but I don't think that connected.
Nope.
All right, Skoog just zoning out with his own body as they really try to get this one. And sometimes it takes a long time to get the channel.
It's really nice how Granite is playing this. Now Sylvanas has a solo push bot, which means Junkrat has to react, but the Haka is still mid. Nick there with that bonus frag grenade range. This is a fight. Wow, this is... Well, you're making so much time with just 3 heroes, Granite.
Yeah. I mean, you've got such great long-range poke with what's up there, and then you've got a lot of tankiness as well, and then Nitori just being annoying and leading people away on the Dahaka. What can you say? That tribute might be out there for a long time.
I'll tell you what, though, this is a cursed tribute because 2 walls have gone down for Sidestep Kings during this.
I'm getting bored. At this time, I'm like, at this point, I'm going to be like, I volunteer as tribute.
I don't want it anymore.
Make something happen, you know? Yeah.
I'll find another way to make a gold happy, but tribute is not going to be it.
Everyone's just ignoring it now. Oh well. All right.
Dude, this reminds me of this DuckTales episode where Lizzie, she's got this stack of pancakes, but she keeps getting interrupted while she's trying to eat them. They get so close to her mouth, and every time there's Scrooge gets angry, and she keeps not getting to eat, and then finally they leave, and she says in the saddest voice ever, "We'll never have pancakes again."
That's like a nightmare scenario for me, man.
It was. As a kid,
pancakes,
like not being allowed to eat pancakes for like half an hour that are right in front of you, and then you won't even get to eat them finally. It's torture. Who does that? How this tribute feels right now. But it's because Scrooge's money got stolen, that's why.
You got the concussion mine sitting underneath it as well.
All right, guess I'm gonna cap it. Nope. Oh, Rainer! Yep. Rainer bot lane! Ah!
Oh, okay.
Rainer.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto Rainer. Okay, so they do gank. See, everyone was so distracted, teams included. Oh, wow. Ultimate comes in from Diablo. He goes for it. Now the fight happens up in top lane because they know they've got the 5v4. And then Tori back up there on the Dahaka almost immediately. I guess it still is a 4v4 technically, but they get to push the bot lane too.
Yeah, Sylvanas doing what every Storm League Sylvanas dreams of. Pushing, bottom lane, getting the whole
OQ dream. Odin has been called. Nick coming in. Now the damage is serious, but here comes the Riptire as well. Trying to chase down Henny a little bit. They do kill it before it goes off.
At level 20, we'll still be here.
Yeah, I think so. It's just going to be like one tribute taken, then there's going to be a big team fight, and somebody pushes down an entire lane and wins.
Oh. I've never seen a cursed game end without any tributes taken. That'd be sick.
I've never seen a cursed tribute take this long to get picked up, honestly.
A few times I've seen, but it's rare.
Yeah.
Tori with adaptation. Has he used it yet? Yes.
Oh, all right. Yeah, adaptation used, but he does have the little bit of stasis to try to stay alive. Now Henning in trouble. Or Henning comes down with the phase shift. Somkrata is there for a little bit of damage, quite a bit of damage actually. Still doesn't have the Wailing Arrow, but he was able to do enough to keep his tank safe, or keep his offlaner safe rather. This
level 13. Doa, level 13 talents first or cap first? I'm gonna say
it's gonna be talents. Henning's gonna go for it now, but we've got enough time for yet another Diablo to come in. There's a polymorph. Cattle does get out with the burrowed charge, but they're gonna have a very low health tank to try to stop this tribute. But the concussion mines from Junkrat are gonna continuously deny this. Basically forever. This is like the Heroes of the Storm equivalent of Terran versus Terran in StarCraft 2.
Oh, stick off!
Yep.
Gladiator's medallion. June gets away.
Oh, Cattle going for the charge. Or not the charge, the channel rather. We'll go for a charge later. Spikes on Skoog. Meanwhile, Nintori comes in from behind. June under a little bit of pressure. You got to be really careful. There we go. Nice. Nintori has to go into stasis to try to stay alive. Yeah, adaptation to get the heals as well. So hard to burn down that Dahaka, and he's going to bring 4 members of Sidestep Kings with him. But there, wait, no, we've got the tribute to worry about. We're going to let him go. Level 13 talents acquired by both teams.
Yep.
Before the first tribute is taken.
Should try capping the tribute. How come no one tried it?
Got out. No wall. Here comes a Riptire though. Skoog actually went ahead for the charge to try to finish it off. It seemed like Nintori into the backline now. June taking a little bit of damage from Crota, joining the fray. He's going to dive into the backline right now. That was a dangerous move, but they're going to be able to keep him alive for the moment. Brave attack for the Wailing Arrow. Finally, Skoog does go down. They lose their Diablo. A lot of low health members of Sidestep Kings. They put the cocoon onto the Odin actually, which delayed a lot of the damage to be done by Nick's ultimate. That said, it is a 5v4, and it looks like Sidestep Kings is finally going to claim this first tribute. It happened, Grubby. It happened.
It cost them 1.5 forwards in half a level, but they've got it. All right.
Sure.
Next.
That's a win. Pat yourself on the back.
Go next. Doa, do you feel like Swamkrota felt a little emboldened by his countless victories in the campaigns in distant lands against minions? He's been doing so well.
I think he did.
He made it to an actual PvP fight, and he's like, I got this. Turn on Black Arrow, disable them. Holy crap, it doesn't work on Heroes!
Luckily, he has another arrow that works really well on Heroes, so you can just pull that one out instead.
Right, boss. Boss trade.
Bosses for both teams right now. It's going to be a slightly earlier boss for Granit Gaming. More than slightly earlier boss, actually. That's going to be a decent amount of little pressure on the top lane.
And where's their damage? It's because Raynor didn't take the Executioner. He went for Ace in the hole to synergize together with the Nubarak.
I guess so, yeah.
And himself. More PvP damage.
Wow, and this is great for Granit Gaming because they're going to be able to push down this fort and then make a rotation down to the tribute, too.
Oh, this is Black Arrow Sylvanas.
Right.
Let's see. When does he have it? He already used it. 20 seconds cooldown. Okay. But that's still a full HP boss on the keep wall.
Yeah. How far are they going to push this? Right now, teams just trading lanes.
They have to defend. You'll lose a keep if you don't defend. Sidestep.
I mean, Granit Gaming loses the keep, and they're not too concerned about it, but it is the tier 2 keep that, or just the keep in general, that Sidestep King's a little bit more worried about. Odin has been called. They want to fight, it looks like, on the back of this boss, perhaps. Notori goes in, they're going to get the stun. That's the throw on this on Stu, the polymorph. Meanwhile, onto Cattle, he's going to go down. Nice CC chain on the Anubarak to secure that kill, and it will be a keep taken by Granit Gaming. Burrow for Notori to keep him alive.
Okay, how's the other boss?
Wow.
The other boss is getting taken down because there's catapults here already, courtesy of Sylvanas's early fort kill.
Yeah, that's right. Plenty of time to go back and handle that boss. In fact, it is getting handled already. Notori went to just finish it. So, really good push for Granit overall. Oh my gosh, they just catch the Junkrat. What happened there? Ultralisk, just out of position. We didn't see it. But
no, I didn't see it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Granit, all the pressure in the world on this map to go back and get this tribute if they want to. But, Grubby, you talked about never seeing a game end without a tribute, but maybe we're going to see a game end without a curse.
Yeah, well, that I have seen before, but 0 tributes, yeah, still waiting for that day, though. Now, this tribute, I think Granit is going to get it.
I think so, too. I think with Junkrat back now, maybe if Ultralisk can get to the fight fast. No, never mind. What am I talking about?
That's Storm League thinking. Curse thinking, like, maybe I can interrupt safely as a Nubarak. Like, oh, damn it.
No. That's why I stick to quick play.
Invalid. Okay, so let's see. The next tribute is in a pretty good position for Sidestep. They're also not facing level 20 yet. By the time this is announced, level 19.1 maybe for Granit Gaming. But there is that Dahaka threat, and there's a siege camp. God, Sidestep Kings needs to get a pick off in the top lane now. They need to get a team fight right now, because they're already late dealing with the siege camp and making it back up here.
You know, Granit Gaming has really kind of begun to fulfill the prophecy, as it were, where, you know, people saw this roster. It's a lot of players that have played together before. It's a lot of EU's best, you know. And everyone's like, oh, this team is going to be really good. So I think everyone's kind of shocked with how their week 1 match went. This is more the Granit Gaming that we were expecting.
Yeah, this is Grammy winning Granit Gaming.
That's right.
Grammy Gaming. Grandma Gaming. Kyocha. Okay.
If they lose, that's all people are going to say. Don't give him the ammo.
Kyocha finally cleared bottom lane, and he'll be late, as predicted. And now level 20 can actually come out for Granit Gaming. The thing is, this is an okay give up for Sidestep. I guess I was a little bit too worried about that siege because of the early tribute lead that they built up, Sidestep Kings, and they worked so hard for it. Level 14 for the first tribute. They can afford to give this up. And without boss pressure, this is not a difficult situation for how to make your decision making. The bosses are up in 40 seconds. Oh, wow, okay. That is tough. Top boss can be game winning for Granit, but they'd rather actually play it safe and go for bottom boss with the level 20.
All right. Cattle again, a lot of pressure on him.
The flank.
He's going to focus on a lot of these team fights. That's right, the flank comes in. Notori from behind gets shoved out by June, though.
Good shove.
Yeah. That was a near disaster for Sidestep Kings. Kyocha just observing.
That flank by Notori was so scary looking.
Yep, going in again. Once again, the polymorph on the Cattle. They're continuing to focusing this Anubarak. Barely gets out again. Odin has been called. Yep, good push again on Nintori to get him out of the fight one more time. But the siege is going to begin, and this is going to be a strong siege for Sidestep Kings to have to deal with. Waiting for their level 20 talents, and they're going to be waiting a while yet.
I think they lose keep, and they have to play for a Hail Mary play.
Yeah,
don't try to defend the keep even.
Right. Oh, Nintori tried to get that cheeky drag onto June, but June just far enough away.
As I say that, the keep is not caught in. It is defended.
Yeah.
Good job.
They're like, hey, maybe we can just fight for this tribute. You know, Sidestep Kings wants to. Oh, under the wall comes Cattle. He's going to get met with a polymorph immediately. There's a charge into the throw. Diablo ultimate used. Not a ton of damage coming out of that. And the push away again. June has been so ready with those massive shoves.
Yeah, good shove.
Get people out of the fight, yeah.
Okay, so this curse is a cover of darkness to secure 2 bosses if Granit wants it. I'm not sure they actually want to fight here. They have no defender's advantage at Sidestep, but there's also no offender's advantage by Granit, except distraction in the bottom lane. It's a tricky situation, but Granit, they feel confident to move in here.
Yeah, I've got great news. Anubrak just finished his Orb Master quest.
500 health.
Regen Globe Master, yeah.
Nice.
He did it. 17 minutes in. We'll see if it makes a difference.
Good defense so far by Sidestep Kings. Keeper still alive. Bottom keep getting defended.
Here comes the Odin. There's a root. Ooh, close call, but they managed to get Skoog out to safety. Can they finish the keep here? The curse is almost done, so now it's just a normal push here. Nintori under pressure. He's going to get a lot of healing going, though. So he's going to be able to pop back up to near full. Grota, needs to be very, very careful. Yeah, Nintori comes into zone, but there's a cocoon. He's going to break him out of it fast, though. And they needed that close call. Meanwhile, Skoog a little bit low on the Diablo in the back line.
Wow, a curse that took the mid keep from 40% life to 1% and the bottom keep from full to half. That is, I think that is not good enough normally for a curse. But now we're going for the boss, and as soon as... Oh, wow, that's a smart boss call. Granit decided to go for the south side boss. And Sidestep wanted to get that team fight in the top lane, but they're hunting. And it's on time. Anubrak, though!
They find him again. There's a polymorph right into that. Cattle was caught. Manages to walk away because they only had 3. So they didn't quite have the burst to finish it. They do have to give up the boss, though. So the vision checking by Sidestep Kings does end up working out.
Cool talent synergy for Caterpillar with the level 1 Regen Master and the level 20 Trader King gain 10% bonus max health. This is also multiplying the initial bonus you get from Regen Master. He has 5.6k HP. He gains 20 extra spell armor and 75 total when you activate it. That kept him alive in that gank. He was by himself against so many and he stayed alive.
Sure, that seems reasonable. Oh, Nintori lurking. He sees the boss being taken, but there's not a whole lot they can do about it. Yeah, they're just going to have to deal with the boss.
Other boss as well. A boss in front of open core is always a tricky situation. You have no guarantee to get anything done with it. No structural damage will be achieved. It's only about can you all in on the core. And usually you can. The goal for the defender team is to not wait until the boss is on the core. You just pick up an open fight in the middle of the lane. And that's what Sidestep is doing.
Yep, that's right. They're going to try for it anyway. Oh boy, polymorph again on the Cattle right away. They're always so ready for that from the Brightwing. A lot of damage from that Junkrat too. This time Granit Gaming pushed a little bit back here. Meanwhile, the flank from behind Nintori gets caught a little bit. He's able to burrow, stay alive, heal back up again. It's so difficult to get rid of that Dahaka sometimes, but now it's time to protect the boss. Skoog comes in, Nintori knocked out.
That was really well done by Granit. They resisted. Granit resisted the attack, and now they're with the boss.
Yep, that's right. They got to try something here. All right, slam onto Kyocha. They're going to get that pick there. It looks like, oh, wow, he's still alive. The silence comes in, though. Here comes the Odin. There we go. I was shocked they didn't kill that Urel sooner. Meanwhile, the boss wailing away at the core, and all Granit Gaming needs to do is just basically finish off this fight and then breathe on the core, and it'll fall down. That said, they do lose their healer, and now some Grota backing off as well, so maybe a little bit too much too fast. Nintori being annoying in the back line. We'll see if they can close it out, but back's already coming in from some Grota.
At least take down the keep, Nick. Just cast one spell on the keep.
That's all you need, yeah. 1% keep.
Nick?
Can they save the Tychus here? Are they just going to lose everybody?
Maybe.
All right.
Doa.
Oh, wow.
Maybe.
Well, that is not a great situation. They lose the Diablo. Skog goes down. And the worst part is that now they're going to maybe give the curse over to Sidestep Kings. And you're going to have that long death timer desync because you're still waiting for 2 people to come back from Granit.
Oh, the interrupt too late.
Nice. Little bit too late. Yep, that's right. Sidestep King gets it. June under a little bit of threat. But they're fine. Easy web wrap onto Nick just to prevent the damage, keep their Stukov alive. And now the question is, how much can you push with all the lanes pushed against you if you're Sidestep Kings?
Yeah, you can't. This was like a bad curse timing, right? Like, did you even want to take it? I guess this is a curse to tread water, not to swim to the other side yet.
Exactly, yeah.
And, you know, we didn't talk about it, but Sidestep's boss killed the keep, did 29% on the core. It's pretty good. There's a win condition there. And now they're treading water, and a neutral team fight, which Skog seems happy to take, is fine for Sidestep. Like, that's what they need right now. There's no defender's advantage. They just want a 5-on-5. If it was Christmas, the only thing on the list, and Sidestep is looking for it, is Granite going to play Santa Claus for them and give it to them?
I think they might want to give him a lump of coal. We'll see.
Yeah, I believe so.
That's the
Seems
bad
part.
Yeah. Well, Santa didn't come down, but the Odin did, and that's going to be the key for Granite to push out of the turret here. Santa rode in a big Thor like that, that'd be way cooler than a sleigh. Let's be honest.
A big red button would be called Big Red Deer.
That's right. He'd have his big red ornament.
So they got like 1/4 out of this, but at least the lanes are depushed, top and bot. Once Big Red Button is done, like Sidestep is gonna have to like brute force, but against defender's advantage this time, which is so tough. Hey, maybe just go core with Siege? Like,
I mean, maybe. It looks like it's just gonna be a push from Dahaka on the back side of this here.
imagine if Tychus shot that keep once though with any of his abilities during any of the 15 seconds he was there.
A lot more pressure right now for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's okay. It's okay.
You know, maybe the thing is like, if you're Nintori, do you want to try to just sneak in and kill that keep?
And die for it?
Maybe. Is it worth it?
I don't know. I mean, I would do it just to see how it goes. But I think Granit wants to hold on to this tenuous position that they have. Like, they're in a good spot. The map is looking good. But both teams are one team fight away from losing. Sometimes that's brought as a criticism of HOTS the game. But that is incorrect. You don't need to give that team fight when the map is in your advantage. You can just wait.
Definitely. Well, it's like we saw with Game 1. Granit did a good job of waiting for Sidestep Kings to engage and then taking advantage of that.
Yep.
Having the good counter engage is important too. They spot Nintori. Ooh, they missed him with the burrow charge. That was close though.
And the funny fact is, because he was given invisible friends from Brightwing, the long distance cocoon doesn't work. You must first reveal him. So he couldn't cocoon from the burrow charge, which is something he definitely would have done against an isolated solo laner under other circumstances. Oh, Stukov!
Yeah. Ah, he's fine.
All right, sorry. Sorry, I got excited.
Can't blame you. I mean, if they would have had to follow up, maybe there was a way they could have bursted down June, but it doesn't look like they have that.
I'll try to
they're going my boss here. It looks like.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Brute forcing it.
3 people on the boss as they try to defend mid.
What do you think, Doa?
Knows though, they know that boss is being taken. Looks like it's gonna be grabbed just in time. They do get the throw, the stuns on the cattle as well. So boss coming in. If they can get the kill on the tank, that's huge as well. Kyocha comes in, can't prevent the boss, but he can put a little bit of pressure on the Granit Gaming backline. But no, that boss is gonna be the major concern for Sidestep Kings now. So if you are Granit Gaming, how do you take advantage of this situation?
You just buy as much time. Fight, but don't kill or don't die. Just you fight and you play it safe because the boss should win it for you.
June is in big trouble. Gets tossed. Doesn't have the massive shove, I believe. No, but he gets out with just a minuscule amount of HP remaining. Doc is going to chase him down, though. Yep. There's the way. Now Cattle on the run. Diablo out comes in. Apocalypse doesn't really connect with anybody. Riptire not a concern as the boss running into the court.
The keep.
Will the keep get killed? Somebody. There we go. All right. About time. Oh, goodbye, Godfilth. And that is going to be about it. Granit Gaming will put themselves up 2-0 in this series. And while there were definitely little sparks of life coming in from Sidestep King in this game, it really did seem like another map that was kind of Granite's from start to finish almost.
I got to agree with you there, Doa. It looks a little bit better for Sidestep, but it didn't feel like they had a clear plan. They just had heroes that are good.
Yep. And you need a bit more than that. You need that coordination. And they did have that early on. You know, we saw some very nice ganks, especially the initial one in the mid lane. But there's a lot of work to be done in an entire game as Heroes of the Storm. You lose track once and you're going to pay for it big time. Bahamut, what's your takeaways from game number 2?
I think Grubby nailed it so perfectly at the end right there with the explanation of the critique of Here's the Storm. I was watching this too, and I was like Sidestep Kings wants these fights because they need the momentum to shift dynamically in their favor. Granit Gaming, they respected the entire map. They respected everything, and they played a slower 26-minute game. Well, 25:59 if you really want to cut hairs right there. But my whole point is just Granit Gaming played the map, and they went to this map and they played it so very well. They drafted for it, and when things started to kind of fall apart, they didn't do exactly what we were all kind of thinking, which is, oh, I gotta go defend and play aggressive. No, just gotta play it slow. Let the map win it for you, and they did it so very well. Also, I gotta say, Nintori on this Dahaka, just chef's kiss. Some of the harassment, the survivability as well, utilizing the not Apex Predator, excuse me, I'm blanking on adaptation at level 10. It's always isolation. So I'm like, what do they actually take? But really, really cool from them right there. And a great game from Granit Gaming.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes you talk about the strength of a team has of engaging, but it's also the teams that have the very strong counter engage that can then be sort of a team wide identity. And it kind of feels like after those 2 games, Granit kind of finding that, but we're going to have to wait a little bit to see what happens in game number 3. Quick break, guys. But when we come back, we'll see if Granit Gaming can close it out with a 3-0 or if Sidestep Kings has some life left in them. Don't go anywhere. HeroesCCL presented by Roll20. We'll be back right after this. Caterpillar has to back away just a little bit here. Wit having to play so safe. He's basically the Scrooge McDuck of gems right now. And he doesn't want to lose the vault. He is the vault.
Oh, horrify on the
Sidestep Kings trying to crack it open, and they do just that. Oh, no. The bank has been robbed.
Oh, no.
Sidestep Kings are set for life, basically.
Right. Tomb is the only thing that can stop a Deathwing, who doesn't get affected by crowd control abilities, but he does get affected by walls. So the Leoric just feels genius right now. Another Entomb of Deathwing. This time, can he get away?
It's not looking good. He's trying, but he's solo health. Nice pick onto the Deathwing.
Really, though, Darkmook never capped yet. I don't know why. Maybe it was Toxic Nest.
Maybe. Hard to say. But you're right. I thought he did. He did not. Now Chilly Mountain trying to fight this one in. Prismaticism super low on the Orphea, trying to stay alive. Barely 600 HP. They do it. I can't believe it. The shields that Prismaticism has been able to give himself with some of these abilities have kept him in.
We want you to be able to keep your characters in your pocket. And that all starts here. Roll20 is excited to announce the invite beta for our new mobile app. You've been asking, and now we're reaching out to our awesome community to help us build the best mobile VTT experience. Our mobile app debut focuses on the Dungeons & Dragons 5e character sheet. Just a simple swipe or tap sends your dice rolls directly to your campaign on your computer. Long gone are the days of multiple windows. Now you can preserve valuable screen space and be ready for an impromptu game of D&D wherever you go. While we're currently in invite beta, we know that our community is the key to a bright future here at Roll20. So stay tuned for more information about the open beta on our blog and newsletter. This is only the beginning.
After a long day of work, nothing refreshes me more than a cold beer and a hot shower. That's why I use Duke Cannon's big ass beer soap. This big ass brick of soap is actually made with old Milwaukee beer. But guess what? It don't stink. It actually smells pretty damn good, like cedar, sandalwood, and other pleasant things that I don't even know about.
Welcome back to HeroesCCL, presented by Roll20. Doa here with Grubby and Bahamut, and we may be about to see a Granit Gaming 3-0. They have looked convincingly better than Sidestep Kings in the first couple games in this series, and it's not over yet. It's a best of 5, but it seems like Sidestep Kings are going to have to kind of dig deep to get back in this one. What do you think, Bahamut?
Digging deep, definitely. Looking at some of their hero pools, I think they got to go, as I said, go back to the tried and true, go for what's strong. Just chain CC, blow someone up. That's what I got to say about Sidestep Kings. Just play to your strengths, and I know they can play that comp.
Grubby, what do you think? You're muted, by the way. We can't hear you.
That was the kind of thing I can only say once. It was profound.
Wow.
I'm sorry we missed it. Someone reads lips out there. Whatever Grubby said, just post it in Twitch chat. I'm sure you're going to be very accurate with your translation, so everyone will know.
Yeah, I just think simple drafts that are tried and true are the thing that Sidestep Kings must go to now. No Anubarak Rainer first pick, probably.
Probably not. Let's find out where the map is going to be for game number 3 here as we get things started. I believe it's going to be Infernal Shrines. Yes, it is. Granite's pick. And that means Sidestep Kings should get their first pick. Is that correct? Of heroes? Yes. Yeah, that's right.
If typically, I feel like a lot of the losing teams opt in for first pick priority, but Sidestep Kings will be following that route as well. Now, let's go ahead and break this down. We're going to Infernal Shrines. So we started today out on Volskaya Foundry, a large map, rotations. Big factor, rotations and big team fights over a consolidated point. Looking at Cursed Hollow we just went to. Big map, lots of rotations, but you don't need to fully rotate towards the objective phase to win it over, as we just watched in that last game for... I, honest to God, was muted and just screaming at my monitor for somebody to cap it, because I've never actually had a first curse phase literally go to level 13. That was legitimately just insane. That was actually really cool to watch, but... We're going to another map that's large, rotation heavy, and you're going to have these control points, or excuse me, these shrines that people fight over. I feel like this is exactly where Granite wants to be map-wise. Going back to what Grubby said, going back to what I said, Sidestep Kings needs to play a comfortable, strong, well put together draft, and they're going to kick things off with Cassia, who's shown a lot of prowess throughout the weeks.
It's a strong first pick. To be honest.
Finally,
drafted right away.
Nick Kerrigan.
I'm having flashbacks to the exhibition weekends when Nick literally blinked, ultralisked the heroic into an Ana, one-shot them, and that was on Towers of Doom. Then I believe there was an Infernal Shrines game where they utilized Urel's Avenging Wrath and then jumped over a wall to single target blow up a Sergeant Hammer. Like, this is terrifying from Granite Gaming from just the hero, but they're going to look at a Stukov Diablo for the side of Sidestep Kings. We're talking about building a synergistic, strong composition. These three heroes pair well together, play well together. What is the rest of the draft looking like for these teams as we get into our second ban phase?
Yeah, what are the bans going to be? That's the question now. What do you eliminate? Junkrat. Okay, yeah. I think the Junkrat, even though they did win the last game, the Junkrat was annoying for them. Diva. All right. So, again, there's another just strong ban taken out.
You could go Tyrael here. It's not really good on the point per se, but it's so good with Kerrigan, and it's been too long for Tyrael Kerrigan. And when you pick it that early, you need a rule-breaking survivability tool for her. You don't just go Kerrigan and then play it normally. It's gonna be Tyrael or Zarya, I feel like.
Or you could see the Uther on combo
Uther,
with it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's usually like what it is, but...
Well, that is what it's gonna be. Like, it's gotta be.
You think it's an Uther last pick for the side of Granite Gaming?
Yeah, you have to. You don't go first pick Kerrigan and then no Uther.
True. I do want to point out the Junkrat too. The displacement level would have been really strong for the side of Sidestep Kings because you get a concussion mine and then you get the displacement so Diablo can play off of that. Now, this is still another great hero for Sidestep Kings. And I think, Grubby, I might be stealing this from you here. Tassadar has Force Wall baseline. I believe it's an 18-second cooldown. So you pop that Force Wall up. Diablo now has terrain to Shadow Charge into. You are creating fight moments for this Diablo, and this is the composition that I wanted Sidestep Kings to put together. They've got Wave Clear, they've got Team Fight, they've got Engage, Disengage, they've got Control. This is where they want to be. But let's see, do we get that last pick Uther, or do we get a unique pick from Granite Gaming?
You're gonna find out.
Oh wow, okay.
Nano. All
That's
right,
fine.
sure. So you've got some good nano boost targets, don't you?
But maybe that's grenade build, because how do you guarantee hitting your healing darts on three frontliners clamoring together in the front line? Like, I don't know.
And walls being put up in front of your Ana as well sometimes. It's a good point.
Grubby, just hit the sleep darts forehead, duh.
Yeah, just sleep the whole enemy team, line them up, 5, and pierce all.
But looking at this draft for Granite Gaming, they've got a lot of setup around the Kerrigan Imperius as well. I mean, you have the Sleep Dart from Ana, then Kerrigan can throw a Kerrigan combo, if you will, onto them. You have the Imperius Celestial Charge. But not only to note, you were saying that there's good nano boost targets. Weirdly enough, Imperius is a very strong nano boost target because of how much damage he can throw out. Personally, I want a game number 4, but I'm going Granite Gaming once again.
All right, well, Bahamut, you've been right 2 games in a row, I believe. Grubby, what do you think as we get things started on the map?
I'll stay on the winning side. I'll go with Bahamut as well. Granite Gaming 3-0.
All right, well, let's go through our rosters because this may be, we hope it's not, but it may be the last game in the series. We're going to start out with Kyocha on the Zool, June playing Stukov, Ultralisk playing Cassia, Cattle on Diablo, and Gotfilth on the Tassadar this time. Over on the Granite Gaming side, looking to get their 3-0 win. It's heading on the Ana. Tori playing Leoric, Svamkrota on the Sylvanas, Nick playing Kerrigan, and Skoog on Imperius. It is going to be action-packed either way.
What? He went Psystorm. Yeah, well, that makes sense. I guess he's got so many... Yeah, and it's the safest pick. He's got so many wind-ups to his abilities. It just seems so risky to pick Tassadar into Kerrigan, in my opinion at least, and into Imperius Leoric. So Tassadar is going to try to play from really far away this game.
Right. Oh, nice E from Kerrigan to bring everybody in there. The wall nearly was a bit of a problem. Big 3-man charge, actually, from Skoog. Cattle going to be taking a good amount of damage. They're going to be able to back off and just be happy with that initial burst, making a few people go back to the well before they rotate bot.
It could be Eye of Horus. Probably
Dude, that's my Ana build. What are you talking about? that's my I don't trust my teammates in Storm League build.
I don't think we can predict exactly what's going to happen at level 10. I'm very, very curious, but let's focus on the current game. Really interesting, guys. The players, they're bringing so many different drops. as Kerrigan goes down. So many different hero picks for everyone's enjoyment, for their own win chances. We see Zul, we see Tassadar, we see Kerrigan. Yeah. Heroes you don't see every day. It's just awesome.
This is so big, though. I mean, with Nick getting picked off like that, it allows the Siege Camp to get snagged by Sidestep Gaming, and you can see the Force Wall used to give vision to the Impalers over the wall, so they do a little bit more damage to that well. Take the shield off there anyway.
He used all of his abilities at the same time.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Which, yeah, cool.
Yeah. Got the well.
Range Side Storm.
Yep. Pays off.
That's really good, actually. Like, holy crap, like the mid fountain is gone for the mid objective.
Yeah, that's huge, actually. So now they're going to be able to get their own Impaler camp as well. But we're going to see this done more and more, you know, using vision over the wall to help the Impalers kill the well early. And they're not even in lane yet. Granit forced to come down and actually do something about it. They take him out, but yeah, tower destroyed, well destroyed. That was a big, that was such a huge result of just a single pick on the Nick in the bot lane.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And Kerrigan is that type of character that until level 13 has no escape. Her only escape, her only survivability is dealing damage. When she deals damage, she gains survivability. But for the rest, she is such a risky character to play. Much has been said about Nick's Kerrigan though, so let's see if he can redeem himself.
Yeah. We know he's such a good player on that hero. So we know it's going to come back again. All right, another big charge for Cattle. There's a stun onto Scoob. Can he walk out? It looks like he is not going to be able to. Ooh, the damage though. Wow, I thought he was dead for sure. He managed to get out in the end. Props to Henning for keeping his tank alive, but that means the Shrine is going to be all SSK initially. And Sidestep Kings have a good chance to grab this first Punisher.
Yeah, much better rallying by Sidestep Kings this time. A nice, even draft with equal parts damage from the front and the back line, and then their CC. It's synergistic. They've been doing good. A big rally from the first two losses.
Rotate down to the bot. It looks like Granit is just going to give this Punisher up.
Yeah. They're too far behind. Nick is just going to play solo lane duty for a while. Not going to be part of the defending the Punisher. It's tough for Kerrigan to do so.
Right. Here comes the Arcane Punisher in mid, and here's where we talked about that well being already dead is going to be a problem. Nobody can hit it during the middle of the fight, so the damage you take, if it doesn't get healed up by Henning, is going to be pretty permanent.
That's true. Nick now coming in.
All right, Primal Grasp doesn't really connect. Oh, he did manage to find the Impale, though, on Cattle. Cattle getting focused down here. That Diablo super low. Can they get the finish? Scoop pops some molten armor, a lot of damage. They manage to force away the Diablo, not get the kill, though. Wall, though, is going to create a big problem. And that's going to be a kill onto Nintori on the Leoric. Just got caught in that wall.
Who knew bones were such good conductor of electricity? Tassadar went electric fence and it's electrocuted Leoric good. 126 damage per second and slowing for 35%. Force wall talent.
Yeah. I love it.
Sidestorm build from Tassadar. It should be said, by the way, that Tassadar gets a level 13 talent, where when he's stationary, he has spell armor. Quite a decent chunk. So that makes him a bit safer against Kerrigan and Sylvanas. The key is not moving, which, you know, it says, if that sounds scary against Kerrigan and Sylvanas, it is. Not moving. It's about as counterintuitive as when a Rhino charges you. Just look big and don't move.
This looks scary. Maybe it'll go away. Here's the chase again. Charge on the Cattle. He's going to dive back in. They're going to let him go, though. Kyocha, oh, nice route onto Kerrigan now. Heading there to a point blank heal him. And he did go biotic grenade build as well.
Yeah, mostly. I believe there's a biotic grenade talent at level 1. He chose not to get it.
Yeah,
yeah. Let's see, what's the level 1 do? Why does he not take it? Contact healing heals for more per allied and enemy hero hit. It's a pity.
Yeah. seems like okay, there's the wall. That's what we were talking about, the wall into an easy Diablo charge. That's the play they wanted to make, but it ends up being Cattle taking a lot of damage as they take down the fort. So gonna try to chase this. Scoot goes back in with the celestial charge of his own. He knows he's got the big time healing from Henning, and he's got the garments. Some Grota from the side. That's right. Can they maybe get the kill off of this wailing arrow here? Sidestep Kings on the run, and they're gonna lose at least 2 here. Kyocha not gonna be able to escape from this one either. So that was just a great flank coming in from Subgrota on the Sylvanas and landing a big wailing arrow.
Yeah, really nice. And then the nano boost on Kerrigan, getting combos on everyone left behind as Sidestep Kings cut their losses, left Zul with one spiteful poison Nova, once again suicide bombing himself into the next knife. And there we go. Zul, you know, I haven't seen one poison Nova yet from him that didn't result in his death as well. It's tough.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like I remember, you know, it's been a long time, but I feel like I remember Kyocha playing Zul way back when, too.
Yeah?
And so it's not like it isn't a hero he doesn't have a ton of experience with either.
Okay.
Do you think maybe it's just this adaptation to try to go for the swamp Nova, the poison Nova build? That's not
yeah, I don't know. Like, it's obviously he probably knows a lot better than any casters. So.
I would imagine he does.
Yeah.
Usually if we figure something out, the players have figured it out like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
All right, nice force wall. Oh, the entombed cattle. He's penned, but he manages to escape anyway. Close call there. Wow, Sko goes back in. They got the arrows onto June as well from the angelic armaments. That was a big burst of damage, but now Nick is low. He needs to do something to get a little bit of armor back, and he does exactly that. They get the kill on the Cassia. Cattle down as well. And so a knife's edge is where all these team fights are going. There's a poison over for you, Grubby.
He's not dead yet.
He's not dead. That's right. In fact, a lot of damage onto Granit Gaming. That poison is legit.
Yeah.
All right, but the fight was already done. It was already a 5v3, so it was kind of just like a parting gift poison Nova, basically. So to remember me with this.
Poison kiss, poison hugs for everyone.
Yep. It's like a poison greeting card.
Nice.
Wish my team was still here.
I'm not giving you my address.
No. That's right. No one should allow Zul to send anything through the mail. It's either going to be like parts of dead people or poison.
Yeah, and ears.
Or ears, yeah, that's true. Or teeth. Necromancers love teeth.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but not like dental care. We're talking about just like collecting them and throwing them at people.
Yeah, if only that was a good build, man, in D2. Maybe in Path of Diablo.
What do you mean it wasn't a good build? I played Teethmancer all the time.
Omega
like
Law.
D2. Yeah, I mean, it was but it was fun.
13 apiece, 39 skeletons. Can Granite get that final skeleton? They're so bad they didn't even get the last one. Nope, so there they got it. No, it's by design, of course. They were delaying. Yeah. They wanted to have a bit of lane pressure somewhere else. Heal up. There we go.
Yep. And now the push comes through. It is a lot of damage. Nice sleep dart to set up the CC chain onto Cattle. He's not going to be able to escape. The skill comes from the side. Angelic Armaments provides that extra damage. Now Godfilth, he's an Archon, but that's the only way he's with someone else. Is just whatever Templar he like bonded with for a moment, because his whole team is not there.
Got the Archon alone.
Yep.
He went for the Shadow Walk. What?
How does he become an Archon? You need 2 Templars to become an Archon.
Yeah, 2 Templars become an Archon together.
Yeah, so how does he do it? Who knows? It's a mystery for the ages. It's another kill on Acacia, though, as Granite Gaming just seems to be steamrolling Sidestep Kings at this point.
I see what you're saying. You're saying there's like countless dead Templar because of Godfilth, because of Tassadar wanting to become Archon every time on cooldown?
Maybe he just carries like an Archon around with him in his pocket or something.
It's so sad if it actually means every time he Archons, a Templar dies.
I don't know, because it takes 2 Templar to make an Archon. If you're going by the lore, right? So I mean, Tassadar is a very special Protoss, but still.
I'm so glad you brought it up.
Yeah, and you don't turn back into a Templar later, right?
Normally not, but he does, so it just... It's not very vegan of Tassadar.
I mean, he's just got the technology. He figured it out.
And let's hope that that is all it is, because I'm getting a little worried here.
His brain is so strong that he can be the Archon and not the Archon, basically whenever he wants, on a small cooldown.
I will take your word for it.
I don't know, it's my guess. It's the only way to explain it, otherwise it makes no sense.
Now, the start of the game looked good for Sidestep. go up, but Granit is walking away with it again. Nano Kerrigan,
another one.
everything!
Woo!
Spells!
Wow, Entomb right after the primal grasp from Kerrigan, and that was all they needed to just come and stomp this team fight. Caterpillar falls, and now Kyoka just trying to fight the big 1v5. Yeah, where's that Poison Nova at? No. He's not even going to use it. What can you do? Oh, and it's tough to watch from the Sidestep Kings side, but man, is it impressive to see what Granit Gaming has been doing in this series.
Yeah, it is. Really quick on the trigger finger as they go for the kill here. Good coordination. They have a pretty low health team, but my god. Grenade, Sleep Dart, Nano Boost, Kerrigan, and Tomb. And then the Celestial Charge wailing all over everyone. It's been looking really good.
Yeah. You just can't get caught. And there's so many ways that Granit can catch you. Basically, every single member of their team has a hard CC.
They've been bullying Diablo. With Leoric and Imperius doing so much percentage damage, they didn't even need some kind of ranged assassin where their talent reads giant killers. Like, why giant killer?
Multiple games they've been bullying Caterpillar.
Yeah. Poor Caterpillar.
Yeah, it's that situation where if your tank can't engage, who can, you know?
Yeah. Not Zul.
Yep. Like the expression on Zul's face right now at the top of the screen. That's like my expression in all Storm League games, but it's probably also the expression of Kyocha right now too.
Yeah,
just like
I think so.
WTF is going on in this game.
It's late in Korea too.
That's true. Yeah, well, actually, no, it's early. It's like what, like 8 a.m. in Korea or something like that.
Yeah,
right
you
now?
probably just woke up.
Yeah, early morning games for Kyocha. Nothing like starting off your Monday morning with getting 3-0'd. Somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Oh, Nick.
Ultralist. Yep. Didn't end up working out the way he wanted it, but that's okay because there's a lot of damage coming through. There's a nice Entomb onto Diablo. Quest complete just in time for him to die soon. Well, maybe not. I spoke too soon, and Sidestep Kings just turns it around. Whoa, that was a lot of damage coming out of that Cassia. That ball lightning was nutty.
That was bananas, yeah. Jeez, we had 20% spell power bonus on Tassadar. And then he casted Psy Storms and Psionic Charges, and he was Archon shooting. We had Lightning Breath, all in the middle of an Entomb that Kerrigan and Imperius happily jumped into. She tried to Chrysalis when she immediately dropped to like 10% life, and still they burst through the whole Chrysalis and torched Kerrigan. Nick barely got to play his character there as he jumped into the wrong place at the wrong time. So that's a nice 3-kill for Sidestep. Didn't lose anybody. They get the objective because of it, but they should 39 it. If they grab it now, they can't even push with it.
Right. Now, this does give all of Granit Gaming a chance to come back, which means it does also give them a chance to team fight. And the team fights have been good for Granit so far, but we will see. They haven't had to play the aggressor as often here. But yeah, you can't get grouped up. Yeah, they just get that finish on the Frozen Punisher, as you'd expect.
I've seen it before where a team 39s, they fall back, they try to wait, and it actually became impossible for them to reach the point again.
Oh, we saw it in the Icebreaker tournament. Remember?
Really?
Yeah. Like we saw a team lose it 39-40 with that. Yeah.
Well, that was like a heavy fight. I mean, when you're 39 with an easy 30 skeleton lead and you fall back and you're like, I'll pick this up later, and then you get pushed back for deep, and then you're just completely zoned out. You can't even get that final last hit. They decided that might happen to them. That's why they took it before they got 20.
Yeah. Yeah, it did happen. Bahamut reminding us, Sidestep Kings versus CrowdControl, actually, is what happened. So, Sidestep Kings, they know from personal experience here in CCL, they're not going to take any chances.
Yeah.
Yep.
They got their 20, though. 1 fort and 1 keep down for Sidestep, both in the same lane. That means there is a lot of pressure there. Zul currently thinking, Kyocha's thinking, okay, do I go show mid? He does. Does he then go top to clear another lane? Does he stay with the team? Top is not yet a pressuring situation. Bottom kind of is.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit awkward now with the level 20 hit by Zool with that mortal wound, because that's going to negate a lot of the build from the Ana that's relying on that biotic grenade to set up those big heals, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's a talent he should have picked the game before. I don't even understand why he took CDR on ult when Poison Over wasn't that great. Now he's got Mortal Wound. That is going to be fantastic. Look for these fights to look very different, as Ana has almost no impact once the front line jumps in. Kyocha, I feel like he has the power to win the fights for his team.
Yeah. Infinite Lightning, of course, now for the Cassia as well. So Ultralisk is going to be able to pour even more damage on. So Granite Gaming needs to stay split up. They can't group up around whoever the Entomb target is anymore, because they're just going to get like AoE down.
Yeah.
Like a WoW dungeon.
No Twilight Archon. Went for the Force Barrier. Very small cooldown at great range. Keeps Godfield a little bit safer. Interesting.
Yeah.
Leoric went
with the extra level 20 teleports here. Diablo, Kerrigan, Sylvanas all picking it up.
Yeah, that's true.
But you need to. You know, again, they know they need to get out of that big burst AoE. Granite Gaming playing this one extremely safe now.
Yeah.
They know that if they lose one more fight like that, yeah, well, both of these teams know if they lose one more fight, the map is probably over.
Yeah.
Here comes
a little bit harder for Sidestep. Like, Sidestep needs to 5 versus 2 to finish the game. Granite only needs to have a 5 versus 4 to maybe win the game, or 5 versus 3.
Right.
This is so tense, though.
I know, right? Here we go.
Think, if you will, of the vision that the blue team has. They don't know where anyone on the red team is.
Right, exactly. They're coming into this one very blind, and Granite knows that. You can see Skoog set up, looking for that Celestial Charge from the Imperious.
They didn't see Skoog yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I wonder if they spot him going through, going between the two. Yeah, okay, they knew he was in there. Pokemon Solarian's fired just a little bit here. Kyocha, he wants that sick, nutty Poison Nova. Ooh, they draw the Molten Armor out of Skoog, actually.
Yep.
Okay, so that's one defensive cooldown down, and that might be a go button for Sidestep Kings. We'll see. We'll watch for that. All right, they're a little bit trapped. There's Diablo. He's going in now. Nintori Wraith walks out, turns around, gets the Entomb. Meanwhile, his tank is extremely low. Nick trying to stay alive. Oh, the damage coming in. Sylvanas, big Wailing Arrow set up a lot of this stuff, and it looks like Granite Gaming.
Cattle!
Keep it going, but that Ball Lightning still bouncing. Oh, that was so close. Cattle nearly died, but I was watching the Granite Gaming side, and Henning and Skoog were just passing the damage back and forth, and finally realized they had to separate a bit. That was a dangerous moment, but it is going to be Granite Gaming that wins it. They do win the fight, but it is a 4v4. That's it. Their punishment certainly helps out with that.
That's a 5v4 in my books, though.
Oh, yeah.
Diablo was 31 life.
Wow.
It's pretty crazy. He does have full souls, but this gives him a lot of survivability. He would have been alive, but like, this is better. Now he has 2 lives. So they're going to try to pull the Punisher to the mid keep. How successful will this be? And even when it is, it's never successful forever.
Well, they do manage to deflect it a little bit, but it's another Entomb coming down as they try to punish Cattle for this. Mortar comes in, does a good amount of damage. Now the Punisher back towards the core. There's no distracting him now. Maybe there is. We'll see. We'll see what the Punisher's up to. Celestial Charge onto Ultralisk. He's going to get stunned, taken out. Good start up there to get the Cassia out of the way. That is crucial. Kyocha comes back to the fight and immediately wishes he hadn't. June extremely low, and that is going to be it. Granite Gaming has what they need. I think they lose Nick.
I think you're right.
Still in it, but I'm pretty confident they can finish this one out.
Right?
We will see. It's not over till it's over, and that Tassadar is still doing a lot of damage with the Archon, but no, the core will drop, and Granite Gaming, after a rough week 1, will come back in style week number 2 and complete the 3-0 over Sidestep Kings. GG.
Jeez, what a surprising turn of events as Granite gets their 3-0 after an 0-3 and 0-2 in the Icebreaker.
Right.
Whatever they put in really paid off. They look much stronger. They are a team that has also come to play now.
Impressive stuff as we take a look at some of the stats here. Bahamut, like that may have been a 3-0, but I feel like that game 3, everyone was on their edge of their seats the entire time. I'm sure you were screaming like crazy too. I feel bad for your dog, but I understand your excitement.
Oh, he's napping once again. He's kind of used to it. He's just like, that's Bahamut screaming. He does what he does and then go back to sleep. So realistically, it was a bit of a panic at moments, I felt, for Granit Gaming towards the latter half, because Sidestep Kings built some momentum. They started to have these moments of turnaround in their favor. But it's just that last minute, not last minute, but it was that last objective where they 39'd it for Sidestep Kings. I actually think that gave a big window for Granit Gaming to calm themselves, because they lost 3 to Acacia and the momentum was built for the Sidestep Kings. I don't know why they didn't play off of that. And since there was kind of the lull, the pause in the game, that allowed Granit Gaming to say, all right, let's breathe and let's bring it on back. I do want to point out one little thing, though. I heard a little rumor mill that someone was saying from the side of Granit Gaming that it was going to be a 3-1 for Granit Gaming, and it looks like they actually they went beyond their own actual expectations for themselves, and it was just really, really well played from Granit Gaming through and through in the best of 5 series.
Yeah, they did one better. 3-0, you can't complain. And we have one of our victors on the line with us right now. We're going to get Nick in here from Granit Gaming, Kerrigan Extraordinaire. Can you hear me, Nick?
Yes.
All right. Congratulations on your win today. You got to play the Kerrigan in the final game. That's got to feel good, but it's got to feel even better to get the 3-0. So what was it like? What was the team mentality like that enabled you to go from the rough week 1, the rough icebreaker tournament, to now doing very well in week number 2? What was that journey like?
I mean, it was a bit rough considering we started 0-6, but I mean, we knew it's like beginning of the season, so we were just trying some things out and new scrims and stuff. So I mean, we were still confident that we could do well in CCL. So yeah,
apparently so. Grubby, any questions?
You had a lot of fun on Tychus so far. Pretty much no one else plays it. You played the frag build into the overkill. Do you feel like this is a pick maybe that other teams are sleeping on, or are you just a specialist in it?
I mean, I see some people playing the hero, but I've never seen anyone play the build yet. So I mean, I really like it. The W talents got buffed in the recent patch. Does a lot of damage, so I like it.
And you had an insanely long delay on Cursed Hollow thanks to talents like that. It was a sick. You got the first tribute at level 15.
Yeah, I mean, our plan was to just stall the tribute while we split push with Sylvanas and Derka. So yeah, I mean, our opponents didn't really know how to deal with it, so it worked out really well.
Cool. Bahamut?
Yeah, no, I want to talk a little bit more about draft theory in general, because you went up against a team that it's, you have June, Cattle, Kyocha, you have all these players who have really good draft mentality and skill set. What is it like on your end? Are you playing defensively? Do you go into these games with a draft already in mind?
Yeah, we pretty much played almost exactly what we prepared in scrims.
So would you say you haven't? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we basically just banned some of their comfort heroes with the Maiev Lucio or Medivh every game. So yeah, that's what's kind of our idea.
Okay. Just really quickly, have we seen any depths to the hero pools of Granit Gaming, or is this still surface for you?
No, we definitely have some out of meta pick left, but yeah.
Exciting.
The giggle makes me excited, so thank you. Yeah.
All right. Well, before we let you go, Nick, any final shout outs and things like that you want to make?
Yeah, shout outs to you guys for hosting and casting everything. It's an amazing tournament. And shout outs to my teammates for getting our first win. So yeah.
All right. Well, there you have it. Thanks for stopping by, Nick. Congrats again on the 3-0 today, and looking forward to seeing some of your games in the future.
All right. Thank you.
All right, there you go, guys. Nick from Granit Gaming, and he was out like this. Like the moment he was done talking, he's like, "I'm gone." Probably jumping right onto the ladder.
You gotta get that celebration pizza. That's what it is. That's what it is. Doa. Celebration pizza time for Granit Gaming.
Oh man, I could just use some just pizza. Not even no celebration required.
Like sad pizza, you would settle for sad pizza right now.
I would settle for any kind of pizza at this point. I'm just in a pizza mood. But let's take a look at today's scores. There's no such thing as sad pizza, Grubby. Well, I mean. Depends on who's delivering.
You know, like the pizza when it comes in the box and it had like a bit of a tumble inside the driver's seat.
If it's the next morning and it's cold, it's okay. If it's been messed up a little bit, it's still edible. But
tastes the same, right?
It's all the same. Yeah, the ingredient status doesn't matter as much. Anyway, 3-2 win for WildHeart Esports over CrowdControl. Sidestep Kings falling 0-3 to Granit Gaming today. They're going to be looking to catch back up again, as they are again one of our 1-1 teams. Let's take a look at our standings overall. Oxygen and WildHeart are 2-2-0 teams, and then we've got CrowdControl, Simplicity, Granite, and Sidestep Kings as 1-1, and finally 30K and Chili Mountain still looking for that first win. We'll have to see if they can pick it up. I guess one of them is going to pick it up next week because they play against each other. But wow, that's it. Week 2 for CCL in the books, and it was an exciting series of games. Yesterday, again, I'll say it, like if you miss yesterday's games, man, we had some really, really good ones in a very tight series. We did today too, but I felt like day 1 was our standout day. What do you guys think? What's your main takeaway in the end for this weekend here, Bahamut?
Oh, main takeaway. Genji is not as bad as everyone expected. Lutano showcased Genji very well with the Brightwing Brightwing Emerald Wind Bomb coming in.
True enough. Grubby?
Well,
final takeaways for the weekend?
I know I'm not supposed to be biased, but I'm a big fan of WildHeart's draft. I'll try to definitely talk as much about their opponent, but man, they bring a lot of flair. And I'm curious to see what they're going to do next week with our next playdate being next Saturday already.
Yeah, let's check that out. Let's see what our schedule is going to be for next weekend. It's going to be Oxygen taking on WildHeart. Oh, our 2-2-0 teams facing off on Saturday, and then CrowdControl versus Sidestep Kings after that. So both teams trying to bounce back after a rough weekend this weekend. That's going to be our Saturday matches. So get hyped for that. It's going to be pretty awesome. But I believe that's going to basically about do it for us for the week. You've kind of already given your final thoughts on the matches, but anything to add before we close it out for week 2 of CCL here? Grubby, go ahead and go first.
Thanks to all the players for great games and giving us more esports for Heroes of the Storm. And thanks to all the fans for the support. Looking forward to see you all next weekend.
All I gotta say is the Heroes of the Storm community, you blew me away time and time again. We've been doing HeroesCCL for a long time, and to hit $11,000 from the community, it honest to God, I'm gonna finish this stream and I'm gonna go and cry in the living room because it blows me away. Like, thank you so much to the community. Thank you so much to everyone who supports, to the players, to the organizations, everyone out there. This is the most fun, and I look forward to this every single Saturday, Sunday.
No doubt. It's been pretty awesome for me, coming back into the Heroes of the Storm scene and seeing how alive and well it is, the support from the fans. We got to shout out our production crew in the background making this happen. They do an amazing job behind the scenes to bring all this stuff to life. Thanks to our players and our teams, and thanks to you, the fans, for supporting CCL by watching and by donating. Can't wait to see what the prize pool is going to be like for these players by the end of the season. But that's going to do it for us. We want to shout out Roll20 as well for being our awesome presenting sponsor on the broadcast. Again, you got some time to do a bit of virtual tabletop gaming before next week, so they can help you out with that. Go check it out. Until then, from Doa, Grubby, and Bahamut, and everybody here at CCL, thanks for watching. We'll see you next week.